Hi guys, welcome to the Ultimate Piano course. My name is Mark from PGM Piano and I'm going to be teaching you all of this stuff in this course. I first of all want to thank you for putting your trust in me and teaching you how to play this wonderful instrument, the piano. Now if you're anything like me, you want to just skip this video and go ahead and right into one of the sections and actually learn stuff. But I want to urge you, please watch this video till the end. There's a lot of important information in this video that is actually going to help you to get the most out of the course. Okay, so just sit tight, it's a couple of minutes. I'll try and make it as quick as possible and then we'll get started. First of all, I don't know what your skill currently is. You may have never touched the piano before and that's absolutely fine, or you may have been playing for a couple of years. Therefore, I have to create the opportunity for everybody to be able to enroll in the course, and then later on we'll build up the level. So in this section, section 1, I'm going to be talking about the name of the keys on the piano, and even if you think you know them, you may still want to watch those lessons. All of my lessons always have deeper levels, okay? So even if you think it's just about keys, I might be teaching you other stuff in there as well. And if you think you know all of the keys, do you know what an F double sharp is? If you don't, maybe you should watch the lesson about double sharps and double flat. So in section 2, I'm going to be talking about scales and octaves. Then we're going to be moving on to section 3, which is chords. Chords are the real fundamental of this course. I am using chords not just as a building block, I'm actually using chords to teach you how to learn songs really quick. Then in section 4 we're going to be mastering chords. So where in section 3 it's basically theoretical, in section 4 I'm actually going to show you how to use these chords, how to play with them, and how to make up your own stuff right there. Then we're going to be moving on to section 5, where we're going to be combining left and right like a pro. Okay, I'm going to be teaching you my secrets in how I actually combine the left and the right hand, and I'm demonstrating you what not to do and what you should do. That's a very important section because I get so many questions about combining left and right, you wouldn't believe it. So I devoted a complete section to it. Then it's going to get interesting. Section 6, I'm going to be explaining to you what I actually do to learn a new song every single day. Then in section 7, for those of you who are interested in that, I'm going to teach you how I play by ear. Because all of the lessons that I put on YouTube are not from sheet music anymore. I used to use sheet music, but now I just play by ear. I find some chords and then I play the rest by ear. So I want to teach you how to do that. Then in section 8, I want to talk a little bit about composing songs. I'm not a true composer, but I can teach you the basics right there. And if you're talented, you can pick it up and you know, the sky's the limit. And then in section 9, for those of you who like it, you can learn how to read sheet music. I personally really don't like sheet music in a way of putting it on the piano and just playing off of that like a robot. I don't like that, but maybe you actually do like the tangibility of sheet music and it is of great help to you. So whether I like it or not shouldn't be an issue. If you like it, I'm still going to teach you how to do it. So I'm not going to make you wait any longer. Let's get this party started. Let's move on to lesson 1.3. Hi guys, welcome to lesson 1.3. For 99% of these songs, it only takes 4 steps to learn the song. Okay, step number 1 is realizing that almost any song out there consists of just 7 notes. You can play almost any song in the world with 7 notes. Okay, later on we will discover that there's 12 notes on the piano, basically 12 keys at least that you can press. So what we have to do is we have to find 5 keys that we're not allowed to play and 7 keys that we are allowed to play in any given song. We call these 7 notes together a key. So it's basically a family of a couple of notes and we call that a key. And it could be a C major key, it could be an A flat key, it could be a B flat minor key. It doesn't really matter, we'll talk about that later in the scales and octave section. But for now, for you, it's important to understand there's only 4 steps into learning any song. And the first step is to figure out which key the song is in. Which 7 notes are you allowed to play and which 5 notes should you skip? Once you know that, it is good to realize that almost any song out there has what we call a chord progression. I'll be talking about that later, you don't need to remember it. But that's step number 2. A chord progression is basically showing you which sound to play when. Okay, so step number 1 is to figure out which 7 notes. Step number 2 is to figure out which sounds are we going to be using. Then step number 3, very easy. What is it that your left hand is going to play now that you know the 7 notes you can use and the 4 sounds you have to commit to? And then after that, step 4, what does the right hand have to play? Again, now that you know what the 7 notes are, what the four sounds are, and what that left hand is playing. Basically because the left hand is giving you a foundation, a structure to play on, a background music if you will, so that right hand is free to do whatever it wants. So in these 4 steps you can learn almost any song out there, and that's the secret to this course. I'm going to teach you how to make it that simple right here, right now in the Ultimate Piano course. Hi guys, it's me, Mark from the future. You're currently watching the condensed version of the Ultimate Piano course on YouTube. Basically what I did is I left all of the important stuff in and I cut out a bit of the fluff. So if you want to see the uncut version, it's still available via the link in the description box down below. Also, I created a new course which is called the Virtual Piano Teacher course. It's a bit more slow paced, it's really much more in-depth, and there's a lot of tests and homework that you can do as well to really benefit from all of the stuff that I'm teaching you in the course. You can also find that in the link down below, so make sure to check that out if that's of interest. And if you'd rather just go through it quickly and keep the condensed version, just keep watching right here on YouTube. So now we're really starting. In this lesson I want to teach you all of the white keys on the piano. If you already know the names, that's absolutely fine, you can skip on to the black keys. But then if you think you already know those, I want you to pay attention to the lesson after that, because we're going to have some special names like C flat, E sharp, E double sharp, that kind of stuff. It's probably stuff that you haven't heard of before. So make sure to watch at least that lesson. For now, let's have a look at the piano. Okay, so we got the piano right here. One of the first things we have to identify is the middle C. It's this note right here. And as you can see, it's a little bit gray and it has a little C on it. Okay, I did that to make it easy for you to find it right here. Now there's one thing I don't want you to do, and that is to get these little stickers and put them on the keys, okay? Because it will just prevent you from learning all of these keys really quickly. It's basically a shortcut, and shortcuts in this case don't really work. So I don't want you to get any stickers. Just follow along right here, and in a couple of minutes you'll know all of these notes, okay? So the middle C, how do we find it? If you put your fingers on the edge of the piano, and I know it's not entirely covered in the camera view, right here, this is somewhere where you should be able to see my fingers. You basically just run your fingers to the middle. You will end up on this D probably, and then you just move right here and we got the middle C. Okay, now there's 7 white notes only. Now you might think that there's way more, Mark, because I've got like 50. Yes, but basically there's only 7. If we have a look right here, and we can have a look right here, and we can have a look right here, okay, and right here, that's basically the same, okay, because we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 white notes and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 black notes. So let me clarify that for you right there. There we go. Now you can see what I'm talking about. So this section right here, you can also find it further down, but I want to focus on this one right here. So the first note in this section, as I've already told, is C, the middle C. And basically the notes are in alphabetical order, but for some weird reason us pianists like to start on the C when explaining stuff, okay? But they are in alphabetical order. So if we go up, we have C, then D, E, F, and G, okay? C, D, E, F, G. Now we do not continue on with H, because remember we only have 7 white keys, as you can see. So we have to start over at A and then B, okay? So that might be a little weird for you. C, D, E, F, G, A, B. But we can also shift this a little bit to the left, and then you can see A, B, C, D, E, F, G. It just doesn't sound that nice when I play this. Okay, it doesn't sound as nice as... Okay, right there. So, right here, we have all of the white notes. So learning these keys might be a little bit confusing in the beginning, because like there's so much going on right here. I totally understand that if you would feel a little bit overwhelmed, but you don't have to. Okay, you actually learn this quite quick. I learned it in a day or maybe 2, and then I knew all of these notes. So let's clear this up, and I'm gonna explain them to you once more. So A, B, C, D, E, F, G, A. If you want to find that middle C, the white one, you go to the 2 black notes that are together, and then you simply take the C on the left of it. Okay, and that's not just for the middle C, any C you will find right there. 2 black notes, C. 2 black notes, C. Okay, so just on the left of these 2 black notes, you'll find the C. There's actually a couple of C's hidden from view. There's one right here, that's not on camera, and there's one right here. So in total we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 C's. So what I want to do right now is I simply want to run through all of these white keys, and I'm gonna, just as I just did with this C, I'm gonna play all of them on the piano. I want you to find all of these keys. I'm gonna demonstrate it once, and then I want you to pause the video and try to do the same. And I'll stay in the camera view, but you can just use your whole piano. So I'll start on C. And you don't have to be that quick, okay? You can take it a little bit easier. And now I want to do G. We're not going to do D, we're going to do G. So G, if you remember, is this one. You have the 3 notes right here, and just this one right here is G. So I want you to find all the G's on the piano. So now pause the video and do the same. I hope you turn on the video again, and that I'm back. If not, Houston, we got a problem. So now let's do B. And maybe E. Let's start here. What about F? Have we done A yet? I think so. And let's do D. Like that. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to be playing a couple of notes, and I want you to tell me what note it is. Okay, so I'm going to be playing the note, and you need to call out that note. Let's do it. So can you please tell me what this note is right here? If you said A, you're correct. D, B, G, E, B, A, C, B, D, F, D, G, A, C, E, C, G, B, F, D, E, A, F, D, G, C, B, and A. Okay, I went a little bit quicker at the end. I hope you've been able to catch up. Now we're going to do the other way around. I'm going to call out a note. I want you to play that note for me on the piano. I'm going to, again, light this bit up right here. So I just want you to play it in this area. Okay, that's all we have to do right now. Just play it in this area, and I'm going to demonstrate to you which note it is a couple of seconds after I called it out. So could you please, for me, let's start easy, play a C. If you play that note, you're correct. Okay. Maybe you can play an F. What about D? What about a B? Can you play another F? A, E, G, C, E, A, and let's do a D and a B together, why not? Find the D and the B right here. Okay, so I hope you did pretty well on that. If not, please repeat it. For now, I want to be moving on to the black keys in the next lesson. Hi guys, I hope you watched the previous lesson. It's actually a requirement. In order to watch this lesson, you need to have seen the previous one, which was white keys. So right now I want to be talking to you about the black keys. And unfortunately, the black keys don't carry their own name. And every black key carries two names to make it a little bit more interesting, I guess. Okay, so whereas with the white keys, we could simply go C, D, E, F, G, A, B. With the black keys, it's going to be a little different. Okay, so first of all, these are the black keys. There's 5, not 7, and that means that right here there's no black key. Okay, so we go white, black, white, black, white, and then there's no black there. So between this one and this one there's no black key, and between these two there's also no black key. So you go white, black, white, black, white, white, black, white, black, white, black, white, white. Now I know this might seem very duh, you know, but it's actually really important because we only have 12 notes that we can play, and the way they're laid out on the piano is not evenly distributed. Otherwise you would have 6 blacks and 6 whites. So something interesting is about to happen here. Okay, so basically I told you the black notes have 2 names. It's very easy. A black note is always in the middle between one white and another white. Okay, and it doesn't carry its own name. It's either on the left of a white key or on the right. Okay, so if we have a look at this one right here, I want to call this black note to the right of this one. Look, it's on the right of this one. Or I can call this black note, it's on the left of this one. Okay, now hopefully you remember D and E. So this note is either on the right of a D or on the left of an E. Now that would be very annoying to say, I have to play the right of the D and a bit, da, da, da. So that's not how it goes, okay? If we're on a note and we have to go to the right or up, as we say, this is left, that is right, we call that down, and this up. Okay, so whenever we move up the piano, we go to the right. Whenever we move down, we go to the left. So if we want to go up from a note, we call that a sharp. Okay, sharp is up, sharp. If you go down, it's a flat. So if you start on this note, the E, and you want to go down to this black one, basically you say it's an E flat. Okay, it's an E flat. If you refer from this note right here, you go up, it's a sharp. So then it would be a D sharp. Now this might not make any sense to you, like why would they do this? I'll explain that later on in the course, okay? You don't have to worry about that for now. That's just the way it is, baby. So I want to talk to you about these sharps first, okay? So we have these 5 notes, and we're all going to be referring to them to the note on the left. So it's C, and then going up, sharp. So C sharp. D going up, D sharp. E going up. There's no black note here. So that means that there's no E sharp, right? Or is there? We'll talk about that in the next lesson. But for now, there's no E sharp. F, let's go to the right, let's go up, F sharp. Okay, so up until now we have C sharp, D sharp, F sharp. Then we have G, G sharp, A sharp, and B. There's no black note here as well, so no B sharp for today. So basically, C sharp, D sharp, skip a note, F sharp, G sharp, A sharp, skip a note, C sharp, D sharp, F sharp, G sharp, A sharp. Okay? C sharp, D sharp, F sharp, G sharp, A sharp. Now for the flats, it's going to be a little different because we have to go down. So we start right here on the D, D flat, E, E flat, G, G flat, A flat, and B flat. Okay, so D flat, E flat, G flat, A flat, B flat. Or C sharp, D sharp, F sharp, G sharp, A sharp. You notice that they're different? For the sharps, we start on C. C sharp, D sharp, F sharp, G sharp, A sharp. For the flats, we start on D. D flat, E flat, G flat, A flat, B flat. Okay, so the names are a little bit different right there. So let's again do a little test. I'm going to play a couple of notes and then you have to tell me which note it is. Okay, so let's do the sharps first. Okay, so only tell me what the name is if it's a sharp. So what about this one? It's an F sharp, A sharp, D sharp, F sharp, C sharp, G sharp, A sharp, D sharp, C sharp, and F sharp. Now we're going to change to flats. So pay attention. I want to hear a flat name. Here we go again. Think about it. A flat, E flat, G flat, B flat, D flat, A flat, E flat, B flat. Okay, so we have the sharps and the flats. Right now we're going to do the same thing as we did before. I'm going to call out a name, and within this area you are going to play the correct note. Now I'm going to be a bit cheeky because I will call out sharps and flats at the same time. I really don't care, okay? I'm going to try and mess you up a little bit. So see if you can catch up. I'll be very impressed if you get at least half of them the first try, okay? Let's give it a go. I want you, within this area, to play for me a D sharp. And now I would like to see a G sharp. Can you please play me a D flat? Ooh. F sharp? How are you going so far? I mean, if you can follow along, that's really good. That's really impressive. B flat? G flat, C sharp, how about a D flat? It's the same guys. Okay, how about A flat? Now I'm gonna go a little bit quicker. See if you can stay with me. D sharp, G flat, A sharp, A flat, G flat, F sharp, E flat, A flat, D flat, A sharp, B flat, D flat, G flat, G flat, D sharp, G sharp, and E sharp. We don't have an E sharp in the middle. Okay, so we're going to be talking about E sharp and C flat and B sharp and F flat and all that kind of stuff in the next lesson. Hi guys, I hope you enjoyed the previous two lessons, white keys and black keys. You don't really have to remember all of them for now, that will be done later, okay? So now I want to discuss these four notes right here, because they're a little bit weird. They're next to each other, they're both white, and basically, I didn't tell you that in the previous lesson on purpose, but basically, what a white note and a black note do when they're next to each other is it's basically half a note higher, okay? The note is in between two notes, so it's half a note. And for some people that's confusing because from white to black it's half a note, from black to white it's half a note, from white to black it's half a note, from black to white it's half a note, and from white to white right here and from white to white it's a whole note. So you might think that going from black to black or white to white is always going to be a whole note, and going from white to black is always going to be a half note, okay? Actually, going from white to black is indeed always half a note, okay? But sometimes going from white to white can also be half a note. Look, half a note just means the closest note to the right or to the left. Look, if I go half a note, I go to the closest note. If I go half a note, I go to the closest note. Well, the closest note here is this one. So this gap is actually the same as this gap, okay? And this gap is the same as, for instance, this gap. Okay, visually that doesn't make any sense because it seems like this gap is bigger, but actually it's not. So this is a completely different gap than this. Okay, because this is a whole note and this is a whole note, and this is a half note, and this is a half note. You don't have to remember that, but it's just a little bit of background info. So basically what we do with a sharp is we go half a note up, and with a flat we go half a note down. So if we have a look at B sharp, there's no black note to go to, so we would simply go to this one. So this is the B, and this will be the B sharp, because it's half a note to the right. Now normally we call this a C, but in some keys and in some scales, which we will talk about later, that is actually a B sharp and it's not a C. Same goes for the E. If we go half a note up, we end up on this one right here, which is not an F for now. No, right now it's an E sharp. E, half a note up, sharp. Okay, so B, half a note up, B sharp. E, half a note up, E sharp. And the same goes on when you go that way. F, flat, half a note down is flat, F, F flat right here. Okay, so sometimes this isn't an E, but it's actually an F flat. And then C, go half a note down, C flat. Okay, so normally B, C, E, F. And if you're talking sharps and flats, C flat, B sharp, F flat, E sharp. So basically they switched positions. The F is now called an E and the E is now called an F. Maybe a little bit confusing. Fortunately, it doesn't really happen that often. So they're not that very common. C flat is probably the most common one, and then after that E sharp. So now let's move on to the next lesson for double sharps and double flats. Hi guys, welcome to this lesson in which I'm going to explain to you about double sharps and double flats. It seems a bit like, wow, what is that? Actually, it's really easy. As I said before, a sharp just means you go half a note up, a flat just means you go half a note down, okay? A double sharp therefore means you go half a note up and then again half a note up. A double flat means you go half a note down and then half a note down. Let me demonstrate you on the screen right now what they look like. Okay, we use a hashtag sign for the sharp and a little B for a flat. Okay, so you can watch the screen right now. We have flat, sharp, and then double flat and double sharp. So all a double sharp does, let's say we are on an F, a sharp would be right here, F sharp, and F double sharp would be yet another half note higher. So this one right here would be the F double sharp. A flat, double flat, let's say you start here on B, then we have B flat, which is half a note down, and B double flat would be this one, which we usually call an A. Okay, so it's that easy. F, F sharp, F double sharp, B, B flat, B double flat. Now the double sharps, double flats are very rare. Maybe 1 in 500 songs you're gonna find them. So you don't really have to worry about that, but I wanted to cover it anyway. Hi, welcome to the second section or chapter, if you will, of the Ultimate Piano course. In this section, we're going to be talking about scales and octaves. What I want you to keep in mind though is that, as I said before, I designed this course specifically to teach you how to play piano in a quick way. So what I'm going to teach you about octaves and scales is only stuff that you're going to need in order to, boom, get up to that next level and play songs quicker. And I know it may be a little bit boring, but trust me, if you learn what I teach you in this course, I'm just going to teach you the stuff you need, and all the stuff you don't need, I'll chuck that out of the window, okay? So this chapter, it's scales and octaves, and we're going to start with scales. Did you know that almost any song you hear on the radio consists of only 7 notes? Just 7, that's it. Now you may be wondering as we watch the piano, like, Mark, in the previous section you told us there's 12, like whether I look here or here, there's 12 notes. So what are you talking about 7? Well, actually, each of these songs is basically written in a language, okay? And because there's 12 notes, there's 12 languages, as we will see later on. And then, of course, there's many more languages, but I'm not going to bore you with that. Basically, all we need to know is these 12 languages. So I hope you're ready to forget everything you don't need to know about the piano and just focus on the stuff that's actually really important. And in order to do that, we're going to start in the next lesson with these scales. Hi guys, welcome to lesson 2.2, scales, what's the use? As I already mentioned a little bit in the previous lesson in the introduction, scales are sort of languages of songs, okay? Songs are written in a certain language, and yes, some of these songs change language later on in the song. They tend to flip a little bit now and then. But in 95% of the cases, all of these songs you hear on the radio are written in one language. So I guess it's time to have a look at the piano and see what scales are and what the use of them is, okay? So I want to play something on the piano. Okay, so if I play that, you may like it or you may not like it, but it sounds fine. This is a way that you could play something, okay? Now let me play something else and tell me if it sounds nice as well. So I'm gonna change it up. Whew! That really didn't sound nice at all. Why is that? It's because I didn't stick to these scales. It's because I switched to another language halfway through the song and I didn't use the correct techniques to do that, okay? So let's have a look at which notes I was playing. Let's disregard the left hand because it's the same notes as in the right. So I started here and then I played this, okay? So we already have these 4 notes, okay? I know it's gonna sound annoying when I press them all in, but they will light up, okay? So we started here and then there, so that's these notes, and then I went to here. Okay, so we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We already have 7 notes. And then I went to here. But as you remember, the G is also here. Okay, so we have G, A, B, C, D, E, and F sharp. And then G again. These are the notes in this scale, in this language, as it were. If we start on this C, where you usually would start, like that, then we get this. Sounds a little bit weird. That's not really, let's drop it down 1 note. Nah. Nah. That's it. That sounds normal. That sounds like this. Yes, that's it, okay? That means that this is a G major scale. You don't need to remember that. We'll talk a little bit about it in the next lesson, okay? Now, what that does is it gives me a template or language or a boundary or a restriction or whatever. And it's basically saying, Mark, as long as you play this song, you need to stick to these 7 notes. Remember, I was talking about 7 notes in the previous lesson. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. As long as I play any of these 7 notes, it's gonna be fine. Let's give that a little test. Okay, now depending on how good you are with improvising or how good you are as a composer, this is going to sound a little bit weird or a little bit nice, and that has to do with the chords. Okay, we're going to get to that later. So what's the use of scales? The use is to basically give you a little restriction. Now some people don't like restrictions. I actually kind of like it. I like to know within which boundaries I must say, at least on the piano, in order to make it sound nice. Now if you go jazz and blues and all that kind of stuff, you want to break those bounds, of course. But for the regular songs, the pop songs, the rock songs, the songs we hear on the radio, you want to stay within these notes. So all of these songs on the radio use a scale. And when you want to announce a scale, you usually say a song is in the key of blah blah blah. So if it's in a G major scale, right here, and that song is written in that scale, then we say it's written in the key of G. Okay? Just something to remember. Okay, so sometimes they jump out of the key a little bit on purpose, but if you want to improvise and want to play a song, then it's nice to have that restriction to know, okay, as long as I stay in these notes, or if you're trying to figure out a song when you play by ear, once you know the key, it's really easy because you know it's going to have to be one of these notes. So basically it gives you some guidance, it gives you some restrictions if you want to make sure that it sounds nice, and that's for me the main use of scales and keys. Okay, so for now let's dive into the next lesson, which is 2.3, and with that we're going to have a look at all of the major scales. So we get that out of the way, it's a little bit boring and tedious, and then in the one after that we'll do minor scales, and after that the main theory bullshit is over and we'll move on with the really nice stuff. Hi guys, welcome to lesson 2.3 of the Ultimate Piano course. We're going to do some major scales in this lesson. In fact, we're going to do all of them. So we got 12 scales to go through. So let's quickly do that and then we'll move on. Okay, so have a look at the piano. I want to start with the C major scale because it's the easiest scale to remember, because all of the notes that are in there are wide. Okay, that is the C major scale. Now I hope you know your notes because we're going to go through it quite quickly. We have C, D, E, F, G, A, B, and C. Okay, it's always good to practice your skills, something I haven't done nearly enough, unfortunately. And we're going to be doing that. I'm going to be showing you how to do that in lesson 2.7. But for now, it's just the theory. You don't have to be able to play all of that. Okay, so C, D, E, F, G, A, B, and C for the C major scale. Now let's move to D. And remember, the idea is we have 7 notes and we want to make it sound like this. Okay, so if we start on D and we move here, that sounds different. Okay, so we want something else. Something like that. That sounds a lot better. So D, E, F sharp, G, A, B, C sharp, D. Okay, listen. Okay, the same kind of sound. E. Nah, that's not it. Nope. No. A little Middle Eastern thing. But that's not it. So for E, like that, okay? E, F sharp, G sharp, A, B, C sharp, D sharp, E. Now what I want to show you here is these scales. And you don't have to remember all of them, okay? It doesn't really matter if you know in which scale a song is written per se, to me personally. However, it's nice to see the different variations. So now you know that right here, as you can see, we have 4 black keys and 3 whites, you know. So if you were playing in the key of E, E major, then you would know that these are the notes you can pick from, okay? Let's move on to F. And there's 0 sharps in this one, but there is a flat. Now how's that possible? Well, basically, if you have a look here, C, D, E, F, G, A, B, C. Well, there's no flats or sharps because it's wide notes. And we're not counting the E sharp or the F flat. Then D, E, F sharp, G, A, B, C sharp, D. Now, the reason this is a sharp and not a flat is really simple. Listen to what I'm going to say if it was a flat. D, E, G flat, G, A, B, D flat, D. If I say G flat and D flat, there's no F and there's no C. So that doesn't make any sense. That's why we sharp the C and the F instead of flatting the G and the D. Okay, so listen. D, E, F sharp, G, A, B, C sharp, D. So the same with the F right here. If I would make this an A sharp, then it's going to sound like this. F, G, A sharp, C. That's two A's and no B. Doesn't make any sense to me. So that's why we're going to flat that B. Okay? F, G, A, B flat, C, D, E, F. G, A, B, C, D, E, F sharp, G for G. Okay? A, B, C sharp, D, E, F sharp, G sharp, A. Yes. B, C sharp, D sharp, E, F sharp, G sharp, A sharp, and B. So these are all of these scales starting on a wide note. Now what I want you to do is to pause the video for a bit, start on any of the wide notes, doesn't matter which one, and I want you to figure out a sound like this. Okay, so let's pretend I don't know this scale, and I'm gonna start on the A, right here, and I'm just gonna try. Nah, that's not it. No. Ah, that's it. Okay, so I want you to do that, to try as long as you have to until you hear that familiar. That familiar little thing, okay? You don't have to get it perfect, just try around a little bit with every note and then see how far you get. And then you're gonna start the video again because we're gonna do these sharps and flats. Okay, welcome back. I hope you had a go. I hope you did okay. If you didn't, that's fine. You'll get it. You'll get it later on because we're going to play so much stuff. All of these keys are going to flow into your system. Don't think about it too much. You don't have to overthink it. It's all going to be fine. We're just in chapter 2. We got 7 more to go. Okay, so now we have the C sharp, the D sharp, F sharp, G sharp, and A sharp. Or is it D flat, E flat, G flat, A flat, B flat? You tell me. Well, actually, it doesn't matter which one you pick, because the scales are going to be the same, okay? This is one of these things where it has two names again, but basically it's the same thing. Now, what is important to understand is that if you pick a C sharp, all of the other notes are going to be called sharp, of course. And if you pick a D flat, then all of the other notes are going to be called flat. So you cannot have a D flat scale with an F sharp in there. That would be a G flat, okay? We're going to see that in a bit. Let me run through them, and then we've done all of the major scales. I want to thank you for your patience. I know it's a lot, but I want to show you at least all of them for the people who want to learn that. And if you do, that's absolutely fine. It's always good to learn some stuff. If you don't, this is just a little thing to sit through. You can have some popcorn or whatever, and we'll be out of our way in a little bit. So, here we start already. C sharp, D sharp, F, F sharp. That's weird. Okay, I don't like that, and it's not true as well, because as you remember from the previous section, hopefully, I hope you watched that, this can also be an E sharp, and then it makes sense. C sharp, D sharp, E sharp, F sharp, G sharp, A sharp, and then not a B, right here, C, C sharp. That also doesn't make any sense, okay? There couldn't be a C in there, and there isn't. It's actually a B sharp. Okay, so 7 sharps in this one. C sharp, D sharp, E sharp, F sharp, G sharp, A sharp, B sharp, and C sharp. Now, we could also do flats, and if we do flats, it's going to be a different story. D flat, E flat, F. So now there is an F. D flat, E flat, F. G flat, A flat, B flat, C, D flat. Okay, so you notice how these can change? We have 5 flats. And with the other one, we have 7 sharps. Let's do D sharp. Okay, now this one is a little bit tricky. D sharp, E sharp, G. Now that's not possible. You cannot have G in there because we skipped the F. So D sharp, E sharp, and now F double sharp. Okay, it's a bit of a cheat, but you move from F to F sharp and then half a note up to this one, which we usually call G, but it's an F double sharp. So D sharp, E sharp, F sharp sharp, if you will, G sharp, A sharp, B sharp, C double sharp, Okay, so we do the same kind of little trick right there, and then D sharp. So of course it's the same for E flat, same notes, but then it's gonna be E flat, F, G, A flat, B flat, C, D, E flat. So a lot more boring, but a lot easier, if you will. Okay, then F sharp. Okay, we got F sharp, G sharp, A sharp, B, C sharp, D sharp, E sharp, and F sharp. I'm gonna go through it a little bit quicker now because why not? And for the flats, we have the same G flat, A flat, B flat. Now here, okay, this is a C flat. Okay, this is not a B, it's a C flat, D flat, E flat, and now here we have an F and a G flat. Okay, then for G sharp, right here, G sharp, A sharp, B sharp, C sharp, D sharp, E sharp, F double sharp, and G sharp. Okay, or A flat, B flat, C, D flat, E flat, F, G, A flat. Okay, and then the final one, A sharp, right here, A sharp, B sharp, C double sharp, D sharp, E sharp, F double sharp, G double sharp, and A sharp. So you can now also practice on the blacks, now that you know all of them, and basically just pick any note, close your eyes, go like this. This one, okay, cool, and then you have to do that. And if you got it right, cool. If you didn't get it right, just try it again with the same key until you get it, okay? So do a couple like 3, 4, or 5, and then move on to the minor scales in lesson 2.4. Hi guys, I hope it didn't bore you to death in the previous lesson. This is 2.4. We're gonna go through it quite a lot quicker in this one, I'll promise you. But it's just good to have a look at all of these scales once, so you know that they're out there and you can actually use them when they come up. So for now, the minor scales. Well, basically all of the minor scales are the same, it's just a different way of naming them, and you start on a different note. So the sound is not gonna be like this, but it's gonna be like this, which is a really weird kind of sound. So what's important to remember is that a minor scale is exactly the same as a major scale, not A major, not the letter, but a major scale. That's a major scale that's corresponding to that minor scale. For instance, this scale uses the same notes as this scale, okay? All whites. See? Now, one of them is called a C major scale, that one, and the other one is called an A minor scale. So all of these scales have brothers and sisters. And how do you find the brother or sister? It's really easy. If you're on a major scale, you want to go to the ground note. What is the ground note? If you're on a C major scale, you're going to go to the C. If you're on an A sharp major scale, you're going to go to A sharp. If you're on an E flat major scale, you're going to go to E flat. And then what you're going to do is you're going to go 3 half tones down. Now, how do you go a half tone down? I haven't taught you that at all yet, because it's so easy, okay? How do you go half tone down? Half tone is simply one step to the left on the piano, okay? Because this would be a whole tone, and this is a half tone. So, let's say we want to find the corresponding scale to E flat major. We're going to go down a half tone, another half tone, and another half tone. So 3 half tones. Okay, so the E flat major scale right here, and the corresponding minor scale for C minor right here. Okay, it's got all of these same notes in there, but we start on the C instead of the E flat. Okay, so here's the rule. You pick your major scale, you move down 3 half notes. So if you start on A, you move down 1, 2, 3, and you end up there, okay? You move down 3 half notes to go from major to minor, but the notes will stay the same. All of the notes are going to be staying the same. They might have a different name, but the physical notes are going to be the same. So demonstrating again. So my challenge to you is to find all of the corresponding minor scales to the major scales. And then, for now, it's time to forget all of this stuff and move into the octaves. Hi guys, welcome to lesson 2.5. This is where we're going to start on octaves. So what is an octave? An octave simply means playing 2 of the same notes at the same time. So you play a low C and a high C, and then you have your distance of an octave. That's an octave. Now the way I play octaves is I like to play them because it's the same note, and when you play them double, you get a little bit more out of it than when you just play that low one or the high one. Also up here, you get a bit more strength, a bit more emphasis, if you will. So that's how I mainly use them. And usually I play the octaves in the left hand when I'm, for instance, playing chords in the right. Okay, I'm playing octaves in the left hand. Now sometimes when I want to emphasize something in the right, I might play an octave there, so we can use it everywhere. Cool? Let's start with left then. So let's play a C octave, basically play two C's, and then a D octave, an E octave, F octave, G octave, A octave, B octave, and a C octave. Okay? So C, D, E, F, G, A, B, C. Now pick it up with right. Start right here. C, D, E, F, G, A, B, C. Now we can also do it on the black keys. It's actually easier because you have this little, you can grip it. Okay, and then right here. Now it might be nice to go back as well. So start here. And there. If you're having trouble to reach or to stretch, when we're going to practice the octaves in lesson 2.8, I'm going to give you some tips. Okay, for now it's just for you to know what an octave is. So when we play them together, I call that an octave. You play an octave. You play a C octave. You play an F sharp octave. You play a D flat octave. You play an A octave. Okay? Now in the next lesson I want to talk about octaves again, but I'm going to demonstrate something else, another use for it. Okay? Hi guys, welcome to lesson 6, octaves to jump. Now that can mean two things. It can mean jumping with octaves like that. Etc. Doesn't really matter. But that's not the one I'm talking about right here. What I mean is when you jump up an octave or you jump down an octave. Okay? So how does that work? Well, let's say you play something like this. If you want to jump up an octave, it means your right hand is not going to play it here, but you're going to play it here. Okay, so. But you're actually playing the same thing, but now you played an octave higher. So that's what I mean when I say jump up an octave. You're going to play the same thing, but you're going to play it an octave higher. Now you can also drop an octave. If you were playing here, you can drop down and play there. For the left hand as well, let's say we're playing this, we can come up an octave. And you don't have to be playing octaves in order to jump up an octave or go down. If I was playing this, let's say here, and I wanted to go down an octave, I simply play the same thing, but I drop it an octave. Okay, so sometimes you do this when you play a song, let's say right here. And then you want to drop it later on, it goes here. Okay, and it gets a little bit more warm. This might be a little bit more cold. Okay, so you can drop it an octave, or you can bump it up an octave if you want to go that way. So that's jumping octaves or going up and down an octave on the piano. For now, I want to move on to lesson 2.7 to start practicing our skills, and then in lesson 2.8 we're going to practice the hands a little bit for the octaves. So take a little break, have some water, go to the toilet if you need to. I definitely need to, because I've been recording for a very long time. I'm going to see you in lesson 2.7. Hi guys, welcome to lesson 2.7 of the Ultimate Piano course. Right now I want to show you how to practice your scales. And it's actually quite easy, but there's a lot of work to be done if you want to get very fluent at it. As I mentioned before, I haven't done a lot of practicing on my scales myself, and I'm a little bit sorry for it because I'm not that fluent in these skills, and I hope you are actually going to be. Because if you want to improvise and if you want to do some fun stuff with these skills, as you sometimes see on the piano, you know, when you see somebody like running their hand up and down, like coming back and up, that's basically when they're playing scales. Now there's two things that come to practicing scales. There's just running up and down the piano, but there's also getting used to playing in a certain scale. So I want to tell you all about that in this video. So let's have a look at the piano right here, and I want to start off with the C major scale, which you hopefully still remember, okay? Now the two things to practice are how to play a scale, going up and down, and the other thing to practice is how to play a scale as in playing in a song, right? The main difference here is that this is just a theoretical little thing, and it's cool if you're playing in a C major scale, you can go like, you can go up and down, okay? However, playing a scale in a song, with that I mean basically not missing the wrong notes. As we already know, there's only 7 notes to be played in most of these songs. And basically, let's say we are in the G major scale, right here, okay? So that means we can only play this black note, F sharp as you remember, and these white notes right here, okay? So when you're playing that song, you don't want to hit any of the other notes, and basically it's like presetting your hands to that scale. Therefore, it's always good to change scales. And when people say, oh, I usually transpose my songs, because what you can do, and I'll teach you how to do that later, is you can take a song with a lot of difficult chords, which basically is just chords with black notes in them. Some people find them difficult, and they all transpose them to white. So what that does is, let's say we have a song that's being played like this. Okay, then what they would do is they'd say, oh, there's too many black notes here, so we're gonna drop it. Basically play the same thing, but now play it a little bit lower. Okay, and what that does is you're only playing white keys. Now, I really do not advise on this, because what it results in is you only being able to play on white keys. And I want you to practice your skills, not just running up and down the piano as most teachers advise you. I also want you to specifically practice with different type of songs, okay? So if there's any lesson, let's say you go to pgmpiano.com, you have the look at the specific lessons that I've got up right there. If there's any lesson and say, oh, we're gonna have 6 flats in this lesson, don't be scared, just try that, because it will actually teach you to play in different scales as well, okay? Or in different keys, as we might say. So a scale is something here on the piano. A key is what key the song is in. It's basically the same kind of thing, okay? So for instance, if a song would be in E major, it would have more black notes in there than if it's, for instance, in C major. So I want to advise you to practice songs in different scales, and especially the easy lessons are something that's really great to do that. So if you have a look at pgmpiano.com for any of the easy lessons, you can simply search easy right there and they'll all pop up. Try and figure out different songs. Also switch between flats and sharps. I know it doesn't really matter on the piano whether you play an F sharp or a G flat, which is the same note, but it will get you used to thinking, you know, in sharps and flats and how that whole system works, because there's kind of a little bit of a difference right there. Some people are really used to playing flats, and then when they have a song where they play sharps, they get really confused because the G flat, which they usually play, would now be an F sharp, so they're having trouble to find that note. So I want to advise you to do that. That was on how to practice your skills basically whilst playing the song. Basically practice all type of different songs and do that both in the left hand and in the right hand. That's really cool stuff you can do. So make sure to check out a couple of these specific song lessons that I've got on pgmpiano.com or even on youtube.com/pgmpiano, and we'll sort that out. Now as to the part on the piano, which everybody's talking about, how to practice your skills. Basically, all you have to do is run up and down. Okay, so from here and back. Okay, now the way to do that with this skill is by playing a thumb, pointer finger, middle finger, and then to pivot below, because you're going to end on the pinky. Okay, so if you have your 5 fingers right here, you want to have your thumb on this key. So like that, okay? Thumb, pointer, middle, pivot below, thumb, pointer, middle, ring, and pinky. Okay? Then go back, pinky, ring, middle, pointer, thumb. Now pivot over, middle, pointer, thumb, and you're back. If you want to continue, don't end on the pinky because you're going to get stuck. Now you need your thumb here again, so you can do the same thing right there. So here, what you do is you stop on the ring and then pivot underneath the thumb. When you go back, pivot your ring and go like that, okay? So let's have a practice at that. We'll do it once until here and go back, and then we'll go all the way here and go back very slowly. Okay, now let's go all the way here. All the way up until there. Okay, so you can practice that for a right, but you also want to practice it on left. Okay, that's going to be a little bit different because you're going to start on that pinky. The way I like to do that is like this. So basically the way you do it, going back right here, you do it from the left side. So pinky, ring, middle, pointer, thumb, pivot over, and go back down. Now the trick here is to go slow, and practice. That speed will come later, okay? Then swap to another scale, so maybe G, and you do the same thing. Okay, you can do it anywhere you want, right here. Now if you don't like that, you could also do it like this. Okay, that's up to you. I'm not very strict on how you place your fingers myself because my goal isn't to become a concert pianist. My goal is to be able to play songs that I actually like to play on parties, when I'm having fun, when I'm at the train station and we got a piano right there. And that doesn't mean that I don't want to have a good technique, but it does mean that you have to be reasonable. And if you want to have perfect finger placement all the time, first of all, what I like doesn't necessarily mean that you like it. And second of all, you're not going to notice the difference because you can actually play your own style. Unless you would want to become a concert pianist and earn your money like in concert halls. If your goal though isn't to do that and you simply want to have fun and play, even if you would want to become a professional piano player in a bar or in a hotel, you don't need to have perfect finger placement, okay? If you can play the stuff you want to play the way you like it, I'm absolutely fine with that. I've never had any problem with my finger placement. I know it's not always like conventional, like, ooh, how you have to play it according to the official rules of finger placement. But then also my fingers are quite short. So sometimes I cheat a little bit here and there. For me, the most important thing is that it sounds good what I'm playing. I don't really care how it looks with my fingers on the piano. But that's a choice you will have to make. Okay? So basically you can practice up and down. You can practice down and up. You can practice up and down and up with right and left, okay? And then you can also try different things like breaking it up, something like that, okay? So try different ways to do that. Okay? There's different ways to do that, both left and right. And then I also want you to practice something else, which I haven't really seen a lot. I want you to not always start on the ground note or on the tonic, okay? If we do the C major scale, you would usually start on the C, but I want you to start here. Okay, for the white notes only, the C major scales, that doesn't really matter, okay? Because this is always going to be the same, whether you start here. That's going to feel the same. However, when you put black notes in there, stuff is going to change, because if you were used to playing it like this, that is really going to change when you start here. You know, you're going to notice like, oh, whoopsie. Okay, so that's why I want you to practice also to start on different notes in that scale. If you want to practice your scales a lot, that's something very useful to do, because you're not always going to, when you want to do this little scale run, you're not always going to start on the ground note. You're actually going to start on other notes as well now and then, and therefore it's very important to do that. It will also really help you to get all of these different keys, the 12 different keys, the 12 different scales in your system. Instead of just always starting on a note, you will be able to recognize the keys a lot quicker, because you simply know which notes are going to be in that key, so you don't necessarily have to start on a certain note to get that. So I hope that makes sense to you. If you have any questions about these skills, let me know via the help button here on the website. But for now, I want to move on to lesson 2.8, Octave Practice. Hi guys, welcome to lesson 2.8, practicing your octaves. Now, as with the previous lesson, there's two parts here that I want to teach you. So first of all, I want you to get really used to playing octaves and even jumping your octaves around. And the other thing I want to teach you right here is to recognize octaves, okay? So if you're playing an A right here, then I want you to be very able to jump up to the next, jump up to the next, jump up to the next, okay? So we're going to practice that a little bit first before I'm going to explain you how to jump your hands. So I'm going to give you a couple of examples, and then I want you to do this by yourself by simply closing your eyes and finding a note whilst being blind, whilst holding your hand before your eyes or whilst having your eyes closed to get a random note. So I'm going to start right now. I'm just going to like, okay, what was that? A B. Okay, so now I have to first of all jump down and then jump all the way up to all of the B's. Okay, I can do this with my left hand, I can do it with my right hand, so I can close my eyes and what do we have? A D. So I have to go up. Okay, I want you to go up first. Go down, and you can go back up if you want to, okay? It doesn't really matter if you hit the note precisely with your finger or if you cross it a little bit like that. That's possible, okay? What I want you to do though is to train your eyes to recognize these notes everywhere and jumping octaves like that. Okay, we're gonna do another one. This one right here is C. Right there. Ooh, but I forgot a couple. There's one right here, but you cannot see it on the camera because the camera only reaches until there. And then there's another one right here, and that's off camera as well. So you'll probably find 8 C's on your piano. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. If you have a piano with 88 keys. So make sure to find all of them. I want to do another one. I've got an F, so I'm going to go up and then go down, and I can go back up like that. Okay, so practice that maybe like 2 or 3 minutes a day. Just close your eyes, hit a random note, and see if you can easily, with both hands, find all of the corresponding notes on the piano. That's one. That's practicing how to literally jump an octave like I explained to you in a couple lessons ago. Now the other thing is a little bit less easy. You're going to have to practice to actually play these octaves, okay? So what I want you to do for that is you can simply practice your scales whilst using octaves. So you can go do that. You can do it with right. You can practice by playing a nice pattern, which you might have learned in one of the easy lessons on pgmpiano.com. C octave, G octave, A octave, F octave, okay? No Woman, No Cry by Bob Marley. And so many other songs, okay? You can do that, and you can do it in the right hand as well. Or you can practice both hands at the same time. Right here. I also want you to practice to click the octave, or to fling it basically. So you get, instead of playing this, you're gonna get that. Okay? The bottom one is just quicker than the top one. Okay? You can do it like that. Okay? Like that. You can go down as well. Okay? So that might look like this. Okay, something like that. You can also go back down whilst going from the bottom. Etc, etc. And you can go from this side, which is a lot harder to do, trust me. Etc. Another thing you can do is trying to jump octaves like that and continue it on right here. Okay, right there. So you can do that. You can jump down and you can jump up. These are all kind of things that you can do. The best way though to practice the left hand is to play any of the easy lessons that I got on the website, that I got on the other website or on YouTube. Okay, because it's a fun way to play, and you're going to have to do that. And later on, we're going to be seeing that when we play chords, that these octaves in the left hand are very important. And the left hand, later on, we're going to connect to the chords. So when you play a C chord, your left hand is going to be on the C. When you play a G chord, it will be on the G. When you play D, F sharp, A, B minor, doesn't matter which chord you play, that left hand is going to jump to the correct position. That's what we're going for in the next 2 segments of this course. So I'm very much looking forward to that. For now, I want to invite you to have a look at any of these easy lessons that I got on YouTube or on the website and practice that a little bit, because it's more fun if you practice whilst playing songs than just to do this practicing stuff. I really don't like that much, to be honest. Okay, so make sure to practice that. You can practice running your scales with octaves, but what I would definitely advise you to do every day before you play, close your eyes, pick a random note like this one, and then simply find all of these notes on the piano as quickly as possible until you think that you've had all 12 notes, okay? And then move on with your playing, because it's good if you do that a couple of weeks to start recognizing exactly where these notes are located on the piano. Hi and welcome to section 3, chords. Now this is the most important section of the entire Ultimate Piano course. At least if you don't watch this, it's going to be very difficult to watch the rest of the course. So I want to advise you, pay attention, watch all of the lessons in this section. Even if you already know a lot of chords, this is a very, very important section to you. So again, this is not a theory course. This is the Ultimate Piano course, the course in which I'm going to teach you how to play the piano in an easy and quick way, but also how to progress really quick. And chords are going to help you so much with that. Now, having said that, this section is mainly going to be a theory bit, because it's just important for you to get all of these chords under your belt. And then in the next section, number 4, playing chords, we're going to actually put all of this knowledge to use. Okay, so sit through this one. I've put the most important chords for you to learn in the first couple of lessons, and then there's a couple of bonus lessons later on if you find that interesting to do your Sus2, your Sus4, and your augmented and diminished chords. Okay, but basically these chords are going to be really important. So let me tell you a little thing about chords. Chords are basically a combination of keys. So you might have 3 or 4 keys together. Okay, and it's just a combination. Now you don't always have to play them as a combination, but we'll see that later on as well. And just as in the previous section where we had these scales or the keys in which a song is being played, the chords are not so much providing structure by themselves. One chord won't provide you with a lot of structure, but as we will see later on, chord progressions provide a very good structure to you. And once you know which chords are being used in a song, that will actually give you a lot of structure as well. It will make it easier to play the piano. It will make it easier to find your way around the piano. You will actually start to see all of these chords, just basically like watching the Code of the Matrix. I don't know if you have seen that movie, but it was all green letters, and people who watched that for a very long time could actually see the stuff that was happening instead of the letters. And that's the same kind of thing we're going to be doing on the piano. So let me quickly show you what I mean. So maybe I'll be playing a song like this, right? And the reason that it's very easy for me to play something like that is because I know the 4 chords that I just played, and I know which order they are. And if I keep on playing them, you can hear that it's part of a song. Okay, so I can keep on playing these chords, and we call that a chord progression, and I'll be teaching you what that is exactly later on. But basically, if I know these 4 chords, the 4 ingredients, if you will, for this song, then I'll be able to play that song rather easily. I don't know if you ever sat next to a guitarist or people like near a campfire or whatever, and one of them wanted to sing and the other one wanted to play on the guitar, and they were like, oh, if you just play a G, B minor, A and F, then we got that song. And if you're wondering, what are these guys talking about? Well, these were basically chords. It's a couple of ingredients that allow you to play a song. So now let's have a look at the piano. So as I said, there's a combination of notes, and you could play white notes, you could play a white and a black note, you can play a couple of black notes. There's so many variations out there, okay? But basically it's a combination of notes. You don't have to play them at the same time. You could play a pattern, as we will see later on in section 4, where I'm going to teach you how to play with chords. But basically, yeah, it's a combination of notes. And we have a couple of families again for the chords. So the ones that we're going to do in this section are going to be major chords, minor chords, major 7 chords, minor 7 chords. We're going to be doing 5 chords, so it's not 5 chords. No, it's actually 5 chords. They belong together, a 5 chord. I'm going to tell you a little bit about what I call slash chords, and then in the bonus section we've got augmented, diminished, Sus2 and Sus4. And there's also going to be time to split up chords, which is very cool, especially if you do that with the left and the right hand working together. And inversions. Inversions are going to be so important for the Ultimate Piano course, and it's something some people are confused about. So we're going to do that, inversions, in lesson 3.4. But for now, I would like to move on to lesson 3.2, but not before I tell you this. Again, this is a bit of theory, but we're going to put that to practice in the next section, okay? So this is really important. If you want to skip through this, which I really don't advise, but if you want to skip through this, you have to at least watch major chords and minor chords, the inversions, you have to watch that. You have to watch splitting chords and slash chords, okay? So basically lesson 3.2, 3.3, 3.4, you have to watch them, 3.8 and 3.9. Okay, the other ones are also very useful, but if you want to skip ahead to playing songs, please do me a favor and at least watch that, because otherwise you're going to end up in section 4 and you're like, what is that? So lesson 3.2, major chords, here we go. Hi guys, welcome to lesson 3.2. In this lesson I'm going to teach you all of the major chords. So if we would divide the chords into chords families, like major, minor, major 7, minor 7, augmented, sus2, 6 chords, 5 chords, add 9 chords, all these type of chords, then we would always have 12 chords per family, because again, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 notes, okay? Now when we're going to play a chord, we're going to put the name of the chord on the thumb, okay, for this lesson, and that note is going to be on the bottom, okay, because we're going to be playing with the right hand. So on the bottom of the piano or the left of the piano, that's where the name of the chord is going to be. Now what do I mean with that? What I mean is, if I say C major, then the name of the chord is C, C major. So you have to put that C on the bottom or on the left of the piano, and if you play with the right hand, that's going to be your thumb. Okay, so C major, we would start on a C. F sharp major, it's an F sharp, so we start on the F sharp. Okay, G major, start on the G. B flat major, start on B flat. Doesn't matter which chord during these lessons in this section, except if I say otherwise, we're going to start on the name of the chord. Basically, you could call that the tonic. So if we have a C major chord, the tonic would be the C. If you have an F sharp major chord, the tonic would be the F sharp. Okay, so have the tonic on your thumb. So let's practice that a little bit. C major, we would have the C on the thumb. F sharp major, F sharp on the thumb. E flat major, E flat on the thumb. F major, there we go. B major, and let's do A flat major right here. Okay, now for the major chords, there's 3 notes per chord. So just playing one note is not going to cut it. We have to add 2 more. But luckily, there's a little trick you can use to figure them out. That's why it's important to start on the tonic with your thumb. Okay, so for major chords, there's a nice little trick. Now I'm gonna play this chord with my other hand, so don't be mad. I'm playing the C right here. I want to find C major, and if I want to find a major chord, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put 3 notes in between, so 1, 2, 3, and then I'm gonna play that next note right there. Okay, so now I've already found 2 notes out of the 3. As you can clearly see, there's 3 notes in between right here. Okay, so we could start on the C, put 3 notes in between, and I found the second note. Now, if I want to find the third note for major chords only, I'm gonna put another 2 notes in between and then play the one after that. Okay, so right here I've got C major. As you can clearly see, I'm gonna regrip. That's 1, 2, 3 notes in between and then 2. This will always apply to all major chords as long as you play the tonic on the bottom of the chord. Okay, so if I want to play a C major chord and I happen to know there's a G in there and I'm starting to play that and I go 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, I'm not ending up with a C major, but I'm rather ending up with a G major. Okay, so whichever note you start on doesn't matter, but that's the chord you're gonna get. If I want to start on an E flat, that's cool. I'm gonna count 3, 1, 2, 3 in between. So don't play this one, not that one, not that one. This is the one I have to play. I count another 2, and then that is the one I have to play, and I will get E flat major. Okay. Now, when you play a chord in such a position, with the name of the chord or the tonic on the bottom, we call that root position because it's in the position of the root of the chord, which is the name of that chord. Okay, root position right here. Why? Because the name of the chord is at the bottom. Okay, and we're going to find out later in lesson 3.4 in inversions why that is really important to distinguish. Okay, but since I've now explained to you how we're going to play these chords, it doesn't just apply to this lesson, it will apply to the next one, it will apply to lesson 3.5, 3.6, 3.7, and to all of the bonus lessons, because for all of these chords we're going to be playing them in root position, because that is how you can use this little trick to find them. So now that you know the little trick for major chords, I hope you remember it. 3 in between and 2 in between. We're going to find all the major chords starting with a C major. Okay, so right here, 1, 2, 3 in between, 1, 2 in between, we got C major right here. Now let's find D major, so we can simply scoop over. Ooh, that sounds a little weird. Why is that weird? Let's figure out if I got it right. I was playing this and that. I've got 1, 2. Oh, I don't have 3 in between. Okay, so I already screwed up right there. So from C major, you cannot simply move to the right and play a D major because this is not a D major chord. The little rule doesn't apply. There's not 3 in between and then 2. Okay, so I have to start over. D, 1, 2, 3. I have to go there to F sharp and then 1, 2 in between. Here we go. D major. Okay, so C major, D major. I'm gonna do E major and then I want you to figure out F major by yourself, okay? E major right here, look, 3 in between and then 2. Now what I want you to do is to find F major. So play the F, go up 3 notes and play the one after that, and then another 2 notes and play the one after that. Okay, I hope you found it. So 3 notes up and then the note after that will be this one, and then 2 notes up and the note after that will be this one. Okay, let's do G major, 3 in between and then 2. A major, 1, 2, 3 in between and then 2. B major, 1, 2, 3 in between and then 2, the white ones right here, and then we're back to C major. Okay, so let's play all of them once. C, D, E, F, G, A, B, and C. Okay, let me do that a little bit slower for you in case you were trying to play along. So let's go slow. C. Now play D. And now E. F. G, A, and B. Now let's go up to the black notes, and this is a little bit interesting because, as you hopefully remember, we've got two names for all of the black notes. We've got the C sharp, which is also the D flat. We've got A sharp, which is also B flat. Now luckily for the chords, this doesn't matter, okay? So C sharp major will also be a D flat major. It's exactly the same chord, okay? So let's again go over these notes: C sharp and D flat, D sharp and E flat, F sharp and G flat, G sharp and A flat, A sharp and B flat. So now the same rule applies, fortunately, because to every major chord this rule will apply. Put 3 in between, put 2 in between, and you get the chord. So I can simply play C sharp, 1, 2, 3 in between, play the next note, and 1, 2 in between, play the next note right here, okay? C sharp major or D flat major. That is the same chord, okay? Then it would be D flat, F, and A flat, okay? C sharp, we've got C sharp, E sharp, and G sharp. Now, D sharp, 1, 2, 3 in between, play the note, 1, 2 in between, and play the note, which is D sharp, F double sharp, A sharp, okay? Or it could be E flat, G, B flat, okay? And then for F sharp major right here, F sharp, A sharp, C sharp. Look, 3 in between and 2 in between. Again, this could also be G flat major. Right here, A flat major or G sharp major. 1, 2, 3 in between, 1, 2 in between. And the last one, A sharp or B flat major. 1, 2, 3 and 1, 2. So let's go over them one more time, the very last time, before moving on to the minor chords and lesson 3.3. So here we go. C major, D, E, F, G, A, and B. And then C sharp, D sharp, F sharp, G sharp, and A sharp, or D flat, E flat, G flat, A flat, and B flat major. These were all of the major chords. So for now, let's head on to lesson 3.3, minor chords. Hi guys, welcome to lesson 3.3. I hope you enjoyed the previous lesson where we were learning the major chords. In this lesson, I'm going to teach you how to play all of the minor chords. Remember, from the previous lesson, there's going to be 12 chords because there's 12 notes on the piano. And again, all of these chords are going to have the same kind of layout, the same kind of little trick in order to find these chords, as long as we play them in root position, which, as you hopefully remember, is with that tonic note at the bottom of the piano. I want to play the minor chords. Now, for the major chords, we had the pattern 3 in between and then 2 in between. For minor, we're going to reverse that. It's going to be 2 in between and 3 in between. And as you can hear already, the minor chords are a little bit less joyous. Let's say this one is quite hopeful, joy, you know, this one is a little bit more sad. And we get that with minor chords now and then, okay? So basically we want to start on the name of the chord again on the tonic and count down 2 notes and then play the next one. So we have these 2 and then 3 notes and play the next one. So we're right here, okay? C minor. Now we can also do that for D. And it will be here. So now you play all wide notes for D. 2 in between and then 3. E, 2 in between and 3. F. Oh, that sounds quite hopeful. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. Whoops. I made a little mistake. Or did I do it on purpose? Right here. That's the F minor chord. 2 and then 3. Okay. G minor right here. 2 and 3 in between. And then, no, that's too joyful. Here we go. 2 in between and 3. Okay. Finally, B minor. 2 in between and 3. So let's do them slowly and play along with me. C minor. D minor. E minor, F minor, G minor, A minor, and B minor. Okay? Now, of course, we also have them for the black keys, C sharp / D flat, etc, etc, etc. So let's do the sharps. C sharp minor, look, 2 in between and 3 in between. D sharp minor, 2 in between and 1, 2, 3 in between. F sharp minor, 2 in between and 3 in between. G sharp minor, 2 in between and 3 in between. And right here, A sharp minor, 2 in between and 3 in between. Or we could have D flat minor, E flat minor, G flat minor, A flat minor, and B flat minor. Okay? So let's one more time run through all of these chords, and then we're going to continue on with lesson 3.4, where it's going to get very interesting with the inversions. I'm sure you're going to want to see that, because that is going to be so good. Here we go. So let's do black and white through each other and go very slow so you can play along with me, and actually do that, okay? Play along with me right here. C minor, C sharp minor, D minor, D sharp minor, E minor, F minor, here we go, F sharp minor, G minor, G sharp minor, A minor, A sharp minor, and B minor, and we're back to C minor again. So these are all of the minor chords. Now we're going to have a look at inversions, and that's very important. So make sure to watch the next lesson, lesson 3.4, to learn all about inversions. Hi guys, welcome to lesson 3.4 of the Ultimate Piano course. Right now I'm going to teach you all about inversions, and this is so good, and this is just really important when you want to compose songs, when you want to play by ear, if you want to read sheet music and use a combination of chord and the sheet music. Remember how I said in lesson 3.2 that this is the root position of a chord with the tonic at the bottom. Now you may have been wondering, why do we have to put the note there? And what happens if I don't? What happens if I maybe play G, C, E instead of C, E, G? Would it still be a C major chord? Will the chord change? Or is it just a different way of playing that same chord? Well, actually, fortunately, it's very easy to explain. It doesn't matter in which order you put these notes. It doesn't even matter where you play them on the piano. You could play a C right here, you could play a G right here, and you could play your E right here, and we still have our C major chord. Okay, but for now we're mainly going to be looking at root position, first inversion, and second inversion. So we're not going to be splitting the chords yet. We'll be doing that in lesson 3.8. For now we're just going to look at the 3 different inversions you can make with a 3-note chord. Okay, so C major in root position, because the C is at the bottom or at the left of the piano. Now when I want to do a first inversion, all that basically means is I'm going to release that C, I'm going to add it to the top, okay? So I get E, G, C. So I went from C, E, G to E, G, C. As I've said just now, it doesn't matter in which order you play these notes, as long as you just play the notes from the chord. So whether I play C, E, G or E, G, C, doesn't make a difference in how we're going to call that chord. It doesn't make a difference in how it sounds, except for the fact that this C is an octave higher than this one, so it will sound a little bit higher, okay? But it will still sound like a C chord, C major chord. So if I play this, that is still the sound of C major, okay? I would have to go here to go to minor, okay? So C major in root position, and then if we move the C, we get into what we call first inversion, okay? So move the C up to the right, we get into first inversion. We can also release the E and add it to the top, and we have G, C, E. That is still a C major chord, but now it's in the second inversion. Okay, so root position, put the C on the top, first inversion, put the E on the top, second inversion, and now we can of course release the G and put that on the top, and we're gonna have our third inversion basically. But because there's only 3 notes, we're back in the root position. Look, C is back at the bottom, so we're back in root position. So for all of the major and the minor chords, we only have 2 inversions, the first and the second, because after that second inversion, if you're going to do the same trick, you're going to end up in root position again. So root position, first inversion, second inversion, root position. I would like to do this with all of the major chords only for now, but I'm going to do that slow. We're going to do the white ones first and then the black ones, okay? So let's start on C major, and I want to see the first inversion. So play that for me. Now the second inversion and the root position again. Okay, I'll go a little bit slower. Now remember, we're playing major chords, not minor chords. So D major, release the D and add it to the top. Right there is where it's gonna be. Okay, so from here to here, release F sharp and add it to the top, and now release A and add it to the top. Okay, so let's do the same with E major, and I'll go slow. F major, and if you're having trouble to follow along, to play along, but you can actually follow it in your head, but you're having trouble to get your finger placement in, that's fine. We're not really playing yet. We're going to do that in the next section, okay? And then I'm going to teach you how to do that, a little tricks on how to be better at that. But for now, I just want you to actually be able to see all of these chords going, okay? So G major. But if you can play along, please do. Or at least give it a go. Playing A major right now. And we're going to B major. First inversion, second inversion, and final one right there, the root position. So now let's do the black keys, and then we're going to be moving on to 5 chords in lesson 3.5. Hi guys, welcome to lesson 3.5. We're going to do 5 chords or power chords in this lesson. It's going to be very cool. We're going to be playing them in the left hand, not in the right hand, because we're mainly going to be using them in the left hand. And again, this is not a theory course. This is a course on how to learn to play the piano. So I want to put it in the left hand because that's going to be the most use to you. So basically a 5 chord is something like this. And we're going to again start on the tonic, okay? So this would be a root position 5 chord, yes, and a first inversion, we could have that right here. We don't really do first inversions a lot with 5 chords, mainly we're just playing it in that root position, okay? So we're going to be doing the 12 chords, C5, D5, E5, F5, G5, A5, B5, and then of course your C sharp 5, D sharp 5, etc, etc, etc. But for now I want to show you what a C5 chord is and why it's called a C5 chord. Basically that has to do with intervals. The G when measured from the C would be called a 5th. I'm not going to explain you why because it's really boring and it's not really lots of use to it, but that's why we call it a 5 chord, okay? And then the next note will be a C again, because in all of our 5 chords we're basically playing an octave and then playing that note that's in the middle. Now, how do you know if it's this note or this note? That's a very good question. Basically, we have yet another pattern. So first of all, we're going to put 6 notes in between, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then we're going to put 4 notes in between, 1, 2, 3, 4, in order to get our 5 chord. Okay, I'm going to be playing it here because that feels nice. So a middle C right here, we're going to go down quite a bit, and let's play C5 right here. Now I want to play D5, so let's put 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 in between. I have to play that one, 1, 2, 3, 4, I have to play that one, okay? For E, I have to play 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 in between, 1, 2, 3, 4, and E. Okay, for F, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then this is also going to be an F because it's always the same, so there's 4 in between, but it's also the same as the bottom note, F, C, F. Okay, so up until now, C, G, C, D, A, D, E, B, E, F, C, F, and yes, we can actually just keep on walking that way like this. So G, D, G, 6 in between, and then 4. A, E, A with 6 in between, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, and then B. Ooh, this sounds really not that nice. Why is that? Oh, look. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in between, and then 5. So that's not the pattern. We have to be here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 in between, and then 4. Okay? So starting on C, play along with me right here, okay? If you can. And let's move up to C. Okay? If you're having trouble to play this, don't worry, we'll figure that out later in section 4 where I'm going to teach you how to play all of these chords. Just fake it till you make it. So now we're going to play C sharp, and then we have to put 6 in between. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So G sharp is going to be the next one. 1, 2, 3, 4, and yet another C sharp. Okay? Same right here. D sharp, A sharp, and D sharp. Then F sharp, C sharp, F sharp, G sharp, D sharp, and G sharp. And now right here, I'm gonna have to sink into this wide note right here, the F, because we're playing A sharp, F, and A sharp. It's not really an F right here, it's an E sharp, but let's call it an F for now. Okay? So let's do all of them, starting on a white and go like this, okay? Right here, starting here, play along with me. And ending up here, okay? C, G, C. So these are the 5 chords. Now I want to head on to lesson 3.6 to do the major 7 chords. Hi guys, welcome to lesson 3.6. We're going to quickly go through these, the major 7 and the minor 7, because I don't want to spend too much time on them. If you need them, you're going to find them later on in the lessons on youtube.com or on pgmpiano.com. If they're gonna be there, okay? If you're gonna need them in a lesson, I'll mention them then as well. So I just want to teach you the pattern, show you a couple of examples, and then I want you to actually go and find all the other ones yourself, okay? So you could take a piece of paper and write the numbers 1 to 12, or you could write C, C sharp, etc, 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 and I want you to write all of these chords out as a little bit of a practice thing, okay? So for the major 7 chords, we're gonna start with any major chord, okay? And we're simply going to add a 7th. And where are you going to find that? Well, it's really easy. We have 3 in between and then 2. All we're going to do is we're going to add another 3 in between. And then the note after that will be the note we need. Okay, so 3, 2, and 3. They sound, you know, kind of jazzy. It's pretty nice. But that's basically the trick. So you take any major chord, add 3 notes at the top, and then play the note after that. Okay, right here. So for D major, it will be this one, because there's 3 in between here. Then for E, it's going to be here because there's 3 in between there. Then for F, right here because there's 3 between there. G, ooh, that doesn't sound correct, so maybe I have to move up. That's a lot better, 3 in between there. Okay, so just keep in mind on the right side, as long as you play in root position, keep in mind we have to play in root position. As long as you play in root position, you're going to add 3 notes on the top, play the one after that, and you'll have your major 7 chord. Let me do one more, B flat, right here. Okay, 1, 2, 3 in between, and I want you to go and find all of the other ones yourself. So we're still missing quite a few. Write down all of the notes: C, C sharp, D, D sharp, E, F, F sharp, G, G sharp, A sharp, and B. All of them on a piece of paper or on your iPad or wherever. And I want you to figure out all of these chords yourself before moving on to the minor 7 chords. Hi guys, welcome to lesson 3.7. Right now we're going to have a look at the minor 7 chords. Now, did you write down all of the chords from the previous lesson? I'm just checking because I know some of you are a little bit cheeky. So be honest here, did you write them down? Because if you didn't, please go back, write them down. You know, it will take you about 5 minutes and it's really important for the learning process. Anyway, just with the major 7 chords, we got a little trick. The minor 7 are 2 and then 3, and in order to find your 7th, you're going to play another 2 in between and then play that note. So this one is your minor 7 chord. Okay, same for D, put 2 in between and then this one will be your 7. Okay, let's do G right here, 2 in between, 3 in between, and then 2. Now I also want to do a sharp and a flat, so let's do D sharp right here, D sharp minor, and to add right here you have your D sharp minor 7. Okay, and let's do A flat, so right here your A flat minor 7. Why? Because there's 2 in between, then 3, and then 2. So now take out that piece of paper from the previous lesson, if you got it. If not, take a fresh sheet of paper. Write down major 7 and minor 7. And write down on the left C, C sharp, D, D sharp, etc. all the way down. And I want you to write down all of these chords. Okay, so figure them all out by yourself. But for now, let's move on to lesson 3.8, where I'm going to teach you about splitting chords. Hi guys, welcome to lesson 3.8, splitting chords. We're going to split these babies up. So basically when I'm talking about splitting chords, I mean you're not going to be playing it in a root position, you're not going to be playing it in a first inversion, neither in a second inversion or a third inversion, if that one exists. What you're going to do is you're going to split up your chord. So that could look like this. We could play an E and a G here, and then C's in the left hand, okay? Like this. What I'm doing is I'm playing C's in the left hand and E and G in the right hand. So when you're splitting a chord, you're usually splitting it between hands. You could also play E and C here and a G octave in the left hand. Now this is not really a C major chord anymore, but rather a C major / G, and we're going to learn more about that in the next lesson. But if I would play this, that would still definitely be a C major chord. Okay, so these are just a couple of examples. Now it's very useful when you want to play a major 7, for instance, but you don't want to play the entire chord in the right hand. So basically the left hand is going to steal a note, and usually that will be the ground note of the chord, or the tonic. So if we have our C major 7, what I could do is I could play the C's in the left hand and then play the rest right here. Okay, or I could even play it like that, and it will sound like a C major 7. I could even then play this one in an inversion and get the C major 7 here or even here. Okay, and why is that? Because we still have the same notes: C, E, G, and B. Okay, C, E, G, B. Right here. A very cool way to play a C major 7 chord. Okay, so I want you to keep this in mind. This was just a little example that you can split your chords and play them in the left hand, play them in the right, but be careful, because if you do it the wrong way, you're going to get a little bit of a different chord, as we will see in the next lesson, / chords. Hi guys, welcome to lesson 3.9. Right now we're going to be talking about slash chords. In the previous lesson I showed you that you can split a chord and I went through it rather quick. I did that on purpose. I don't want to spend too much time on it because we're going to be seeing that later on as well when we're playing these songs. So then we'll do a lot more with that. And right now I just want to introduce you to the slash you can sometimes see behind a chord. So when I say slash chord, it's actually written down like that. Let me show you an example above the piano right now. You can see A flat slash E flat. That is actually how you write them down. So an A flat slash an E flat basically means you're going to play your A flat chord, or let's say you play it here, A flat, C, E flat, and then you're going to repeat that E flat in the left hand. Okay? So you get this type of chord. Now while I'm playing an octave in the left hand, I'll show you that in section 4, so don't worry about that for now. I could also play a single note in the left hand, but basically what it's doing is it's putting emphasis on that E flat rather than on the A flat, which is the tonic. Okay, so this sounds a little bit different than this, or you could even do with a C like here. Okay, so any chord with a slash, that means that we're going to put the emphasis on the note behind the slash. There could be another note, so a note that isn't part of the chord. So maybe like this, okay? But that doesn't really happen a lot because the B flat isn't part of the A flat chord. You could see it right there, but it's not happening that often, okay? You could, for instance, see E minor slash C, okay? Which is just a mistake. It just means that you're putting a bit more emphasis on the C, but basically you're playing a C major 7 chord, okay? So sometimes you see it written down like that, but basically what I want you to know is that if you ever see a slash behind a chord, it means we're going to put a little bit more emphasis on that note, and how exactly you're going to do that you're going to learn in section 4. So don't worry about that for now. I just wanted to introduce you to the concept of splitting chords in the previous lesson and slash chords in this lesson. Hi guys, welcome to lesson 3.11. This is a bonus lesson, so you don't have to watch it in order to learn the rest of the Ultimate Piano course, but I think it would be very nice because these are the Sus2 chords, and in the next lesson you're going to see Sus4 chords, and they do appear rather often, okay, rather often. Especially the last couple of years I've seen more and more of them in pop songs turning up, so it might be interesting for you to learn that. And the rule for these chords is going to be one note in between and then 4, okay? So one note in between and then 4. So you start on C, you skip one note, you skip 4 notes, and you're gonna have your C Sus2 chord. So of course there's 12, we're gonna do them all right now. I don't want to spend too much time on them. So C Sus2, D major, we're gonna drop that down to right here. So just one in between and then 4. Okay, now right here, this wouldn't constitute because there's nothing in between. So you have to go a little bit higher, one in between, and then 4. So right here, then here, one in between and 4, one in between and 4, one in between and 4, and now we're gonna get a nice one as well. Right here, one in between and then 4, and then I'm back to C. Okay, so let's do it slowly and play along with me. Right here. Okay, now of course we also have them in the sharps and the flats. So let's have a look right there. Right here, look, there's one in between and then 4. One in between and then 4. One in between and then 4. 1 and 4, and right here. Ooh, that doesn't sound correct. Now why is that? Because I have to drop to the F. 1 in between and then 4. Okay, so here, like that. And these are all of these Sus2 chords. So keep in mind you're going to put one in between and then 4, and you'll get your Sus2 chords. Now let's move on to lesson 3.12, where I'm going to show you how to play these Sus4 chords. Hi guys, welcome to lesson 3.12. I hope you saw the previous lesson, the Sus2 chords. They're quite fun to play. Now we're going to do these Sus4 chords. A Sus4 chord is basically the opposite of a Sus2 chord. While we used to have 1 in between and then 4, we're now going to have 4 in between and then 1. So basically we have Sus2, which is 1 in between and then 4. Then we have minor, which is 2 in between and then 3. Then we have major, which is 3 in between and then 2. And now we have Sus4, which is 4 in between and then 1. Okay, so Sus4 right here for C. C Sus4. Let's move on to D. Look, 4 in between and then 1. Let's do G right here, 4 in between and 1. And let's do A flat right here, 1, 2, 3, 4 in between and then 1. And let's do D sharp, 1, 2, 3, 4 in between and then 1. So I want you to get that pad out again, or that piece of paper, that iPad, or your arm, or wherever you put those chords on, and I want you to write down all of these Sus2 chords as well as all of these Sus4 chords, okay? Now, this might be a good moment to explain you about the add chords. Sometimes instead of Sus, you see add. A Sus means replace, and add means to add, okay? A-D-D, to add another note. So, if we have a Sus2 right here, if we have an add 2, the chord would just be your major chord, and you added that note in, so you're playing 4 notes right now. Okay, same for the Sus4. If you have an add 4, you're gonna add that in and play it right there. Okay, makes sense? So it's not really that interesting. We see them very, very rarely. But if you ever see add, then you now know that you're gonna basically add that note. Okay, so now I want to have a look at the last 2 bonus lessons. Lesson 3.13 for the augmented chords and 3.14 for the diminished chords. Let's head over there right now. Hi guys, welcome to lesson 3.13. Now I'm going to teach you about the augmented chords. They're not used that much. They're used a lot in classical music and stuff like that, but in regular pop music, you don't see it used that very often. But they are useful to transpose from one key to the other one, so I'm going to include them in this bonus section. But basically, if you're kind of tired with all of these chords, you can just head on to section 4, and we're going to be playing, well, we're going to be actually playing songs, which is a lot more fun. Even though this is also very useful to learn. So that's up to you. I'm going to demonstrate to you the pattern for the augmented chords. So yet again, there's going to be 12. We're going to start on C. And as with the C major, we're going to put 3 in between. But now instead of putting 2 in between, we're going to put another 3 in between. So right here, ooh, we got our augmented chord. Now they don't sound that nice. Did I tell that yet? They're not really that nice in a sound. Right, here's another one, 1, 2, 3, and then 1, 2, 3 for D augmented. Let's pick A, so not here, but here. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Let's try F sharp. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. They're really sounding not that nice, are they? But basically, you could keep on counting, and then exit right here. Here and then here, okay? So there's 3 notes in between, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, and you always end up on your augmented chords. So what I want you to do is get that little pad out again, that little paper, and write down all of the augmented chords. Let me show you one more for B flat, 1, 2, 3 in between, and then 1, 2, 3 in between, right here, B flat augmented. Okay, so 3 and 3. Now let's move on to diminished chords. Hi guys, welcome to lesson 3.14. I'm going to teach you how to play diminished chords. As in the previous lesson, the augmented chords were a little bit weird. We had 3 and 3. And for the diminished chords, we're going to have 2 and 2 in between. So, starting on a C, put 2 in between, and then 2 in between. Ooh, they also don't sound very nice. 2 and 2. I could do that from a G. 2 and 2. And I could do that from a D, for instance, right here, 2 and 2. Let's try it from an A flat, 2 and 2. They really sound awful, don't they? But they're actually very useful now and then to transpose from one key to another. So again, for augmented, it's 3 and 3, and for diminished, it's going to be 2 and 2 in between. So what I want you to do is grab that piece of paper. These were the last chords we're actually learning like this, and then if there's other chords coming up later, I'll tell you that in section 4. This was the very last lesson of this section. So I hope you enjoyed this section. I hope you learned a lot of chords, and I would definitely advise you to, whenever you're going to play the piano, take 1 or 2 minutes, hit a random note like this one right here, and figure out a couple of chords. Okay, figure out the major, figure out the minor, figure out the Sus2 and the Sus4, and you can figure out the augmented right here and the diminished right here. You know, just figure out a couple of these chords for 1 or 2 notes every time when you play, so you get used to playing these chords, get used to the finger grip. You can do it in your left hand, you can do it in your right hand, whatever you want, but it's important to actually keep on playing these chords now and then. Now, the most fun way to learn how to play these chords is in the easy lessons, either on YouTube or on pgmpiano.com, because you can actually put them to use. Or in the next section, section 4, where we're going to be playing with chords, and I'm going to teach you how to use chords to your advantage to learn songs very quick. So let's head over to section 4 right now.
Hi guys, it's me, Mark from the future. You're currently watching the condensed version of the Ultimate Piano course on YouTube. Basically what I did is I left all of the important stuff in and I cut out a bit of the fluff. So if you want to see the uncut version, it's still available via the link in the description box down below. Also, I created a new course which is called the Virtual Piano Teacher course. It's a bit more slow paced, it's really much more in-depth, and there's a lot of tests and homework that you can do as well to really benefit from all of the stuff that I'm teaching you in the course. You can also find that in the link down below, so make sure to check that out if that's of interest. And if you'd rather just go through it quickly and keep the condensed version, just keep watching right here on YouTube.
Hi guys, welcome to lesson 4.1 of the Ultimate Piano course. Right now it's time to get down and dirty, because we're going to take the knowledge of the chords from the previous section and apply it to this one in order to actually be able to make some music. Now, if you haven't seen all the lessons in the previous section yet, I want to advise you to go back, have a look right there, and then come back here. Otherwise, some of the stuff may not gonna make sense to you. Now, this is probably the most important section of the entire course. If you grasp this section, it's definitely worth the price for the whole course, because chords are gonna allow you to play almost every song in an instant, okay? So in this lesson, I'm going to introduce you to playing chords. In the next one, we're going to talk about chord progressions, one of my favorite lessons of the entire course. Then in lesson 4.3, we'll do left-hand chords, and lesson 4.4, we'll do right-hand chords. Then in lesson 4.5, I'm going to show you what my basic setup is of when I'm actually playing chords, when I'm playing chords in the left hand and the right hand, what I actually do to play my easy lessons, as you can find them on YouTube. And then I want to demonstrate some left hand patterns, some right hand patterns. And in 4.8, we're going to combine left and right. Then in lesson 4.9, we're going to play a couple of songs. And in lesson 4.10, I want to talk about a standard chord grip. That's also going to be very important if you want to pick up on these chords quick. And then in lesson 4.11, I'm going to test you to see how much you actually learned in this section and whether you should go back or not. Okay, so basically, if you watch the previous section, you now know what a chord is, but you probably don't really know what you can do with them. So I want to demonstrate a little bit about that, okay? As I've told you before, most of these songs are built up out of 7 notes. And also, most of the popular songs are built up out of 4 chords. Now, sometimes there's a couple more, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 is usually the max, that would be the max. Except if songs actually change key, and we'll talk about that later on in the course as well. But let's just say a song has 4 chords, okay? We could, for instance, have a look at Someone Like You by Adele. These 4 chords are basically repeating over and over and over again, and you get the entire song for Someone Like You by Adele. That means that if you know these 4 chords, which are A major, C sharp minor, F sharp 5, and D, that you know how to play the entire song. So if from the previous section you still remember these 4 chords, I could tell you, hey, how about if you play A, C sharp minor, F sharp 5, and then a D chord, D major chord, what would you get? And then you could simply step behind your piano and in root position at least, play these chords. And it wouldn't really sound like Adele yet, but at least you would have the chords right. Now later on, when I'm going to teach you how to learn a new song every single day and all that kind of stuff, we're going to use these inversions that we did in the previous lesson. So then you would simply keep this one the same, and then you might invert this one from here to here, okay? Because you want to stay close. That happens a lot in songs, that you want to stay close to where you first play, then to here and here, okay? And then all of a sudden it sounds quite a lot like Someone Like You by Adele. Then if you apply the pattern, okay, you already hear that song. So that's why it's really important to learn these chords, because basically, and you're going to get better and better and better and better at this once you know 4 chords, or once you know the chord progression, as we're going to see in the next lesson, you're able to play that song pretty quick. Okay, so even in the basic chord layout, which I'm going to teach you in lesson 4.5, in lesson 4.5 I'm going to teach you that basic chord layout. I could just tell you, hey, play A and then C minor, F sharp 5 and D. So even in the basic layout you will be able to play that song for some people to sing along to, and then later when you're going to apply these patterns that I'm going to teach you in lesson 4.6 and 4.7, you'll be able to make it even a bit more cool. You would actually be able to play the original version, the original intro of Adele's Someone Like You, just because you know the chords and you have a little bit of experience with these patterns. So that's what I want to prepare you for in this section, in practicing chords and playing chords. And then in the next section, I'm going to teach you how you can actually find the correct inversions, the correct patterns and all that kind of stuff, because it isn't really that hard. So now let's have a look at lesson 4.2, where we're going to do the chord progressions. And after that, everything will hopefully start to make sense to you and it's going to be a lot easier. Hi guys, welcome to lesson 4.2 in the Ultimate Piano course. Right now I want to teach you about chord progressions. The very most important thing about this entire course is to understand chord progressions. So I'm going to spend a little bit of time here. You might think, I already get it, so I want to move on. That's absolutely fine. If you get it, move on to the next lesson, but this is the single most important thing. If you don't understand this, you're not going to be able to compose songs, you're not going to be able to play by ear, you're not going to be able to play a new song every single day as I do. This is the most important lesson of the entire course, okay? So watch it till the end. Even if you think you already know it, watch it till the end. And if you get bored, yes, you can move on to the next one, but keep in mind, this is the most important lesson. So what is a chord progression? Now, in pop music, these chord progressions are basically describing which chords are being played when. Whoever wrote Someone Like You by Adele, he wanted to have the same chords every single time. So he started out with an A, then a C sharp minor, then an F sharp 5, and then a D, and then he would go back again, etc, 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 for the entire song. It would never change, okay? So a chord progression is demonstrating what chord to play when. And usually these chord progressions are rotating. In most cases in popular music right now, you're playing the verse in one chord progression and then the chorus in another chord progression, okay? And if you don't know what a verse and a chorus is, we'll get that later on. But basically you would play a piece of the song like this, and then a piece of the song like that, and then you would go back to this and go back to that and go back to this and go back to that. Some songs have the same chord progression for the entire song, and some songs are a little bit more, I would say, cool, you know, a little bit more unique, and they have 4 or 5 or 6 chord progressions. And these songs will be a little bit harder to learn because you have to remember all of these progressions. So how does a progression look like? Like I said, with Someone Like You by Adele, you start out on an A, then you go to C sharp minor, F sharp 5 and D, okay? Now if you keep on playing this, you get that song, okay? Of course with a pattern in the right hand, but that doesn't matter because the chord is going to be the same. Like that, okay? Now, there's a couple of things that a chord progression needs to describe if you want to do it correctly, if you want to do it the way we're going to do in section 5. Okay, 1, which chords are being played? 2, how many counts do you play each chord? 3, which inversion are the chords in? And 4, if there's something that's different than the usual stuff, okay, maybe the left hand plays something else, you would want to have that in there as well. Okay, so that's the kind of stuff I want to see in a chord progression. If you give that to me, I will be able to play that. Okay, if you give me 4 chords, for instance, and then you say you have to play the first 2 counts and the last 2 4 counts, and then you would say, okay, this is going to be in that inversion, this is going to be in that inversion, this is going to be in that inversion, that's going to be in that inversion, and in the left hand, the last chord, you have to play a power chord instead of an octave. Okay, that would be enough information. I could play this song. Now, you don't always have that information, so in the next couple of sections, I'm going to demonstrate to you how you can actually figure all of that stuff out by yourself. And with some experience, you'll get better at that, okay? You'll play them in the root position and go like, I don't like this, I kind of, and you tweak it a little bit, and then you'll be able to figure that out. But basically, that chord progression is an instruction on how to play this song, okay? So let me give you the chord progression for the first part of Someone Like You by Adele. Okay, and you can play along with me. You can learn this song in the meantime whilst we're doing this. Why not? So you play A, C sharp, and E for A, and you have to play it 4 counts. Okay, and then G sharp, C sharp, E for 4 counts. F sharp, C sharp, F sharp for 4 counts, and A, D, F sharp for 4 counts. Okay, so I already know the chords and the amount of counts. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, one of the things that you could also add in your progression, but it doesn't really belong to the progression, is the pattern in the right hand. Okay, the progression is really what is being played when and how many times. Okay, so which chords, how many times. That's basically the progression, and then the rest is all dress up. The rest is all tweaking it, making it nicer. So this is the main progression. Play A, C sharp minor, F sharp 5, and D for 4 counts a pop. That is the progression for Someone Like You by Adele. Now, if you want to tweak that, you would say, okay, but in the right hand, you need to play this pattern, 3, 4, and then move to the next one, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 1, 2, 3, 4. Now, as we're going to see later on in lesson 4.5, normally I would play an octave with all of these chords right here, but when you play Someone Like You, you're not playing octaves, okay? So in the chord progression, you might write down, for the left hand, you play basically half a 5 chord right here, okay? And then right here, and here, and then D, A, D. So in Someone Like You by Adele, the left hand is actually not a normal left hand as we would play it, okay? A lot of the times we see 5 chords in the left hand, or octaves. Okay, but in this song we're seeing A and E, then G sharp and E, F sharp and C sharp, and D, A, D. So that's a little bit different than normal. So I could write that down in my chord progression as well. But again, that's not necessarily the point of the chord progression. In the chord progression, there's 2 things you definitely want to make sure: which chords to play when, how many times do I play them. Now, it's also possible that you have in between chords, okay? So you could, for instance, have this 1, 2, 3, and something like that, okay? That's also possible. So 1, 2, 3, 1, 1, 2, 3, 1, 1, 2, 3, 1, 1, 2, 3, 1. Whatever, okay? Something like that. That's also possible. Chord progressions can be all kind of stuff, but usually in about 90, I want to say 95% of these situations, you'll have 4 chords in every chord progression, okay? Sometimes there's 5 in something like this, where you play 3 chords and then 1, then jump over to the other. Or sometimes you only have 3 because one of them is being played twice as long. For instance, you could have this, Okay, so you play the A twice as long as the other ones. You could also have one in the middle, so a nice example of that is clocks with Coldplay right here. Okay, where we're actually playing this chord once and then this chord twice. Look, here we go again, and then this chord once. Okay, so the chord progression there would be E flat, B flat minor, B flat minor again, and then F minor. Okay, for 1, 2, and 1, 2, and 1, 2, and 1, 2, 1, 2. Okay, so 2 counts per chord. Another one is where we're actually playing a B flat chord and then an E flat again, and then F. Okay? Like that. So that's an example of a chord progression with 3 chords where the middle chord is being played twice as long. We've also got a lot of other examples where the first one is being played twice as long, or the last one. It's all possible, but usually there's going to be 8 or 16 counts divided in groups of 4. 4 times 4 is 16, or 2 times 4, so groups of 2 for all of the chords. 2 times 4 is 8. So 8 or 16 counts. That's what we're usually going to see. But for now, I think that's enough stuff about the chord progressions. I hope you've learned to play Someone Like You by Adele, even though I went over it really quick. I wouldn't normally do that if I wanted to teach you this song, but basically I just wanted to show you how to do the chord progression. So for now, I want to have a look at lesson 4.3 to check out the right hand chords. Okay, let's have a look right there. Hi guys, welcome to lesson 4.3. I know the previous lesson was a lot of information, but we're going to spend the rest of the entire course to work that out. Okay, so there's going to be a lot of stuff about chord progressions, and I'm sure you're going to get that. For now, I want to have a look at the right hand for the chords. So we're playing our chords in our left hand or in our right hand when we're just playing chords in a normal way, by playing chords. Okay, and what I like to do is I like to play them in my right hand quite a lot. It's not just me, there's a lot of people who play chords in their right hand, and there's stuff like this. Pirates of the Caribbean, where you're basically playing a bunch of chords. Look, chord, 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 and another chord. Okay, so sometimes the right hand is playing chords like that, with little notes in between, and when I do my easy lessons, usually the right hand is just playing those chords. Okay, so you could, for instance, have this as a song. So I could, for instance, play these chords for 2 counts per chord to get a song. Okay, like that. That is a possibility, and I do that quite often, and then I would pair it up with the left hand right here. But how I do that, I'll tell you that in lesson 4.5, okay? But for now, it's important to understand that you can play these chords as a block. Right here. You can also apply a little pattern, and we'll see that later in lesson 4.6. Okay, the little pattern of Clocks by Coldplay, as well as the pattern before of Someone Like You by Adele, and we got multiple patterns for that. Okay, but what I want you to understand is that in both these cases, the right hand is just playing a chord. So whether we're playing these chords right here, or whether we're playing these chords, or whether we are applying a pattern, we're just playing that full chord in the right hand. Okay, now sometimes you don't play full chords, sometimes you do what I did before with Pirates, okay, where you play a couple of separate notes, in this case A and C, and then Okay, you don't always have to play that full-on chord the entire time as a block. You can split it up by pattern, and we'll talk about that later, but you can also put notes in between the blocks. Okay, so for instance right here, what we're doing is we're playing 2 octaves and then all of a sudden a chord and a chord. Okay, so then you're playing lyrics with chords, and it's always very cool to do that, to put lyrics in a chord, because it makes it sound way more full. It makes it sound really nice. It's a little bit tricky to do that when you're improvising in the beginning, but later on you'll actually get used to that, and it's really cool. Okay, an easier way to do that would be this, where you're basically stealing the D from the chord. Look, the chord we're playing is a B flat major chord. I'm playing B flat F and B flat right here. The D hasn't been played yet, so why not play that in the right hand, okay? So maybe right here. Like this. We could do that, okay? And then we're using these chords in a completely different way than what we have been doing before, where we're just playing them as a block. So let's say you want to play this. Why not use the chord? Okay, you're still getting that melody line, or so you can use the chord in the right hand in a lot of different ways. Now I want to have a look at chords in the left hand. I'm gonna keep it a little bit shorter right there, because basically all of the stuff we've been doing in the right, we can also do in the left, but in the left I'm usually doing some other stuff. So let's have a look at lesson 4.4, left hand chords. Hi guys, welcome to lesson 4.4. I want to talk to you about the chords in the left hand. Basically the main chords that I'm playing in the left hand are octaves, which are not really chords, but I like to put them in here anyway. I also play 5 chords a lot, okay? Five chords, as you already know, with a little note in between. Right here, okay? Now what I like to do a lot of times is apply a pattern. To match with the right hand, okay? But I'm going to tell you the patterns later on. So in the left hand, mainly octaves and sometimes 5 chords, okay? Very rarely do I play something like with someone like you, like by Adele. I play a little, this isn't really a chord, but basically it's an interval. But I guess you could call it a chord if you combine it with the note in the right, okay? So I play these little 2 finger things, and look, we're back to a 5 chord again. So that's the main stuff that I do in the left hand now when it comes to chords, okay? And there's a bit more information that I don't want to share yet, because I want to build this up in a chronological way. So take my advice. I know in the beginning it might be a little bit struggly, but have a look at the easy lessons on YouTube. I've got about 100 modern ones and 150 of the older ones, okay? So make sure to check that out. They're on youtube.com/pgmpiano. But for now I want to have a look at lesson 4.5. Okay guys, so I'm glad to see you're still with me, and right now we're doing lesson 4.5, chords and octaves, and we're going to put them together. We're going to play chords in the right hand and octaves in the left hand, and together that's going to give a really nice blend of sounds. So whenever we play chords and octaves in most of these situations, let's say you play your chord in root position, right? You got the tonic, the name of the chord, the ground note basically on the bottom. Okay, so that is the way we're going to do a couple of chords right now. So let's do something fun. Let's start on a C, then go to F, G, F, and back to C. Okay? Right here. And we're going to match that with left as well. So I want you to play C, E, and G, F, A, C, G, B, D, F, A, C, and C, E, G. Now in the left hand, we're going to match the ground note or the tonic of the chord. So since we're playing C, we're going to play a C octave in the left hand, okay? Then as we move up to F, I want you to play an F octave, and then for G, you're going to play a G and an F, okay? So Now I know this might be a little bit tricky in the beginning from, you know, this kind of perspective where you have to do two things at the same time, but this is something you want to learn a lot because this is really important. So we're going to go very slow and I'm going to teach you a couple of tricks to do that, okay? So first of all, the right hand, as you can see, isn't even changing posture because C, E, G, there's two wide notes in between. We're moving it over to F, so there's also two wide notes in between right here, and then G, there's two wide notes in between, so you can just keep that in the same grip. All you have to do is place it in the right position. So you're just going to keep that in the same grip basically. All you have to do is place it in the right position on the piano, okay? So you can lift it up and basically play that. Now let's do that slowly, okay? So start here, lift off, scooch over, play again, and right here. Okay, now for left we're going to do octaves. Okay, so hopefully you remember how to play octaves. Play a note on the pinky and on the thumb. It's going to be the same note, and what you have to do is relax your hand. Okay, relax your hand a little bit so you can actually play that octave. Don't be up here because it's going to be very annoying to play. No, I'm actually allowing my hand to drop. So a C octave, move up to an F octave, G octave, F octave, and a C octave. Now this is going to take you a little bit of time, took me some time as well, to get the standard grip of an octave, okay? But once you have that, you can just put that on the piano and play it anywhere. It doesn't matter where you play. The black notes are going to be a little bit closer together than the white ones. Basically, once you have the grip, okay, and that grip is always going to be the same for the white keys because the distance is the same no matter where you play your octaves. Okay, so we're simply going to match them, play the same octave as the note of the right hand. Right here. Okay, we're going to do that with a whole bunch of other chords. We could include chords with black notes. Right here, okay. F, A, C, F, B flat, D, G, C, E, back to F, B flat, D, and F, A, C, okay? Like that, okay? Left hand is now going to play the name of the chord, F, okay? Now, again, an F is at the bottom, but this is not the root position of the chord, so I have to put that in root first, B flat, D, F, because it's a B flat major chord, so the left hand has to play a B flat octave. Okay, then C was in G, C, E, so that also wasn't in root position. So C, E, G with a C octave. Okay, so we start on F. Go very slow, take as long as you have to find the correct notes. Don't play it before you got it. Make sure all of your fingers are on the correct notes. Now play it. Okay, let go. Make sure your fingers are on the correct notes before you play it. Okay, go back. Fingers on the correct notes, check them all. And fingers on the correct notes, check them all. Yes? Okay, now we're gonna do it again. Make sure your fingers are on the correct notes, guys. Check them all. Like that. Okay, so now let's do the other one again, right here. Confusing like this, okay? So you can toy around with that a little bit. Now sometimes you don't play the octave that corresponds to the name of the chord. For instance, the song Viva la Vida by Coldplay. If we have a look at the chords, we got D flat right here, D flat major, then A flat Sus4. I hope you saw these Sus4 videos. A flat Sus4, a regular A flat, and then an F major chord. Look right here, F major. Okay, so D flat, A flat Sus4, A flat, and F major. Is it major? No, it's minor. It's F minor. Okay, So don't worry if you can't find out these chords really quick. We'll get to that later, okay? In section 5, 6, 7, and 8, we'll do a lot of that. But for now, what I want you to realize is we've got D flat, okay? So the note would be D flat right here. Then we've got A flat sus4, so the note would be A flat. A regular A flat, so the note again would be an A flat, and then F minor, so the note would be an F. Okay, but if we look at the left hand, we've got D flat, so that's correct, but now we're playing an E flat. We're not playing an A flat octave. Otherwise it would sound like this, and then right here and here. Now listen to the difference. Or this. That sounds a lot more like Viva La Vida. Why is that? Because the second chord is an A flat sus4 / E flat, okay? So there's an E flat behind. Remember when I said these slash chords in the previous section? When there's a slash, the note that's behind that slash is the one that we want to emphasize. Now in 99.9% of the cases, whatever is behind the slash is going to be a note that's already in the chord. So let's check. A flat, D flat, and E flat, and yes indeed the E flat octave is part of this chord. Okay, so that's what we're playing that. That means that if somebody tells you, hey, let's play D flat, A flat / E flat, A flat, and then F minor, that you would have to play this. D flat, A flat / E flat, A flat, and F minor. Okay, if somebody tells you, hey, play D flat, A flat sus4 / E flat, A flat, and then F minor, you would have to play this. And you get Viva La Vida. Okay, because you then have to put that other octave in the left hand. So that's important to remember. We're going to combine left and right usually with a chord in the right hand, octave in the left, and then if there's a slash, that octave is not going to be the tonic, it's not going to be the name of the chord, but it's actually going to be whatever is behind that slash. So I hope that's clear. Basically, if there's no slash, play the name of the chord. If there is a slash, play whatever is behind the slash. But for now, I want to move on to lesson 4.6. Hi guys, welcome to lesson 4.6, left hand patterns. Right now I'm going to show you some of the patterns we can play in the left hand and how to build up. Now keep in mind I'm giving you some building blocks in this section, but I'm not actually teaching you how to play specific songs. I'm doing that on YouTube. But in the next section and section 6, we're going to be working more and more towards that. And what I actually want to do, what I want to achieve, is that you get to be able to play all of these songs you want, even without my help eventually, okay? That's my goal here. So I'm going to show you a couple of left hand patterns. I just want to demonstrate that there are patterns for the left hand, and then which patterns specifically you get to play, we'll get to that later on. And I'm also teaching that in all of the individual lessons on youtube.com/pgmpiano, okay? So let's just have a look at the piano and do a couple of patterns. One of the most basic patterns is just playing a single note. So let's say we have the chords C, G, A, and F. Then you could just play a single note. Okay, that is a pattern for the left hand. But that's actually a chord progression, just playing one note at a time. Okay, another pattern, another thing we can play in left is to play octaves. Okay, there's also stuff where you go back and forth. Okay, or the other way. Like that, okay? You could be together and then just the thumb. This is one of my most favorite patterns for the left hand. I do that a lot. Play an octave and then just the thumb. Okay, give that a little go. Sometimes we do it like this. Kind of sounds like With or Without You. Okay, sometimes we use the middle note as well, so we play a 5 chord basically. Let's take it a little higher. Sometimes you play it like this. where you play the bottom note of the chord of the 5 chord, the middle note, the top one, and the middle one again, and then you do the same. Sometimes we play the bottom one and then the top 2. Sometimes we play the bottom one, the top 2 for 3 times. We do that quite a lot as well. Okay. Another thing that we see quite often is where you play the 5 chord and then go up to the next note. Okay, so if you play C major, C, G, C, E, C, G, and then G, D, G, B, G, D. Okay, like that. And there's of course a lot of variations. Now later on, when we're going to be playing by ear and when I'm going to teach you how to actually learn a new song every single day, it's going to be our job to identify these chords so we know that there's a C, a G, an A minor and an F. Even though that might be a little bit tricky for you right now, later on I'm going to teach you some very easy tricks to find these chords, okay? So let's presuppose you know the chords already. C, G, A, and F, but you want to get that other sound and you want it to sound like this song, like we did with Adele. If you hear this, it still doesn't really sound like this song. You need to apply that pattern, and it's the same right here. So then you can choose from all of these patterns, the ones I just showed you, and there's even more of course, to find a thing that really suits this song. Or if you want to change the style of this song, okay, where you for instance have a very rock song, or what I did with Despacito for instance, basically play a basic pattern like this and make the song go very soft, okay? So for instance, if we would want to play With or Without You by U2, these aren't the official chords, but we can use this. Okay, so you can use the patterns in the left hand to pick something that sounds like a song. I know that I'm going through it all quite quickly because this to me is still kind of theory, and I don't want to spend too much time on theory. We're going to spend a lot of time on the practical bit. So now basically, if you think about what we've been doing so far, we had these skills which were basically showing you which notes to choose from. Okay, 7 notes in a song usually. Which notes are they? These are the only notes you can play. Then we had the chords, and then we had the chord progression. And what I didn't tell you yet is that if you basically take these chord progressions, all of these chords will fit into that skill. Okay, I'll get to that later on as well, a little bit more in depth. Basically, we have a song, we put it in a skill, so we know which notes to play. Then we have a chord progression with 4 chords. These 4 chords will usually be in that skill as well. Because of the chord progression, you know when to play which chord and how many times to play it. And then now we're going to apply those patterns to the chords so you know how to play that specific song, taking into account the inversion and the pattern, okay? So basically, as we will see later as well in the play by ear section, there's a couple of things you have to do in order to play a song. Know the skill, know the chord progression, know how to play the chords in the specific inversion, and then apply the pattern. And that's only 4 steps and you'll be able to play a song in an easy way, basically playing those chords. Then later on we're going to be able to build out those patterns into actually lyrics or melody lines, and then you'll even be able to play those as well. So right now I want to head over to lesson 4.7 where I'm going to teach you about right hand patterns, and I'm just going to demonstrate a few of those because we'll be talking about it later on as well. So let me demonstrate a couple of these right hand patterns in the next lesson. Hi guys, welcome to lesson 4.7. Right now we're going to be doing right hand patterns. Now these are not limited, okay? I'm just showing you a couple of examples so you get an idea of what we can do in the right hand. But later on I'm going to share you more and more and more. And if you have a look at youtube.com/pgmpiano, all of my lessons up there will demonstrate the specific pattern for the specific song that we're playing. Okay, now keep in mind, I'm just making all of this stuff up. Okay, these patterns. Patterns don't really exist. But if you want to play a song exactly the way the artist is playing it, then all you have to do is mimic their pattern. But they could have also gone with another pattern, okay? They just chose a specific pattern, and that's why this song sounds like that. So I want you to take it a little bit easy on yourself. The most important thing is to play the correct chord at the correct time, yes, in the correct inversion if possible, and then you basically have the song. The artist or the musician or the singer-songwriter or whoever is playing it then picked a pattern to make that song sound really cool, okay? And we are of course going to play those patterns as well, but just keep in mind that that is the part that they literally made up. They went like, ah, this sounds kind of cool, I'll do this, okay? But anyway, let's have a look at the right hand. Let's say we have a chord, a C chord. Let's do the same chord progression as I showed in the left. So C, G, A minor and F, okay? We can just play those chords in a block like this. Or we can leave out notes by just playing octaves. We could also just play a single note. And again, you don't have to remember these. Let me repeat this one. You don't have to remember these because I'm just showing you a couple examples so you know that they exist, okay? You could also go for a double one. Right here. Now this is a little bit cheeky because I'm playing my G and my thumb. Okay, so right here. Okay, or I could pick these two. Okay, right here. Then I could play another inversion if I wanted to. Or I could play a 5 chord. Okay, that is also a pattern. Now I can also split up the chord. Okay, there's so many things you can do. Okay, like with someone like you by Adele. But what I want you to keep in mind is that a lot of the times the right hand is going to play a certain pattern for all of the 4 chords. So if you realize what the pattern is, then you can simply play that song. Okay, you get Apologize by One Republic just by playing these chords and applying a basic pattern of the top 2 and the bottom one, okay? Etc. Now sometimes the right hand is playing the chords with little notes in between. Okay, that's also possible. It's all right hand patterns. There's so much stuff going on. So I'm going to be teaching you how to do many of these chord patterns in the lessons on YouTube for the specific songs, so you always have the exact pattern that you want to play for that specific song. But I'm also going to teach you a lot of them in the rest of the lessons right here in the Ultimate Piano course, because I'm going to be demonstrating you quite a lot of stuff here. We're going to be practicing how to play stuff, and then I'll put in different chords because I like to practice along with actual songs. So I'm going to teach you quite a lot of songs in this course as well, and I'll just pick them. Whatever song I find useful at the moment, I'll teach you how to play that song, and we're going to be applying the left hand and the right hand pattern that is useful to that song. So I want to thank you so much for watching this. Take your little break, okay? Take a little break and then add on to lesson 4.8. Hi guys, welcome to lesson 4.8 of the Ultimate Piano course. In this lesson I want to talk to you yet again about combining that left and the right hand when we're playing chords. When we're playing chords in the right hand, it's going to be a little bit different than when we play a lyric, okay? Let me show you what I mean with that by showing you the difference right now. So let's say we're playing a simplified version of Hit the Road Jack. And we could of course also do that with octave in the left hand. Right now we're playing the chord and octave configuration, which you see in all of my easy lessons, okay? Which is the octave in the left hand and a chord in the right hand, okay? Now that chord doesn't have to be in root position as they are right now, okay? It could also be different, for instance right here. Okay, but it's gonna sound a little bit weird like that if I want to play this song, so. If you play the lyrics, it's more gonna be something like this. Okay, and then continuing on. Okay, whereas with the chords you would just play this, allowing you to sing to it yourself. Okay, so that's the difference that I make with easy lessons and vocal lessons. If I do a vocal lesson on YouTube, you will have the lyrics in your right hand, you have the vocal line in the right hand. But for now I want to stick to the chords, and then in the next section, section 5, we're going to be doing a lot of lyric work in the right hand, and also a little bit more chords, because basically we're going to play a lot of songs right there, okay? So for now what I want you to understand is that it would be very handy if you change your right hand, that your left hand actually jumps to the correct chord automatically. Okay, so as you can see, no matter how I put my right hand, my left hand automatically jumps to the correct chord, to the correct octave, I have to say. Okay, that works like this. I'm basically adjusting my right hand and my left hand is jumping to the correct octave. Okay, I don't really have to think about it that much because my left hand is basically trained to jump to the correct octave. Now, why is that handy? That's handy because you don't have to watch your left and your right hand at the same time. You can just put your right hand in a certain position and the left hand will follow suit, hopefully, okay, if you're trained correctly. So how can we practice that? Basically, it's a matter of playing a lot of chords, and that left hand on an unconscious level, your left hand will be linked to your right hand, okay? So if you place them right here in a certain chord, that left hand is actually going to be jumping. And of course, when I'm not playing, it's a little bit harder, but yeah, that left hand is automatically jumping. I'm not really thinking about my left hand that much. Right here, for instance, this would be an A/C sharp. That is when it doesn't come in that handy, okay? Because you would have to overrule your left hand, because normally it would automatically go here. Okay, we've seen that example right here. Okay, because normally I would go right here. If I don't really pay that much attention to my left hand, it would automatically jump to that A flat octave, okay? So basically what I want to do is I want to play some of the chords in the right hand, and I want to see if you can get your left hand on the correct octave, and we're going to do that quite a bit to get you up to speed on that. But yet again, the only way to really practice this is by playing a lot of songs and by playing a lot of these chord progressions from the easy lessons or from the songs we're going to do in the next section, and you can get up to that level, okay? It would just be so nice if you could do that because it's going to make playing so much easier. Okay, so very nice thing to put in your left hand. So let's play a couple of chords. I'll play a chord in the right hand, and what I want you to do is to play the octave that matches on the left hand. So don't pay attention to the right. I just want you to play the matching octave on the left, okay? I'm going to start with root position chords, so you only have to watch my thumb basically, and that note is going to be indicating which octave you have to play right here. So if I play this, you have to play this note, which is an A, you play the octave. Okay, I am then going to play the octave as well, so you can check if you had the correct one. This is the middle C. I'll be playing my chords in this area, so you can play your octaves in this area. It doesn't matter if you play your octave here or there or there, that's all fine, but this area might be a good area to stick with. Then after a little while I'm going to change things up and I'm going to play chords in inversions, and that's going to be a bit more tricky, so see if you can keep up there. Okay, so here we go. Root position chords only. Play the octave matching. If you're playing this, you're correct. Okay? Okay, I hope you can keep up with this. If not, don't worry, it's not the easiest thing in the world. Now I'm going to change it up and play inversions as well, okay? I'll give you a bit more time to think. See if you notice what this is. If you're playing an F octave, you're correct, okay? Okay, I can totally understand if you're having trouble to keep up. This is normal, okay? If you'll be able to get them all, you're doing extremely well. But what I want you to do is I want you to keep in mind that this lesson is up in the course. And after doing section 5 and 6, and if you've been practicing a little bit, maybe a month or 2 months later, I want you to come back to this lesson. I'm going to do a couple more for you. And I'm pretty sure you're going to be able to play a lot more than you were able to do now. So let's do another 20 or so, then we'll be moving on to lesson 4.9. We're going to play that song Hit the Road Jack with a couple of chords, and I'm going to show you a little transposition right there as well, just for the heck of it. And then we'll be going to lesson 4.10, where I'm going to show you a little trick on standard chord grips. And in lesson 4.11, that test is coming up already. So let's do 20 more chords, see if you can keep up, and then move on to the next lesson. Okay, so that's about enough practice for now. Let's move on with the next lesson. Hey guys, welcome to lesson 4.9. I'm going to teach you how to play Hit the Road Jack in a very easy way just here to get some chord practice in, okay? So the first way we're going to do it is we're going to play an octave in the left hand, play an A octave, a G octave, an F octave, and an E octave, okay? You can already hear that. Like that. You can also have a look above the piano. You can see the chords right there, okay? A minor, G, F, and E minor, okay? And the left hand, as I said before, is simply playing the octave that corresponds to the name of the chord. So A, G, F, E, A, G, F, E. Now, the right hand is going to play all of these chords in root position. So very easy. A, C, E, right here. A G, B, D, F, A, C, and E, G, B. Okay? So right is playing this, and all you have to do is keep your hands in the same grip and move it down, okay? Now we're going to play it together with left. You can do it slower if you need to go slower. And just play along with me right here. And we can kick up speed and pick up speed a little bit right here. And now we're going to slow it down again. And now we're going to do something nice because we're going to play right first and then left, okay? And now we're going to play left first and then right. Which one do you like better, right first? Or left first? I like left first a lot better, so... If you're having trouble, you can play a single hand. But I want you to actually get used to playing octaves. So take it very slow and go here. You could also play the right hand in the same chord. Or the left hand. Okay, but ideally you would be moving like this. So this is a chord progression. So that is a chord progression. We're just running through these 4 chords that we've got above the piano. So now that we had a little bit of practice, I want to transpose them to the original chords. So we've got A flat slash G flat, F flat, and E flat. It's not the easiest chords in the world, but I think you're ready for it, okay? So the left hand is going to play A flat, and then when it's a slash, remember you have to play whatever is behind that slash. So A flat, G flat, then F flat. I hope you remember that from the first section. We have an F right here, so F flat is half a note lower than the F. So basically, we usually call that an E, but right now it's being called an F flat. Okay, so left is going A flat, G flat, F flat, and then E flat. Okay, so right here. Let's give that a little go. Play along with me. Now the right hand is going to play A flat minor, so A flat, C flat right here, and E flat, okay? Then you're not going down, you're staying at A flat, C flat, E flat. And then you're going to go to F flat right here. Remember, this is normally an E, but right now it's an F flat. And then E flat, okay? So... Now on its own that sounds really weird, but when you add in that left hand, it actually makes quite a lot of sense, okay? So let's give that a little go. Here we go. Slowly. Right hand stays the same. If you're having issues, just practice your left hand first. then practice the right, and now put them together slowly. And now let's see if we can do left, right, left, right, left, right, and left, right. Take it as easy as you have to. In order to play it, okay? So practice that a couple of times. I want to now head over to lesson 4.10 to tell you everything about standard chord grip. Hi guys, welcome to lesson 4.10 of the Ultimate Piano course. Right now I'm going to share you the secret of standard chord grips. What does that mean? Well, basically it means that, and I'm going to be talking about the right hand predominantly now, we have a couple of grips. Even though there's more than 100 of chords, way more than 100 of chords, a lot of them actually look a lot alike. If we, for instance, have a look right here, this one looks a lot like this one, this one, this one, this one, this one, and even this one, and right here. It doesn't mean they're the same kind of chords, because we have major, minor, minor, major, major, minor. Ooh, what is this? Diminished, and then major again, okay? But that doesn't matter. All I care about is how your fingers feel on the piano. And when we look at that, it's exactly the same, okay? Because on every chord right here, we've got two notes in between. So that is what I like to call a standard chord grip. And if you get used to this and put that in your system and play it like a lot of times, your unconscious will get used to this kind of grip, okay? Another one of these standard chord grips is this one right here, okay? Because we have it right here, but we have the same shape here. We have the same kind of shape here, here, even here. Ooh, that is an augmented chord, very weird. But also here. Did I mention this one before? And then here again, of course. So, right there, even there, okay? Even there on a Sus2, even though that's a little bit off, but because it's a black note, you can kind of get away with that. Right here, here. So these are all kind of the same grips, okay? You can get really used to that. Then there's another one, this one right here. Okay, you can play it here. Play it here. Let's see, play it here, play it here. Even play it here. Okay, they are all kind of the same grip. Right there, 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 and there, okay? And by playing these, by basically layering them on top of each other, instead of playing 5 different chords, it's basically the same kind of chord, even though the grip varies a little bit right there, of course, more than when you do it right here. The idea is the same, okay? There's another ones that go this way right here, okay? Okay, this also looks a lot like this, okay? Then we have grips like this one and this one. There's not that many of them going on because you get into the augmented realm there. But anyway, standard grips as well right here. Then we have this one and this one. They're a little bit different than the other ones. We have a lot of grips like this one, okay? Right here, 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 here. They're almost, all of them are almost the same, okay? Of course we have our sus grips right here. Right there. And then here. And here. Okay, so there's a lot of these grips which are not unique to one chord. They're actually reoccurring in other chords as well. Right here, it's almost the same as this. It's looking a lot like this and this and this and this. And if you can get used to the idea that it's not just 185 chords or however many chords there are that we regularly use, then you can actually start to identifying these grips a lot sooner, okay? And the more you play them, this for instance is also quite a standard grip right here. the other way around, here, here. The more that you get used to the fact that we actually play the same sort of grips all the time on the piano, the faster you'll be able to pick that up, okay? So I want your unconscious to register that mainly, that almost all of these grips kind of look alike. We have like 7 or 8 different shapes, but apart from very minute differences, they're all the same. Hi guys, welcome to section 5 of the Ultimate Piano course. Right now I'm going to be teaching you the thing that most of you want to learn so damn badly. Combining your left and your right hand together so you can actually play all of these amazing songs. Now I just want to talk you through what we're going to do in this section of the course. Basically, I'm going to use a couple of songs as examples and practice some stuff with that. I'm going to show you some different examples here and there and show you how I combine my left and my right hand. And I'm also going to explain at which moment you want to combine your left and your right hand, because a lot of people just don't know when to start combining. So I want to explain that. Actually, combining left and right is true magic. So it's not a trick, it's a click. And at the moment that it clicks, it will become true magic for you, because you'll watch your hands moving on the piano almost as if by themselves, and that's really weird. So the main issue here is that we as human beings, especially guys, as you know, have a lot of difficulty focusing on 2 things at the same time, okay? Focusing on 2 things at the same time is the kind of stuff where you have to draw a square with one finger and then do a circle with the other one. Like, I also really cannot do it. It's just really difficult stuff. It's this kind of thing, you know, and that's just the way it's gonna be. But as you're gonna find out in the next lesson, there is actually a way to store stuff in your muscle memory, and that is going to help you, because that will mean you will only have to focus on one hand at a time. One of the other things you can do is, instead of focusing on your right hand the whole time and playing your left automatically, or focusing on the left and playing the right automatically, you can actually switch between hands really quick now and then when that requires your attention. So you're gonna see that as well. And apart from that, if you do happen to have a driver's license, I don't know if you've been driving for quite some time, I assume you may have been, especially if you're like me from Europe. We drive all of the cars with a stick, with a manual, okay? I know in the States and in Australia and in some other countries, a lot of cars have automatics. But if you drive a manual, you have to do the clutch with your foot and your brake and your gas pedal with the other foot, and then you have to do the stick and you have to steer and you have to watch all the mirrors. There's so much stuff going on. And probably by the time right now, if you've been driving for a couple of years, you're having a chat with your friends, you're looking at buildings, you're doing all kind of stuff, and you're not really focusing on driving. As a matter of fact, sometimes you'll arrive at home and you think, oh my god, I can't remember the last 20 minutes of driving. Like, did I even stop for the red lights and all that kind of stuff? What happened at that moment is you were kind of in a little trance, as we might say, okay? And when you play piano and the hands start to blend, you will also go into a little light trance, a little meditative state, where you will see your hands moving, but you're not really thinking about it anymore, and the hands just move and they don't even seem to be your hands. So if you can get to that state, it's really cool, because you can actually enjoy listening and watching yourself play the piano. Now, this will only happen with a lot of repetition and with the stuff I'm going to explain in the next lesson. So if you want to learn more about that, make sure to have a look at the next lesson, at which we're going to talk about unconscious and conscious levels of learning. Hi guys, welcome to lesson 5.2. Right now I want to talk to you about unconscious and conscious levels of learning. Basically, we have a conscious mind with whom we're focusing constantly, and if you don't believe you have an unconscious mind, well, I hate to break it to you, but you do. The unconscious mind regulates stuff like your breathing, and yes, you can interrupt your breathing if you want to. Just don't breathe for a little while and you will interrupt that. It's helping you to blink the eyes, and yes, again, you can keep the eyes open if you want to for a long time and it will start to hurt, but yes, you can interrupt it. But there's also stuff that your unconscious is doing, like regulating the amount of sweat you produce, your blood pressure, the whole digestive system, okay? It's not like you're sitting on the couch, you go like, yeah, I'm gonna ask my stomach to maybe use some fluids and start digesting my food. No, that all happens by itself, okay? It regulates your breathing when you're sleeping, and it takes you through the different stages of sleeping. It's also the part that makes your eyes close when somebody is actually trying to put their fingers in your eyes. That is your unconscious mind. Your unconscious mind is constantly doing all kind of stuff in the background, if it were. So if we know that, it might actually be cool to store some of the information of a song that we're playing in the unconscious mind, so we don't have to consciously focus on it. And that's exactly what we're going to do in this episode, in this lesson, okay? So what I want your unconscious now to do is to pay specific attention to this lesson, because I'm going to tell it how to store all of the information. So you're going to be able to learn lessons a lot quicker whenever you use this method. And even if you don't, your unconscious now will start to understand how to do it. So even if your conscious mind is being a bit thick, your unconscious can start to pick up these kind of things. Cool? Okay, so I want to talk to you about the 4 levels of learning. Basically, whenever we learn a task, we have 4 different levels. And let's put them on the screen right here. We've got unconscious incompetence, conscious incompetence, conscious competence, and unconscious competence, okay? Unconscious incompetence, it means that if you're not paying attention to it, you cannot even do it, okay? But you don't even know what it is, whatever you want to do, so you simply cannot do it. Then we have conscious incompetence. This is the situation where a lot of people are in. When they're consciously trying to do something, okay, when they're consciously trying to shoot a basketball through a hoop, they're not able to do it, okay? If they're unconsciously trying to do that, like they're just doing something else and they're throwing a basketball and they're not even thinking about it, then usually they won't be able to do it. But if you're consciously paying attention to the ball, you look at the net, you throw it, and it misses all the time, that means you're consciously incompetent. Even when you're paying conscious attention, not constant, but conscious attention to it, you're not able to make that shot. Then we go into conscious competence, okay, the next level, a level where a lot of people get stuck at. It means if you're really paying attention, if you're conscious with that ball and with that hoop, and you throw it, you're able to put it in. Okay, if you're conscious, you're able to do it. Maybe not every time, but a lot of the times you are. So that means that when you're starting to play a game and stuff happens and you're trying to focus consciously and it gets really hard, you're not able to make that shot. Okay, and then above that, unconscious competence means that even if you're not paying attention, like maybe you're paying attention to the defense or to somebody coming in, you're able to shoot that ball through the hoop. Okay, unconscious competence is where we want to get. It's where most people say it takes you 10,000 hours to learn something. Okay, that's the level of unconscious competence. I don't think it has to take that long at all. It definitely didn't take me 10,000 hours to learn like a specific piano song, but yeah, it's gonna take a couple of hours for you to be able to play a lot of piano pieces, of course. Now, why is it important to know these 4 levels? Basically, it is important because when you make that switch between consciously competent and unconsciously competent, which means paying attention to the piece and being able to play it, and then not having to pay attention anymore, but still being able to play it, like maybe even order a coffee in the meantime, okay, whilst your hands will just continue. Right in between there is where you want to start combining your hands, okay? So that means that if you figured out the left hand a little bit, and you figured out the right hand a little bit, you're not going to want to play them perfectly before you put them together. A lot of people want to practice their left hand perfect, then their right hand perfect, and then they fit them together. The problem is that the molding, the blending part has already happened. Okay, it's like if you take an egg, you put the egg white on one side and the yolk on the other side, then you bake them separately and then you try to put them in an omelette. It's not gonna work, okay? They've been baked, they're solid right now, they're not gonna change anymore. What you wanna do is have the egg and mix it and then pour it in the pan and bake it into one solid omelette, if that makes sense, okay? You're paying conscious attention to the left hand, you're paying conscious attention to the right hand, and when you do so, one at a time, you're able to play it like half the times, 3/4 of the times you're able to play it, but you're not able to play it every single time, okay? Sometimes you still mess up. That's the exact moment when you want to start blending them and when you want to start putting them together. Now, of course, this means that you will drop again, okay? Your success rate will drop. So if you've been able to do 2 out of 3 times, 2 out of 3 times separately, then you put them together, you drop back down to maybe 1 out of 10, okay? And this can be very frustrating, but this is the point. You want it to fail a couple of times together, right? Because then you can start to learn how to actually play together. The new connections in the brain will be made with the 2 hands together and not the 2 hands separately. So if we have a look at the piano, let me demonstrate something right here. So maybe I want to play River Flows in You. That little bit right there, okay? Now, if I'm practicing, I know that I have to play this and this with the left hand, okay? With the right I have to play. Okay, now maybe I'm quite okay on the piano and I can play that all in one go. That's absolutely fine. What I would then do is just give it a go. Okay, and Okay, that's okay, and then just put them together. And you're done, okay? But it's also possible that you're not that experienced yet, so you may want to focus on left. Okay, and then on right. Wait. Wait. Ah, there I go. Okay. Then when you've done that a couple of times, you... Okay, yeah, I managed it. That's time to put it together. So then you're gonna... Wait, that didn't work. No. No, wait. Together. Okay, and then you want to build it in like that. Okay, so you're not gonna do this until the end of the day, until you got that perfect, and then do this, because it will for always be two separate things in your head. Okay, when you blend them, you want it to be one piece, one omelette. Okay, now for the next bit. So you want to go right here, maybe. No. There. And then... Wait. Okay, so... Maybe you can get it, but you have to think about it a lot. Oh? Or here. Okay, and then for the right hand you go... No, wait. No. Etc, etc. You get the point, okay? I'm basically faking it a bit here, of course, but that's what you want to do. You want to be struggling a little bit. Then when you get it... I'm even having trouble because I only know it when I play left and right together, okay? Because I made an omelette out of it. I cannot play it just in the right hand. So that's really frustrating to me. I don't know. Okay. Anyway, when you then play together, you can then start to merge that. And if you make a couple of mistakes, that's fine, because when you will get that click, left and right will be together and your omelette will be formed. I hope you like that metaphor. For now, I want to move on to the next lesson, where I'm going to show you how to practice that left hand up to the level that you're ready to combine it with right. And then the lesson after that, I'm going to demonstrate how you want to practice your right hand so that it's ready to be combined with left. Does that make sense? Let's head over to lesson 5.3, left first. Hi guys, welcome to lesson 5.3, left first. Now basically in this lesson I want to demonstrate a little bit of stuff, and I have to be very careful because in the previous lesson I explained to you that I don't really like the idea of learning left and right separately all the way, okay? Because you're gonna have to stop at a certain moment and blend them together. So I want to just say this once so I don't have to repeat it for the rest of the lesson. This lesson is demonstrating to you how to learn your left hand up till about 75%. So learn left until you kind of know it, and then move on with right, and then blend them together, as I was saying in the previous lesson, okay? But anyway, if you're gonna learn left, here's a couple of tricks. So I hope you watched the chord lessons, okay? Especially 5 chords. A lot of the time, like if I take the example of River Flows in You, the left hand will be doing this. okay, which are basically 5 chords with a little sidestep here and there, okay? Look, there's a difference between learning with your hand and learning with your head, okay? In the beginning, you're gonna have to pay that conscious attention, and then later your unconscious will kick in and it will store stuff in your muscle memory, as we might say, okay? The muscle memory simply means that you've been doing something so many times that it's stored in there, okay? When you're opening a door, you're not really thinking about grabbing that handle and turning it and opening it. No, you're just opening that door. And that's the same on the piano. But before you know that, you're gonna have to actually learn that consciously with your mind, paying attention to it. So how do you learn your left hand easily whilst looking at it? Because that's basically what we're going to be doing. We're going to be looking at that left hand. Well, in a lot of cases, we're actually going to be playing 5 chords. So this one, for instance, F sharp, C sharp, F sharp, is a part of River Flows in You. Okay, and if you have to learn all of these notes separately like this, and here, then it's going to be a bit of a mess because you have to learn all of these notes separately. But if you look at them in chords, then all of a sudden it becomes a lot clearer right here and there. Okay, now you might say, Mark, you played D, A, E, and then later on, okay, I'm not going to be able to reach that, but I played A, E, C sharp. Yes, that's right. Sometimes a composer changes the chords a little bit, but usually there's some kind of chord to be found there, okay? In a lot of the pop songs, you will find just the regular chords, like a 5 chord here, there, and then there, okay? And that makes it very easy. If you recognize the chords, all you have to do is remember the first note, for instance, or the last note, or whatever you want to focus on, and then the rest of the hand will fall in the right grip. Remember, from the standard grips, the 5 chord is one of those standard grips where you just know the distance, so you only have to get one finger in the right position, and then you'll be able to play that quite easily. Now, for River Flows in You, we're going to need a little bit more conscious attention, because on the second and the third chord, we're not playing a 5 chord, but we're actually playing something else. Okay, right here, that would be a D sus2, okay, instead of a D5. Look, I'm playing the E, but I'm putting it up there. So, you would have to consciously make the decision to go from a 5 chord to this one, a 5 chord, but just a little bit further, okay? And then right here, you have to consciously pay attention to that C sharp before continuing on right there. So if it was just these chords, let's for example say that it are these chords, okay? Then you can just play your 5 chords. That would happen with most of these songs. Of course, I had to pick this one, which is a bad example, but you know, it kind of works. So that means that I would just play these chords like this a couple of times, and then I would start walking them. Okay, now I may want to actually, before this gets into my system too much, I would put in the exemption. So right here I would move up, okay? Or you could go here and then there, but you're gonna have an issue right here. So play that and then here, okay? So that left hand, I basically want to get a good mental understanding of where to go. Okay, I'm also releasing my left pinky when I have to. Look, I'm releasing the pinky. Okay, don't try and stretch this. Just simply, as soon as you hit that one, release the pinky and play that. Okay? Now, once you have the idea that you kind of know what's going on, you have to start practicing that left, remember? But what I want you to do is I want you to get to the conscious level of being able to close your eyes, look at the piano, and simply, if you want to, you can use those red lights that I use, but simply light up the keys of each chord. So you say, okay, I'm gonna play my first chord, or you could see your hand on there, like you see your hand on the piano. Okay, that's the first one. You don't have to know what they're called, but you could if you want to. Second one, I have to go up to the C sharp and then this one, okay? So you at least consciously know exactly what to play. Then one more time you're gonna do that. You may have taken a little break in between. or not, and that's enough. That means you've got your left hand down, and now it's time to move on to your right. I like to do my left hand first and then do the right because I base all of my lessons on the chords you can see above the piano. Okay, that's what I like to do because it gives a lot of structure, and when you have the structure in the left hand, you know exactly where to put in your right. So that's the way I like to do it. You could also start on right, that's absolutely fine. But remember, do not learn it all the way until it's perfect the entire time. It has to be a little off. Even if the notes are correct, but the tempo is just a little off, doesn't matter. So that's when you want to start blending it with left, because you want that final click to only happen when you're playing your hands together, never when they're being played separately. Okay? So for now, let's move on to lesson 5.4, I guess. That's called Then Right. Hi guys, welcome to lesson 5.4, Then Right. So for right, let's stick with River Flows in You. We want to play this. Okay, so basically in the right hand we usually have to deal with a lot more tempo kind of things, and also the notes, whereas compared to left where they're just really nicely, let's suppose they're all 5 chords, there we go, like this. You know, that's quite easy to play. In right we're spreading, then we're going close. And then all the way over here and then back and forth. So the right hand is usually doing a little bit more delicate work than the left, okay? Usually, not always, but usually that's the case. So for right, you're going to pay a little bit more attention so you know it. So again, you want to learn these notes off by heart. Okay, starting here. Now basically, in my mind, this is an A chord, okay? Leaving out that E. But basically I'm playing an A chord right here, A, C sharp, E and A, okay, which makes it easier for me to remember, okay. Now I'm playing an A5, okay, so again I'm using these little tricks, these little chords to help me remember where to play. It's not just a random note, okay, it's not a coincidence that this is an A and an A5, okay, in combination with that F, making for a very nice F sharp minor 7 chord. Okay, so A, C sharp, A, G sharp, A, G sharp, A. Now I want to basically get familiar with this because that's where I'm gonna have to start. So I get that, and then I'm trying to find out my fingering, okay, my finger position. So I could do this. But it's not really logical, so I'm trying to figure out what would be the most efficient way to play this. Well, my ring finger is already here. My thumb is still here. And then what I like to do is I like to play with my pointer finger, okay? Some people might do it like this. That's absolutely fine. But I just like to play with my pointer finger. And I'll move that over a bit. Okay, so I'm trying to figure out where do I place my fingers. Okay, just toying around a little bit. And when I figure that out, then I'm gonna play it very slowly, and I'm gonna cut the piece in half. So I would do. Okay, so up until there. I'm only going to play it like 2 or 3 times, a little bit. Even if I don't really get it, even if we go like... You know, then I still want to continue on to the next one, because again, you want to have that blend in your right hand. You don't want to have 2 little parts that are not connecting, because then you get the same idea as with left and right, but now in your right hand. So you'd be able to play this. And then you go like, oh shit, what do I have to do now? Oh. And then you're too late, okay? So you're going to practice that first bit a couple of times. Hopefully you get it like this. But that basically depends on your level, right? How soon you're going to pick up. Later on, you're going to be quicker and quicker and quicker with this stuff, okay? So let's say you play it like this, slowly. You really have to focus and think about it. 2, 3, you're still counting it. And then you go here. And then here, okay? So then you want to do So you get used to that. And now you want to get used to the last bit right here. To connect that to there, okay? So you basically want to make this blend so that everything fits together. Okay, even if you play it in this kind of rhythm, okay, then you want to start working on the rhythm a little bit. So my order is to figure out the notes first, and then I want to figure out my finger position. So I might even go like this. Just so I know, just so I have a mental picture. That's my strategy, okay? I have a mental picture and an auditory thing. Like, I can kind of hear how it's going right now. So I have those two, and then I want to practice a little bit. Then I want to practice the next bit. Okay, then I want to start linking. And then I want to start paying a lot of attention to the rhythm. That was too late, so now I have to do it again. That one sounded okay. So now that I've done that, I'm actually ready to blend it with left, okay? And that's when you get the massacre. That's when everything is gonna go to shits and bits. If you're lucky, you get something like that, okay? And then you go, okay, wait. These two first, and then together right here, because you have to figure out when to play together. Ah, that one is before that one, okay? Okay, something like that. And basically what you want to do right now is be very patient when you put them together. I'm going to talk to you about that though in the next lesson, blending left and right. Hi guys, welcome to lesson 5.5, blending left and right. I hope you saw the previous lessons 5.1, 2, 3 and 4. It's really important that you do before watching this one. Okay, so now we basically got a pretty good understanding of what to play on left. We have a conscious representation of that, either in the form of what you're hearing, so you're hearing the notes, or you have a picture right there, or even if you want to do it by feeling the keys, okay, by knowing where to place your hands, that's absolutely fine as well. Now what I want to do is, before we play it perfect in both hands, is blend it, okay? Now sometimes it goes a little bit quick. You might notice that a song is quite easy to play for you. It's maybe not easy to remember or to all play at once, but it's easy to play. Then what I would just do is just always play together, like just start. So instead of doing left and right, you just go like left has to be kind of here and right, and you just do something like that. Okay, that's absolutely fine, but basically we want to be at that point where you're not going to be able to play it perfectly with two hands yet. Okay, so what you need to do then is slow down, relax, slow down. This is going to be a bit of a situation where usually you get frustrated, so slow down, play it slowly, and try and play it as perfectly as possible. Not the tempo, but at least the matching. Okay, so what you do is you play it like extremely slow if you have to. Sometimes that makes it harder, okay, but sometimes okay, now this is also the moment where if you figure out that you made a little mistake, you can still correct it. Okay, so maybe you forgot a note on the right hand and a note on the left hand. This will be the time to put them in, right here. Okay, so go slow. Here. And here. Okay, now I just made a little mistake, and that's absolutely fine because that's the phase where we're in. We're not playing this song correctly yet, okay? We're trying to blend it right here. So go again, even slower. Okay, now for somebody like me, I mainly play the piano by hearing, okay? I get feedback auditorily and then I adjust based on that. It's very difficult to play really slow because basically I lose all sense of rhythm, and it's just like, okay, I kind of lost it, okay? But if you're somebody who's very visual and you put a blindfold on, then you're going to have a lot of trouble to be walking erect, aren't you? So it's that kind of idea. But then for sounds, for me on the piano, if I play slow, I kind of lose where I am, and then it's really difficult for me to keep it up. And then when I hear it back, I go like, oh shit, that was very bad. So for me, it actually doesn't always help to play it slow, except if I really look at the piano. So I have to play it so slow that I can watch both my left and right hand at the same time. So I'll look back and forth. Okay, doing it like that. So sometimes it's actually good to speed it up a little bit and fill, okay? Now what I don't want you to do is to go up to this speed before you're actually able to do that, okay? Okay, making a little mistake right there, that's an issue, okay? So then you have to slow it down, okay? That's sounding quite alright. So what I want you to do is to play with this. Always start out slow. If you feel you get it, or if you feel you're going too slow, then speed it up quite a bit. So I would pick it up a little bit. Okay, but if you're having trouble with your fingers, with the finger placement, then you might have to slow it down. So what I want you to do is to experiment, not just now, but every time when you're learning a new song with different speeds, okay? Sometimes it helps even if you played quicker than the original song. So you can do that at the blending stage. If you missed out a couple of notes, you played it and think, that sounds really weird, check it out again. And this is the time to put the extra notes in before we actually lock it down. Because once you've been playing this a couple of times, it will get stored in your muscle memory, whether you like it or not. And it's going to be a little bit tricky to get it out. Okay, so that's why it's very important to, at the blending stage, make sure you know exactly what you do and play slow enough so that you play the correct notes. And if you make a mistake, go back to the beginning, and sometimes if you make a mistake, continue on anyway. Okay, I'm going to be talking to you a little bit more about that in the next lesson, 5.6, basic pointers on combining. Hi guys, welcome to lesson 5.6. This is the chill out lesson. This is the relaxation lesson. I'm sure you cannot see, but I'm relaxed, man. Like, this is the lesson where we're just gonna have a little chat, you and me, and we're gonna talk a little bit about how you want to actually play piano. So I'm no expert on this because I am self-taught, but I did have a couple of lessons. I had like 4 or 5 piano lessons in my life, and in the first 2 lessons we mainly talked about posture. Okay, so a lot of pianists sit up straight, you know, and they have their arms like this. I don't know if you can see, but they have their arms like this, shoulders relaxed. Some people are really like going like that, you know, doing the hair toss when they're playing heavy metal on piano. I don't know. For me, I notice a lot that when I'm combining left and right and I'm struggling and it's not really going well, and I take a little step back, so to speak, that my shoulders are here. Okay, I'm in a cramped position. I'm not really playing relaxed. My hands are like this, you know, like cramped and stuff. At that time, it's a good moment to either take a break or just realize that you're being a little bit stressed and take it easy. So at least drop the shoulders, like make that relaxed. The shoulders have to be completely relaxed and just hanging, okay? It's the arms that do the work. Shoulders have to be relaxed. Neck has to be nice and relaxed. If you got a stiff neck, ask somebody to give you a little massage or something, okay? Have a little hot water with some lemon, okay? Take it easy, because when you're playing like this, it's impossible to get a really nice sound out of the piano because you're playing in a cramped position. Make sure that all of the muscles right here are smooth and relaxed, okay? Same goes for the hands. You want to have soft and relaxed hands. If you have dry hands, like right now I've got some dry hands, you might use a moisturizer. Now this might be a little weird if you're a guy, you never done that before. I personally don't do it because they don't get that dry. But if they're dry, they are not as supple as they could be, so you might use a moisturizer. In the winter, when it's cold, a lot of people show me warm-up exercises on the piano. That's all cool if you want to do that. I actually made a video on that a couple of years ago. What I just do is if I have cold hands, I draw a little bath for my hands. So I just, you know, in the sink or whatever, I put some hot water in there, and not very hot, okay? Like, yeah, maybe 36 or 37 degrees or whatever that is in Fahrenheit, if you calculate in Fahrenheit, like body temperature. And I slowly put my hands in there, or I put some water in there that's not cold, neither hot. Put the hands in there and then put on the tap with some hot water to slowly rise the temperature in the sink, okay? What that does is it makes my hands really nice and warm, because in winter sometimes you really don't realize how cold your hands are, and it's very difficult to play with cold hands. So you always want to make sure your hands are warm. I saw one of these amazing pianists in the Netherlands, and he was giving an interview, and he was wearing gloves inside, and they were like, dude, why are you wearing gloves? Well, when I get home I want to be able to play the piano, and I don't want to do warm-up exercises for 20 minutes. And I'm like, dude, just put your hands in the sink with some hot water and they'll be smooth as you ever want them to be. So that's another tip. I also want to give you some tips on how to actually put the left and the right hand together. If you make a mistake or an error, okay, what I want you to do in the beginning is to just play through it, okay? Try and play through it. Except if you make that same mistake a couple of times, because you don't want the mistake to get locked into your system. Okay, so if you make the mistake once, play through it. If you make it again, I would go back to the beginning. If you then make the mistake again, slow it down and see if you can get the mistake out. If you then would make the mistake again, I wouldn't go back all the way to the beginning, but I would actually pick another point, because again, we don't want to keep on playing the same part, because it will get locked into your muscle memory. So let's say you make a mistake right here, you play it, oops, you make the mistake, you just keep on playing. You play it again, oops, you make the mistake again, you go back to the beginning, you slow it down, way down, okay? You play through it really slowly. If you would then still make the mistake, you go back, but not to the beginning, but like maybe let's say here, a couple of notes in front of it, and slowly play that until you don't make that mistake anymore. Then go back to the beginning, play it slowly. If you don't make it anymore, pick up some speed and play it. If you then make a mistake again, doesn't matter, you just keep on playing. You do that for like maybe 2 times. If you still make the mistake, slow down again and do the whole thing again. Okay, basically we want to keep the unconscious and the muscle memory guessing where we are, so it doesn't lock it into place before it's actually good. I also want you to have some fun when combining left and right. Play around a little bit, sometimes play a different tempo on purpose just to fool around if you feel like, hey, this is fun. It doesn't sound like the actual song, but just play it in a little bit of a different tempo before it's being locked in. But again, don't do that too often, or that other tempo will get locked into your muscle memory. Okay, so just do it once or twice and then continue on again. It's also very important to take breaks. Take a break now and then, and also take a break from a song. If you've been working on a song for like a couple of days and it doesn't really work, pick another song to do in between so you can switch between songs. It's very useful to switch between songs with different keys, okay? So if one of them is in C major, just playing all of the white keys, you may want to switch it up to playing an A flat key or something like that, a key with a lot of black notes in it, okay? Because you want to keep your hands guessing in the process when you're still learning until it actually locks into place again. So now we're going to head on to lesson 5.7, where I'm going to give you a couple more pointers and then we'll finish up. Hi guys, welcome to lesson 5.7 of the Ultimate Piano course. I just want to give you a couple of ideas right here. So if you want to practice combining left and right, you can do it with the easy lessons, the easy method, which is an octave in the left hand and a chord in the right hand. That is one of the easiest things to practice. You don't really have to practice all the combining that much because you're just playing all of the stuff together, and if not, you're basically drumming on the piano. Okay, if you're going to start to do that, that will be the easiest for you. And I've got some practice lessons for you on YouTube. I've also got some practice lessons on pgmpiano.com. Okay, they're mainly going to be the same lessons. The benefit of pgmpiano.com is that you don't have an ad to watch through, and you can download the lessons to your device so you can watch them offline whenever you want, and also you're supporting me into creating more of these lessons. Okay, but a lot of the lessons are available on YouTube for free as well, so you can check that out. Check out the easy lessons in the beginning to start there and get used to playing those octaves together with the chords, but you can also check out vocal or original lessons, which will have more of the intricate stuff going on in the right hand. Okay, in a vocal lesson I'm teaching the instrumental part in the left hand and the vocal line in the right, and in the original lessons I'm teaching you how to play an original piece, like maybe or a movie theme or something like that, and I'm teaching you how to actually play that on the piano. Now, I wanted to do some of the practice songs right here in the course, but actually I think it's better if you pick your favorites, because it's always nice to play a song that you actually like. Hi guys, welcome to lesson 6.1 of the Ultimate Piano course. In this section I'm going to learn you how I learn a new song every single day. This is the main section that gave me the idea to create this course, so I really hope you're gonna like it. So I basically want to focus on the vocal lessons in the pop music area. Okay, so all of these songs you hear on the radio, whether it's rock or pop or R&B or it doesn't matter, like all these kind of songs that you would like to play on the piano, how do you learn a new song like that every single day? Now, this doesn't mean that you have to learn a new song every single day. It simply means if you acquire these skills, you can learn a new song very quick. It's basically my goal to make you play a lot of songs, and then you can pick the songs you like and practice them a little bit more. So what I'm going to teach you here is what I actually do when I have to learn a new song in order to create a lesson for you guys. And it's very easy. Basically, we can have a look at a frame. I'm going to put the frame up right here. You have sections of the songs. So you can have an intro, a verse, a chorus, and maybe a bridge. Doesn't really matter if this is exactly what is in the song, okay? It could just have a verse and a chorus and a verse and a chorus. It could have an intro, pre-chorus, and then a verse and then another verse. But let's just keep it simple. Let's just say there's 4 sections to the song you have to learn, which is intro, verse, chorus, and bridge, okay? Then for all of these 4 sections, you're gonna have to learn 4 things, okay? So you only have to learn 16 things in total if you have a song that has this layout. First of all, you need to know which key the song is being played in, okay? You don't need to know the name of the key, but you actually need to know all of the notes in there. Remember when I said every song consists out of 7 notes only, or most of the songs do? So you need to find those 7 notes, okay? The second thing you have to do is you have to find out which chords are being played and in which chord progression. Okay, so which chords, which order, you have to figure that out. How long do you have to play each chord? The third thing you have to do is, if you want to play an easy lesson, so you're playing the chords in the right hand, you want to find the inversions. And if you're not playing an easy lesson, if you play an original lesson or a vocal and you want to play a pattern in the left hand, then you're going to have to figure out the pattern for the left hand. So the third thing to figure out is the pattern for the left hand, or if you're playing the chord in the right, the inversion. And the fourth thing you have to find out is, if you're playing an easy lesson, the pattern for the right hand, okay, because the left hand is going to be obvious, you just play those octaves. So you have an inversion in your right hand and now you need to know the pattern. Or if you're playing a vocal lesson, you're going to have to figure out the lyrics that you're playing in the right hand. Okay, so you could basically sum it up: learn the key, the chord progression, the left hand, and the right hand. Okay, that's also how you could sum it up. So let me give you a quick example right here of a song I was playing before, Apologize by One Republic. We have these chords. Okay, and I'm gonna show you later how I know that we have these chords. Don't worry, that will be fine. But we have these chords, so I can simply figure out the key like this, which might confuse you because I just said that the second step is to figure out the chords, right? Well, I'm going to demonstrate to you how I do this all at once right now, but later on I'll chop it down. Okay, so if I know the chords of a song, I can simply play these chords and figure out the key. Okay, so we have these and then right here. Okay, here and there. That means that I'm playing this note, this one, this one, this one, this one, this one, and this one. Okay, and that is the key that I'm playing in. All of the other notes will sound weird. Okay, so this sounds quite nice, and it has all of the notes: E flat, F, G, A flat, B flat, C, D, and E flat. Okay, therefore it could be an E flat major. Okay, I don't have to know the name of the key, but at least now I know that all of these notes are safe. So that's important to know whenever you want to learn a song, because now you know which notes to play and which not to play. These are safe, the other ones aren't. Then you have to figure out the chords. I already knew the chords for this song, so it's quite easy. And again, I'm going to demonstrate to you how to do that later. So just sit tight, but I would need to figure out the chords. These are the chords. Okay, and now basically I can already play this in a basic setting. Okay, so after step 1 and 2 you can already play it. Then if I want to play an easy lesson, I have to find out the inversions. If I wouldn't be doing that, I would be playing the chords like this. Okay, and that's not correct. Now I already knew the correct inversion because I just taught the lesson, so that's easy. I put on the right inversion, and now all I need is the pattern. And I'm done if I want to play the easy lesson, the easy way. Okay, if I want to play a vocal version, I have to figure out the lyrics. Okay, again, I know I'm going very quick, but I'm just demonstrating a little bit in the intro right here, and I will take the whole of the rest of this section to explain to you what I'm doing. Okay, but these are the steps. I find out the key, I find the chords, then when I wanted to play it in an easy way, I find out the correct inversions and the pattern, and I was done. I could already play it. Yes, for the vocal version I had to figure out a pattern for the left hand, and I chose a very basic pattern right here. And then for the right hand, I was just playing those lyrics. Okay, like that. I'm gonna demonstrate to you how to do that later, but for now, this was the introduction. Now you kind of have an idea of how I actually build a lesson up like that. And that's it. That's how I make my lessons. So now the challenge is up to you in this coming section to learn how to do that, and I'm going to help you all the way through. Let's move on to lesson 6.2. Oh boy, did we go quick in the previous lesson. Right now you're in lesson 6.2. I'm going to show you a couple of ways to figure out how to find the key of a song and the chords, okay? So the reason I want you to find the key first is that you actually know all of the notes that are in the song and which notes to play and which notes you can choose from and which notes you should not choose from when playing, okay? Now, of course, depending on the song, sometimes the key can change and sometimes there can be special notes in there. But let's just say the majority of the song has just 7 notes, as always, okay? So it's our job to find those 7 notes. So the first thing you have to do if you want to use my basic tactic is to find the chords, because the chords will hold the notes of the key. You can also do the other way around, find the key and then use that to find the chords, but I find it easier to find the chords first, okay? A couple of ways to do that. You can listen to the song to the bass notes and then find the chords like that. Or you can cheat, which is what I love to do. I love to cheat when it comes to learning new songs. Very easy. You go to Google, you type in your song, and then behind that you type in chords. Okay, so let me demonstrate to you what that looks like. Okay guys, so let me show you how that works. You simply go to Google and you, for instance, type in, let's say, Umbrella by Rihanna, and then you type chords. Okay, now nowadays you see these stars here, which is really nice, and you see versions, version 5, version 2, and you don't know what version that is because you haven't clicked on it yet. So you're going to check it out. Now usually if you see these harder chords, that's an indication that it might be the correct key. Not always though. So the first thing I always look for is here, capo first fret. If it says that, it means that it's definitely not the original key, because this capo on the guitar is actually changing the way the guitar sounds. It basically means that all of these chords are wrong. However, the chord progression could be correct, okay? So this is at least a good indication. Now you can also see that right here you have F major, C, E minor and A minor, and that will repeat. And then you could see F, C, G, A minor. So now you know that the verse is a little different than the chorus. You can also see if there's a bridge, here they call it the middle 8. Look, there's a B flat right here, F, C, C. So that's definitely different. And then we have an outro, which is the same as the verse. So we want to search for another one. Let's see this one. Okay, here you see completely different ones. A minor, C, G, and F. Now there's no capo notice here, so it could be the correct chords, but still that's no guarantee. Okay, so in the section of transposing I will talk more about that. We have version 2 as well, F, C, E, A minor. So we can also try a different version, this one right here, and as you will see, this one is now right here in the interlude. That's a little bit different, and then we have the bridge. We see these same chords right here as on the first version. Okay, so that's how I cheat. I basically find out these chords, right? And then I check right here on the capo, you know, it's not good. So here you even have the transpose button, so you can change them like this, right? And all of the chords will actually change. So you can use that as well if you have to transpose a song. You don't have to do it manually. It's actually, I really like this this website. And even though they're guitar chords, we can use them for the piano. Okay, so now I want to continue on to lesson 6.3. Let's go over there right now. Hi guys, welcome to lesson 6.3. I hope you learned a lot in the previous section about how we can actually use guitar tabs to learn piano. It's a very nice and cheeky way to get ahead really soon. But right now, I want to demonstrate to you how we can extract the key when we have the chords. So in this case, we were playing these chords. And let's just focus on right. And basically all you have to do is you have to combine all of these chords and play them at the same time. Okay, so let's just play with right. This was the first chord. And this is the second, okay? I noticed that this C is in both chords, so I don't have to count that double. I mean, just once is enough. Now you can use a sheet of paper. Probably the easiest way to do it is to use a sheet of paper. You write down G, C, and E flat. And then here, A flat, C, and F. Okay, so G, C, E flat, A flat, C, F. You can also just use your fingers and play all of them right here. Remember that. Now you're gonna play the next chord right here. So we had this, and now we have to play this chord right here. So we have to add the B flat to our key. Yes. And then the final chord right here, G, B flat, D, and F. So we already have these, we have to add the D as well. If you want to use paper, that's easier. Write down G, C, E flat, A flat, C, F, G, B flat, E flat, and G, B flat, D, and F. Okay. And you will notice that all of the notes that you've written down now, starting at the lowest note in this conversion, is G, A flat, B flat, C, D, E flat, and F. Okay? These are the notes. If you have been playing these chords in a regular inversion, which is of course possible, so the chords were C minor, so you may as well have been playing it here, then A flat major 7, which is right here, then E flat, right here, and G flat minus 7 / D. Okay, which is right here. So if you would have played it here, doesn't matter, same story applies. You write down C, E flat, G, then A flat, C, E flat, and F, E flat, G, and B flat, and then right here, G, B flat, D, F. Get rid of all of the doubles and just leave out the single notes, okay? Now you're gonna have to do a little experiment. You're looking for this sound. You're always looking for this sound if your song is in a major key. Now I hope you remember this from the section on scales, but you can always transpose a major to a minor key. Okay, so even if your song is in a major key or in a minor key, it doesn't really matter. You can always find a major key. Technically, you wouldn't be correct if it is written in a minor key, but who cares, you know, like you play the same notes, it's just a different name. So now you can use your intuition. Whenever I see A flat, B flat, and E flat, I immediately have to think about this, which sounds cool, but I played a D flat right here, and that's not really the case because we have a D, so that's not gonna work. Now again, we're looking for this sound. Okay, it could also be same kind of sound, but we're not looking for this sound. Okay, that's a weird sound. So what I then do is I simply skip one note. So I start here, play the same notes. It's a little better, but it's still not exactly what I want. So I skip another note. Nah, that's not it. Okay, but that does sound like a minor scale. Okay, then that's definitely not it. And then I find an E flat major scale right here. Okay, now as we know that E flat major scale is also a brother or a sister of the C minor scale. Okay, right here. So you always find two scales, basically. It doesn't really matter. Right now, you know that it's in E flat major or C minor, okay? It doesn't really matter which one of the two it is, because you know which notes there are. And you don't even have to do this. You don't even have to write down the key. You don't even have to figure out the key, as long as you know which notes to play or not. But if you do want to know which key it is in, that's the key it's in, okay? So that's step one done. We now know which notes to play, which key it is in. Now we have to move on to a very important lesson, lesson 6.4, transposing. Hi guys, welcome to lesson 6.4. This is the lesson that is going to make your song sound like the song you're actually trying to play. Because sometimes when we use the previous methods of finding sheet music or a chord sheet, or even when you listen to the song yourself, or even when you play it off your head by remembering a song, you're gonna mess up somewhere, or somebody else did. Especially when you're playing from the guitar tabs, it's always very important to note if there's a little capo sign, okay? I'll mention that before in a lesson 6.2. If it says capo 1, capo 2, or capo something else, that means that it's not in the original key, okay? Even if you find sheet music, sometimes it's simplified. One of the giveaways to this is if you see a lot of C chords, E minor, G, D, and F, and even A minor and G, okay? These are the chords that are quite easy to play, and people tend to use these instead of the original chords. Okay, so let me give you an example. With Hit the Road Jack, we can play it here. Sounds pretty good, but actually you're supposed to play it here. Okay, so what they did is they simplified it. I personally don't think it's easier to play just wide notes, but a lot of people apparently do. And on the guitar, sometimes it is a lot easier to play the easier chords, because some of these chords are just really hard to grip. Which is why they use the capo, which is a little thing that makes the snare shorter, so you can play the same chords on a different thing. You basically play other chords, but they sound different. If you don't understand what that means, that's absolutely fine. All you have to understand is the piano right now, because we're not playing guitar. Basically what we do is we simplify these chords. So instead of playing here, we're playing here, okay? Okay, so this is where we want to be. And you find sheet music or something that basically portrays this, okay? So how do you get from the wrong chords to the right chords? Basically, what's really important is for you to play a little bit once you figured it out. Once you figured out the key, pick one chord, okay? Maybe this chord right here. The first chord you figured out, just play that a couple of times and play the music in the background, okay? The music that you're trying to play as well on YouTube or Spotify or something else. And listen, like, does it fit in? Because if the music is like this, and then your chord is, you can hear that. That's mismatching, okay? And sometimes it's only mismatching for half a note, but it could be 4 or 5 or 6 half notes. So it's always really important. Now here's what you're gonna do. You're gonna listen to that song. You can pick anything you want. You can pick a chord, you can pick a single note, you can pick a piece of lyric line. If you pick a single note, I would always pick a couple of notes, okay? So maybe do the lyrics, melody line, something like that. Pick 2, 3, 4 notes just to be sure, because it's possible that your note in your scale that you figured out is also present in the original scale. So therefore it's possible that you think you're in the correct scale, whereas you're actually not. So basically what I'm trying to say is this. Could also be played here. Notice how that when I started to play that the second time, it sounded really wrong, and by the end of it already, it sounds pretty good. Right now you already go like, Right now you're already kind of thinking like, yeah, that's Apologize by One Republic, whereas actually the notes are wrong, okay? So you want to find a couple of notes, so maybe you figured this out. And then you hear, I'm holding on your rope, got me 10 feet off the ground. That's what you hear them sing, okay? And then you compare it, holding on your, and then you go, holding on your. That doesn't really match, okay? So then you know you got a mismatch and you need to solve it. Here is how I do that, okay? I'm gonna basically fiddle around a little bit. So when I know it's this, I know that there's one note in between, okay? So I'm basically gonna shift. I might go here. Okay, still one note in between. So that doesn't really sound, so I could go here. And you go like, that's not really it, you know. But basically, usually you can hear whether you should go higher or lower. You try a couple of them and then you eventually end up here. And you go, bam, that's it. Okay, another thing you can do is if for some reason you're in the wrong key, look up a couple of more of these chord tabs, okay? Usually one of them will be in the correct key. You can also look on Google correct key and then your song, okay? This might give you some inspiration as to where the correct key is. I know this isn't the answer you want to hear, but this is what I have to do every time I learn a new song. Every time I make a new lesson for you guys, I need to make sure that the key is correct. If that's too much work for you, just look at my video. I sort it out for you. I always make sure it's in a correct key. Okay, but yeah, that's what I'm doing. So you're gonna transpose. How do you transpose? Okay, so let's say you figured out the wrong chords, these ones. Okay, right here. Then what you want to do is you at least want to figure out one note correctly so you can notice the distance, okay? So you're gonna do that by getting some inspiration from the chord tabs. Like I said before, you can look at the capo because the capo difference will actually tell you that how many half notes up or half notes down. So 1, 2, 3 will tell you half a note up or down. And if right now I know that I should be playing a C instead of a D, I'm going to transpose the whole song, okay? That's very annoying to do. If you don't feel like doing that again, look at my lessons, but that's what I do. So okay, it's not supposed to be a D, it's supposed to be a C. Okay, so everything needs to go one note down. Look, this is half a note, whole note down. Okay, so instead of playing, okay, the last two notes were G, A, they now have to be F, G. Okay, instead of playing D, C, I need to play C, B flat. So okay, you can do the same with the chords. I was playing this chord. Okay, so what do I have to do? Everything has to move one note down. Half a note, whole note. Half a note, whole note, half a note. Whole note, half a note, whole note. My first chord should be C minor. Okay, then I'm gonna do that for the second chord. I was playing this right here, so I have to go half a note down, whole note, half a note down, whole note, and then half a note down, whole note, half a note down, whole note, right here. Okay, now then you do it for the F chord. So you go down, half a note, whole note, half a note, a whole note, half a note, a whole note, half a note, a whole note. This is the third chord, etc, etc, etc. Okay, of course, yet again, the song that I chose isn't the easiest one to play, so I'm having some weird chords in here. But basically all you have to do is you figure out the distance of one note, so from the wrong note to the correct note. Whether that's half a note, a whole note, 1.5 notes, 2 notes, doesn't matter. All you have to do is every single note is gonna go down or gonna go up the same distance. Okay, so that's how you transpose a song. So that's it for this lesson. For now, I want to head on to lesson 6.6, specifying that intro. Hi guys, welcome to lesson 6.6. Right now I'm going to tell you about the intro. Usually an intro is quite cool in a song. There's a lot of songs that have a very nice piano intro, and you may want to figure out the correct piano introduction for your song. Okay, when I had the quadrant up here, we saw that we had different sections. We had the intro, the verse, the chorus, and the bridge, and you always want to figure out what to play when, but usually those intros are a little bit special. What I like about intros though is that you can usually hear them quite clearly because the singing hasn't started yet, the drumming usually hasn't started yet, so they're quite nice and easy to hear. So how do you figure out the intro? Well, basically you do the steps that we did before. So you get the scale, you get the chords, and usually that intro will already use the same chord progression as the rest of the song. Okay, so for instance, like right here with Apologize by One Republic, that intro is being played like this. by simply applying a right hand pattern to the chords. This is something that happens a lot. A lot of these songs, there's just a pattern being applied to the right hand, and that's how you're going to be able to play the intro. Sometimes the left hand is doing something special as well. Now, a lot of times when you want to play an intro, the left hand will actually be playing 5 chords. Okay, but that doesn't have to be the case, okay, but it happens a lot. Okay, for instance, with airplanes, you get this kind of thing. Okay. You always have something nice, but these are just simple chords. Right here. Okay. F sharp minor, D, and A. That's all that's being played, okay? It's just being fancied up a little bit. So there's no cheating right here. You cannot look at the chord tabs because basically I don't know how to read that kind of stuff, and usually it's not even there. But you can actually use those chords and just play it once, play the chords. And you go like, okay, I definitely hear something rolling, so you can try. That's already sounding more like it, okay, and then you can try some stuff out in the right hand. Try this kind of thing. So that's not really it, okay, then you go down. You go, that's kind of sounding like it. So that's even better. Okay, maybe that. Maybe something like this. That's not even that bad, and then you can kind of experiment a little bit to figure that out, okay? Another option to do yet again is watch one of my lessons. That's always easiest because I already figured it out for you. Or you can use the play-by-ear skills that I'm teaching you in the next section, or you can use sheet music. I really don't like to use sheet music in general because sometimes it's not even correct, but what I do is I use a combination of my ear skills, so my play-by-ear skills, and the sheet music now and then. I simply use that little bit of the introduction. I just take the notes, make sure that at least my inversions are correct on my hands, and I do that, okay? But basically 99% of the cases, the introduction is gonna have the same chord progression as this stuff that is coming after that, whether it's the chorus or the verse. And if it doesn't, then usually it will either be shown on the chord tab of the guitar, or it will have the same chord progression as the next bit. Like in 99% of the cases, the chords are going to be exactly the same as something later on in the song, okay? Because you want to have that matching feeling. You're not just going to play a sort of introduction and then switch key all of a sudden. That just doesn't make any sense. The intro is there to basically announce the rest of the song, okay, or to do something cool, but basically get you familiarized with the key that this song is in. So that's why it's usually quite easy to find the correct chords for the intro. So depending on your level of improvisational skills, play by ear, and if you can read sheet music or not, it's quite easy for you to find the intro. If you're not good at that kind of stuff, you can either practice it a little bit. What I would suggest is listen to the left hand, see if you can determine a pattern. I can kind of hear this. Okay, I already know I have to play this one twice as long because I know the chord progression. I could also play this, and you will notice that the more you do this, the more you watch my lessons, the more you try to figure stuff out by yourself, is you're starting to get familiar with a lot of these very, very regularly used patterns like this. This is being used so often like you wouldn't believe it, okay? Another one is something like that, okay? We see same for the right hand. We have Adele, Someone Like You. We have the Coldplay thing. Okay, and then we have the one from One Republic. So it's either going up, it's going down, or it's going top, bottom, middle, bottom. These are patterns that are being used so many times, okay? Also right here, we're basically running that chord down. Okay, now just playing a single note. And then doing a little cool thing right here, and then right there. So basically, a lot of the times it will be running a chord, going down, going up, or doing that kind of thing, and that's usually what's being used in the intro. Sometimes it's something different, and you're gonna have to listen for that. Therefore, I would suggest you take it easy, start off with something easy, watch the play by ear section, and also watch the sheet music section, and that is really going to help you to figure out the intro. The intro is usually the hardest part to figure out. I like to start there with the intro. Sometimes I start with the verse or with the chorus, play a little bit of that so I get used to the chords, and then I will go back to the intro. And it's just going to take a little bit of practice. If you've never played piano before, don't expect yourself to be able to figure out all of this stuff all at once, okay? It's not the easiest thing in the world. It doesn't have to be hard, but it's just not the easiest thing in the world. So thanks for watching this lesson. Let's move on to lesson 6.7. Okay guys, so once you know how to play the intro, once you know the key, and once you know the chord progression, what we want to figure out is what the left hand is actually doing. Is the left hand playing a basic pattern like this? Or is it doing something else? Is it just playing 5 chords? What is that left hand doing? The reason I want to know what the left hand is doing first is because it's going to give me some structure to build on, okay? When that left hand is sorted out, I can focus more attention on the right hand, and I have some sort of background music to which I can then play the lyrics, okay? If I'm playing the easy way, if I'm playing octaves in the left hand and a chord in the right hand, I don't really have to figure out that much about the left hand because it's either going to be an octave or it's going to be a 5 chord. Okay, so either I am playing that middle note right here, or I'm not, okay? That's basically just how it is. So okay, so that's how easy it is to play the easy lessons. Okay, all you have to do is play a chord in your right hand, and your left hand is going to play an octave. So what you need to do is you need to figure out what the left hand is playing, and if you actually like what the left hand is playing, because you have a say in this as well. You're the one playing the piano, so you get to adapt it if you don't like it. Sometimes the left hand is just going like this, and I don't like that. I want to take it slower, so I use this basic pattern, okay? Sometimes the left hand is going like this, and I'd rather go juice it up a little bit, okay? With a lot of the Latin songs we use this kind of stuff, okay? So you can basically transform a rock song into a Latin song by adapting your left hand a little bit and using a little bit of stuff in the right hand, okay? But the main thing is, at this stage, when you know which chord progression there is and when you know which scale we're in, we want to figure out what the left hand is actually playing. The pattern the left hand is playing, if it's a vocal lesson or an original, or if it's the easy way, what is the left hand playing? Is it just the octaves, or are there maybe slash chords? So we need to play what's behind the slash in the left hand. That's what we want to figure out next. And then after that, you're going to focus on your right hand, which we're going to do in lesson 6.8. Okay guys, welcome to lesson 6.8. If you're watching this and you're doing a song, okay, if you're following me in the process, right now we will already know in which key the song is written in, what the chord progressions are. We already know what the left hand is doing, okay? And right now we need to find the right hand pattern and the right hand inversions, because I'm going to demonstrate how to do an easy lesson in this episode, okay? So let's again say that we're doing Apologize by One Republic. You would now know that the left hand is just playing octaves. Okay, because you're going to do an easy, which is octaves in the left, chords in the right, okay? So now all you have to do is figure out that right hand. So at this moment, you wouldn't know the correct inversion yet. All you would know is the key, okay? You would know the chord progression, which is C minor, A flat major 7, E flat, and then G flat minor 7/D. So therefore you would know your left hand octaves are C, A flat, E flat, and D, because the left hand has to play what's behind the slash, remember? So the right hand is playing C minor, A flat major 7, E flat major, and then G minor 7/D. Okay, so if you're playing these chords like this, you can already hear that something is not adding up, okay? Right here. Now this one is not even too bad. This one is nearly sounding correct. And then this one is sounding really good, but this one is definitely off, okay? So I would just try and figure out some basic inversions, okay? Ooh, this sounds really nice. Remember the inversions, all we have to do is we have to let go of a note and place it at the bottom, or if we want to go the other way, let go of the bottom one and place it at the top. So we're just going to put in inversions and you go like, And usually, from my experience, you want to have these chords close together, okay? Right now you can see that the highest note is here, then we're jumping, so the lowest note is here, and then we're going here. So right now we're already playing this far apart, and then down here. So this is how far apart we are. We usually, not always, but usually want to bring that together a little bit, okay? So this is already quite high, but when I'm playing right here, you know, then I'm playing that next chord. Now this E flat is being released because we're only playing 3 notes per chord, okay? So we just play this. So here and here. That is actually so close together that the middle note is the same, okay? See that? The middle note is the same. Okay? Then this one is obviously way too high, so we're going to take it down. That's already better, so we get... Okay, something like that. That's already sounding better, but if you then listen to the original song, you can hear that this is just that little bit too high, so bring that in as well. Now notice where I'm playing, guys. I'm only playing in this area. Look, the G is the lowest note, the F is the highest, and then this is going to be in this area as well. Okay, so I'm saying mainly in this area, which is why it's all sounding very much together, okay? That's what we want. And now the final one is sounding really nice, but in OneRepublic's Apologize, that D is also being played here. So this would give us 3 Ds, and that's a bit heavy. So just release that D right there. Okay, so now you can match it up with left just to check if it's correct. That's sounding really nice. And here we go. Now as a comparison, it used to sound like this, okay? And you can clearly hear that that's not correct. So you take some time and you're going to be able, after a couple of songs, to be better and better at this if you want to listen to where is it being played, where is the inversion happening. Okay, so that's one of the final steps to find the inversion for the right hand. Right now you can already play Apologize by OneRepublic in the correct key with the correct left hand and the right hand in the correct inversions at the correct chords. Now all we need is a little pattern for the right hand. Okay, so we might try which is not that bad, but it's not really what they're playing, so maybe from the top down. Okay, but that's also not really what we're hearing, okay? So you're trying to identify the pattern, okay? Eventually you will end up at this pattern, and you will have that pattern down. Now you will notice that it's cool to have that thumb returning, so notice my left hand, I'm returning that thumb every time. But now you hear that later on it's going to be a little bit different, okay? And it sounds like going up and down. Like something like this. But it's not exactly what we want, so maybe like this? No, or maybe the top 2. Ah, okay. Now we're getting somewhere, guys. So the most important thing if you want to play an easy lesson is to make sure you're in the correct key, you got the correct chords. That's the most important thing. That's quite easy to do. Then if you have the correct inversions, it's going to sound already really good. But then if I get the original pattern from the song as well, it's going to sound amazing. You're playing it in an easy way, so it's quite easy to play because you're just playing those 4 chords and applying that pattern to your right hand, which is not that hard to do. So now I want to move on to lesson 6.9, where I'm going to teach you some stuff about if you want to play lyrics in the right hand. Hi guys, welcome to lesson 6.9. We've done the easy right hand in the previous lesson, and I know this is all a bit vague, but it all depends on which song you want to be playing, and all depends on your skill level, so I'm trying to keep it a little vague and less concise and concrete, because I don't know what level you're playing at, okay? You might be so good that you can just listen to a song and play it right off the bat. You might have just started and made your way through the entire course up until here in a week, and then you might be going like, Jesus, dude, like you're going so fast. So I'm trying to keep it somewhere in the middle. I'm trying to be a bit vague, and again, I'm open to any of your questions if you have them. Either you're good at listening to a song and being able to play the lyrics like that, or even if you have to spend some time to figure them out, or you're not. If you're not, the easiest way to figure out the lyrics is to watch any of my lessons. Or if you can read sheet music, or if you want to read sheet music, you can follow the bit on sheet music in this course. Then you can use that to figure it out, okay? But this is not the play by ear section, so I'm not going to teach you how to do that, because I'm going to teach you that in section 7, if that makes sense. So what I want to tell you right here is if you figure out the key, the chords, and the chord progression for the left hand, then you've already got so much structure that it's going to be quite easy to figure out the right hand as well, okay, to figure out those lyrics. So if you know a song very well, you might find it very easy to just play those lyrics. If you don't know it that well, you might need a little bit of help in form of sheet music or in form of my lessons, okay? But basically what you want to do is use the skills from the previous section about combining left and right, and basically learning that right hand. But you've got some restrictions already, because right now you already know which key you have to play, and you know the chords, so you know exactly which notes you can choose from. So I know that I don't have to try a B or an A or an F sharp for that matter, because they're not in these songs. So I can only go here with my lyrics. That's all I got, okay? This area right here. So that makes it a lot easier. And then I can go a little bit further up. But basically that's where I want to be with my lyrics. So if you have the structure from the left, you have your chord progression in the left, then you know when to switch the left hand. That's all going nice. All you have to focus on right now is the right hand. And the way I do that personally is I just do it by ear. I listen to this song, I just fiddle about a bit, you know, and then I try it a couple of times, I'll make some mistakes, and then within a couple of times I'll get the correct version. If that's too hard for you to play it by ear, I would suggest you either watch my lesson or you take a bit of sheet music to at least get you along the way. Usually the lyrics for instance the verse, when you play them on piano, are nearly the same for all of the verses, okay, with little tiny differences here and there. And if you want to use a little shortcut, you can just play the lyrics the same way for all of the verses. Now you can also build out the lyrics in the form of chords, and I'm going to tell you all about that in the next lesson. I know this one was very brief, but basically my way of doing this is by listening to the song and doing it by ear. So if you want to learn to do that, have a look at the play by ear section. If not, watch the lessons or use sheet music to find the lyrics. But what I want to tell you is make sure you have the foundation, know the key you have to be in, know the chords for the left hand. It will make it so much easier for you to learn how to play these lyrics in right, okay? Hi guys, welcome to chapter 7. This is where I'm going to teach you how to play by ear. And what I want you to know up front is that where we have scales, intervals, chords, that is all very structured, very scientific, if you will. This kind of stuff, improvising, playing by ear, composing songs, it's a bit more of an art form. So I want you to keep that in mind. I'm going to teach you what I do. It's not necessarily the best way for you. It's not necessarily the only way you can do it. It's just the way I like to do it, the way I prefer, and that's what I'm teaching you. So 3 different applications of when to play by ear. The first one is very common. You hear a song on the radio, you hear a song on YouTube, on Spotify, you think, damn, that's cool to play. And for some reason you cannot get the sheet music, you cannot find a lesson, or you cannot read sheet music, or the lesson just isn't helpful, and you want to figure out that song by yourself. Basically, there's no other way for you to find out the song except for finding it out for yourself. If you don't really care about getting it exactly right, then this is definitely the easiest way of playing by ear. If you listen to it, you play it and you're like, oh, it's kind of like that, and you like that, and you're happy, then that's really cool. It's the easiest way, simply for the fact that you can listen to that song as many times as you want, and you can take as long as you want to figure it out. The second way of playing by ear is where you're sat behind a piano and you have a song in your head. Okay, you go, I know this really cool song, I want to play it. It goes something like this. That's a little bit harder because you have to listen to whatever is stored in your memory. You don't actually have this song to play back. But it's also a bit easier because you have some leeway. It doesn't really matter which key you play it in because you don't have something to compare it to. So if you were to play it in the wrong key, you wouldn't really notice. And all of the other people definitely wouldn't notice, except if they really know the song and they really know that stuff about music. The third way is the easiest when it comes to improvising and when it comes to being free and doing your thing, and it's also the hardest because you don't have a chance to make a mistake. Let's say a band is jamming or some girl is playing on a guitar and you want to accompany them on the piano without really having practice together. You just hear her play this song and you're like, oh, that's really cool. Let me play something that matches on the piano. Then you would have to really know what you're doing in order to not screw that up. So you would have to be able to listen to her play, get the scale or the key, or at least the chords, and then play that on the piano without making any mistakes. You have to know exactly the chords you're going to be playing before touching that piano, and that's really scary. On the other hand, as soon as you got those chords, you're free to do whatever you want to do, and then it's a lot easier than the other ones. I'm not the kind of guy who just jams along with somebody. It's really hard to do that, and I simply haven't trained on it. And if I would, then I could. But I'm recording these lessons for you guys all the time. I don't have time to jam with a lot of people, unfortunately. So that's so you know where I'm kind of coming from. Now, if you want to practice all these three types of different playing by ears, I'm going to tell you how to do that later, so don't worry about it. But for now, I want to move on to the next lesson where I'm going to teach you 2 different ways to start to play by ear. Hi guys, welcome to lesson 7.2 in the Ultimate Piano course. Right now I'm going to share with you 2 different ways to start when you want to play by ear. In the previous lesson I talked about 3 applications, and these 2 steps are mainly going to be helpful for the first 2 things that I talked about. Either you listen to a song on the computer or on your iPhone and you're trying to play with it, rewind and try that again, or you're hearing something in your head and you're trying to play that. Of course, if you want to play along with somebody jamming, this is not really going to be helpful because you're going to have to try out some stuff on the piano and then you would be screwing up the thing they're playing. Okay, so in general, just so you know, if you want to jam along with somebody, this just takes a lot of practice and a lot of time. So it's really a master skill to be able to do that. So in this lesson, I'm going to be sharing with you my ideas on starting on the left or on the right hand. And then in the next lesson, I'm going to demonstrate to you what I actually do when I start on the left hand, and then in the one after that, what I do in the right hand. And then in lesson 7.5, I want to give you some tips to practice how to play by ear. Okay, now again, I want you to keep in mind, this is not an exact science, it's a bit of an art form right here. So it's not as strict as with the chords or the scales. You know, everybody has their own kind of twist to it. So there's no wrongdoing, there's no right doing. This is just what I do, what I like to do, and this really helps me to be able to play a song just by listening to it. So there's basically 2 ways to start, and I'm talking about the general songs, the pop songs, the rock songs that you hear on the radio, okay? Usually in the left, there's going to be a chord progression. In the right, there's going to be a melody line or a vocal line. Okay, makes sense, right? If you don't know what that means, make sure that you've seen all of the lessons before here, because I will do all of the lessons in this chapter as if you already know everything before this chapter. Okay, so if you haven't seen that, just go back. So if we have a look at the piano, whether we're just playing a song like this, okay, which could be any pop song, or whether we apply some melody line to these same chords, okay, that doesn't really matter. A lot of the times there's just a chord progression with 4 chords, or at least that's where you want to start, because a song may have a chorus and a verse and a bridge and whatever, but you want to kind of decipher a part of the song to begin with, and then if there's more to it, then you want to decipher that as well. Okay, so let's say there's an intro in a song and it goes something like this really easily. Okay, that's possible. That could be an intro to a song, and you want to decipher that. If you hear something like that, it's mainly chords, right? There's not really a melody line going on there. If you hear an intro like this, then there's more of a melody line going on, then you may want to start actually with the right hand, okay? So in this video, I'm trying to explain to you when to start with left and when to start with right, so that you can then pick either lesson 7.3 for the left or 7.4 for the right, depending on what you want to learn. So in general, I like to start with right, then go to left, and then come back to right. Okay, which might be annoying for you. That might not be the answer that you're looking for, but that's what I really love to do in general. And the reason why is very easy. If I start on the right hand, then I can get the key. Okay, for instance, in this case, we're playing all of these notes. Okay, which is A major. So if I know that these notes are in there, then it's going to be a lot easier for me to figure out what exactly the melody line is, what the chords are, what the chord progression is, and all that kind of stuff. Because if you already know which key a song is in, then you get rid of 5 of the notes that you're not allowed to play. You're only left with the 7 that you are allowed to play, and it's going to make it that much easier for you. On the other hand, if you hear something like this in the beginning, as I said before, and then it might be very hard to identify specific notes there, you know, and get that full skill up. So then it might be easier to start on left. So in general, if you just hear a bunch of chords or something like this, you know, I would start with that left hand trying to figure out the chords. And again, I'm going to show you how to do that in the next lesson. If you hear something like River Flows in You, then I may want to start out with that right hand, get the melody line in there so I can decipher the key first and then trace back the chords. My preference in 80%, 90% of the songs, I start with right because I can hear a couple of these notes, and I'm going to show you how to do that in lesson 7.4, but I can hear a couple of these notes and I can start to build up that key. Once I know the key, I will do the chords for the chord progression. Once I know that, I will go back and I will actually do the melody line or the vocals. Make sense? Of course, if you play like a really difficult classical piece or something like that, you may not have a fixed chord progression in there, or not even a fixed key, but then I would really like to go to the key first if it doesn't change too much, okay? If it does, then you would have to simply sort out all of this stuff separately, which is a lot of work, and it may actually be worthwhile to really start looking at some sheet music and libraries or something like that. For me, playing by ear should be fun. It should really be fun and not something that's annoying. If you want to learn a really difficult song and you cannot find sheet music to it, you cannot find a lesson, you don't know anybody who knows that song, then maybe playing by ear is a solution if you're really good at it. But if you're going to be struggling for like a year to figure out that song, it doesn't really make any sense. So to me, it's mainly fun if you're sitting somewhere jamming with some people, you go like, oh, you know, like, oh, that song, oh, would you happen to know the chords? I'll try and figure out the lyrics real soon, you know, something like that. That's fun. Or if you listen to a song on the radio and you go like, oh, I think this is a pretty decent chord progression, or it's just the same 4 chords, let me quickly figure out these lyrics. That's something that I would really advise you to do. If it's a song like Clair de Lune or something, you know, like by Ludovico Einaudi or whatever, then why bother trying to do it by ear, okay? It's also really helpful, by the way, if you want to play a song that you hear in a commercial, you don't know the name of it or something like that. But otherwise, I would just stick to either finding a lesson, finding somebody who knows how to play this song, or read sheet music, which I explained to you in chapter 9, by the way. So if you don't know how to read sheet music, check that out. For now, I want to move on to lesson 7.3, where I'm going to show you how I would decipher the chords. Hi guys, welcome to lesson 7.3 of the Ultimate Piano course. I hope you've seen 7.1 and 7.2. I'm only going to demonstrate to you how I would figure out chords. Okay, so let's say indeed this is what we hear the intro for a song. Okay, what I basically want to do is get those notes to, which is... I want to identify these, okay? Usually, there's some high stuff right here. It's a lot easier if you can just fix your ear, fix your hearing on these lower notes on that bit, okay? But it might be hard because it's blended in with this. But if you listen carefully, you can hear the lower notes, okay? Now here's what I do. It's really annoying to listen to, but it really helps me. I hum along with the note. So I can pause the song. If I'm listening to a song, I hum along with the note. I keep that note in there, and then I try and find it on the piano, okay? Sometimes I get really lucky. I go like, and I just hit it, and it's correct. Sometimes I go like, and it's like, ooh, that's not even close. So what that means is you hum a note, until you get it, okay? So if you hear that, if you listen to this, try and hum along with this song, you know, go like, stop the song, and try and find that note. You got your first note in, okay? I know this sounds really stupid, and if you practice this a lot, you can do it a lot quicker, of course, but this is where you should start. So then you grab your pencil, you write down F sharp, first note found, okay? Then the next one, it's okay, so you have to find the which is probably lower than the okay? So here we go. That's the same. So you write down D. So now we have F sharp, D. Okay, then listen to this song again. Just listen to it. And you try and hold that note. That's what I do, okay? If you don't like that, you can attach a feeling to it, you can do something else, you can pause that song or like keep it playing or whatever, but this is the way I like to do it, and I think it's really easy because if you can actually manage to hum that note, it's very easy to find it on the piano, right? So we had there we go. So you write down A. Now we have F sharp, D, A. And then the final one was an E. Okay, so F sharp, D, A, E. You write that down, and those are the ground notes of your chords. So right now you already know all of the stuff you need to know. F sharp, D, A, E are your chords, okay? But now you need to know what kind of chords. Are they major, minor, diminished, augmented, 7, major 7, 5th chord, 6th chords, add 9, sus2, sus4. There's so much to pick from, right? When you're starting out, I would focus on 3 chords only. Major chords, minor chords, and 5 chords. So we're simply going to try that. We're going to play the F sharp, and we're going to play F sharp major right here. Well, the song went like this. So this really doesn't sound correct. Okay, then we can try F5, F sharp 5. That's already a little better, but I'm missing something. So let's try F sharp minor. Okay, that is actually sounding better, but because we don't have that top note in there, okay, it sounds a little bit different, because if I play it like this, you miss that sound. Okay, so sometimes it's really important to keep on paying attention to those lower notes and try and fade out the top ones, okay, because they might mess you up. Because this F sharp minor chord is in a different inversion than the root position, if you remember that from the chord section, okay? Therefore, okay, we're lucky because we hear the F sharp on the top, but it may also be played like this, and then you might be focusing on that A and thinking that it's an A chord. So it's really important to not pay attention to the top notes too much, because that chord can be in different inversions, okay? So all we know is that we have F sharp, D, A, and E, and now we're trying to figure out what it is, major, minor, or 5 chord, okay? So we identify it's not major. Actually it could be minor. So we write down F sharp minor. Okay. Now there's a shortcut we can take right now if you're a bit more advanced, but I'm going to teach you the regular way first and then I'll come back to the shortcut. Okay. So F sharp minor. Now we have to figure out D. So is it D minor? Doesn't sound right. Or D major. D major sounds pretty good. Okay, could also be D5. Nah, I like D major better. Okay, so you write down D. Now you write down major. Okay, then we go to A. So it could be A minor. Ooh, that's horrible in this case. It's A major. And then we still have to do E. So E minor, no, E major. Okay, now we know that it's F sharp minor and then D, A and E major. Okay, now what is the shortcut I was talking about? Basically, if I'm playing F sharp minor, I'm already playing two notes of the D major chord. Look right here, F sharp and A. All I have to do is add the D. So I already know that it's gonna be D major. I don't have to practice, or I don't have to try D minor. I already know it's D major because I can go from here, F sharp minor, D major. Now I was already playing A and C sharp right here. Look, right here. So I know it's gonna be A major. Okay, right there. And then on E major or E minor, we haven't really been playing any of these notes right there. So that might be a little gamble. But if you do this a lot, you will quickly notice that it's in A major and therefore you have to play G sharp and B. What I mean with that is that if you do this a lot, you're going to start to see patterns, because when you play this you immediately think, okay, so the D must be major and the A must also be major, and then let's see, no, okay, there we go, boom, and you got your chords. Okay, so it doesn't really have to take that long. Okay, so what if the low bass notes are really difficult to hear because you have a lot of this stuff on the top, maybe like this. Okay, then you want to identify the top notes. This is gonna be very hard, okay? I tried it just before recording the video. So you want to listen and hear. Okay, so you find that note and then that one right there. Okay, I'm not gonna repeat that. But if you're a girl, you're probably able to reach that easily. Otherwise, you can just hear it in your head and then try that. Okay, so what would happen is you would find F sharp, A, E, G sharp. Common mistake here is to think that these are the chords, F sharp, A, E, G sharp. That's not true. It just happened to be the top note of the chord in the inversion that it was played in. Okay, does that make sense? So all we know is that the chords will have that note in there. Probably, okay, not even sure, but you know, sometimes you have to go somewhere if you really cannot hear those ground notes, or it can help you out. Okay, if you think one of the bass notes is a D and you clearly hear D sharp in the top hand, then that would be weird. Okay, so the top notes are usually a little bit easier to identify, like everything in this range, right, than everything right here. So therefore, sometimes it's helpful to pay attention to those top notes. So what you do is you identify those, and now you know that these notes are part of it. The nice thing about that, and it's kind of moving towards lesson 7.4, is that you now already have 4 notes that are part of the key. Okay, E, F sharp, G, and A. All you need to do is find the other 3 and you're done. You already know which key we're in, and then it's going to be very easy to find those chords. Okay, which I'm going to show you in the next lesson, of course. But basically what I want you to understand is, if you want to start with the chords, try and pay attention to those low notes. Don't pay attention to the top part here. If you're having trouble to hear those low notes, pay attention to the top ones and try and figure out the chords like that. And I'm going to demonstrate a little bit about that in the next lesson 7.4. Hi guys, welcome to lesson 7.4 of the ultimate piano course. Right now I'm going to share with you my ideas on the right hand when playing by ear. In the previous lesson we've seen that you can focus on the lower notes, but it might be a little tricky, which is why I personally always like to focus on the higher notes. Okay, so in the previous lesson I demonstrated this. let's see, where did I go? Here and here. Okay, and then you can clearly hear these 4 top notes coming out. It's also possible that you hear a melody line, like I said before. Okay, or something like that, or whatever. In that case, it's really easy to focus on the top notes first. Idea is the same. You're going to identify any note, doesn't matter which one, in the melody line to start. Okay, so for instance, if you hear this, I don't know, I'm just making something up. Then you can identify any of these notes by humming, which apparently I cannot do at that at that pitch. Okay, so I'm gonna hum 1 octave lower, but I play it here. So that's what I hear. So I can go for the and just search around, and I'll end up right here. But of course, I need to be 1 octave higher. So I go. Okay, so I hear this in the song, and I go, and then I just put that 1 octave higher. Okay, so the melody was, so now I have to go to, which is that one. Okay, and I write these down. I know it's really annoying when I'm humming in your ear through the video, but that's what I do, and it's really helpful. So write down A, G sharp, F sharp, E. What happens is, if you found 5, 6, usually you can find the key very easily. Okay, first thing you want to do when you focus on the right hand is find the key. You're not looking for the melody per se. The reason you're trying to play the melody is just to find the key. Okay, once you have the key, you're golden. So right now you write down A, G sharp, F sharp, E. You found B and C sharp. Okay, you want to figure out which key that is in. We've done that before in the scale section. So after a little while listening to that song, you will have identified these 7 notes that are in there, and maybe one of the notes isn't in there. Okay, so that's possible. Maybe they skipped that in the melody. Then you're gonna have to listen to some of the lower notes as well. It's not an exact science, as I said. Sometimes you're gonna have to improvise, compromise, or whatever. But right now on a sheet of paper, you will have written down A, B, C sharp, D, hopefully, if you've been able to find that, E, F sharp, G sharp, and A. Okay, and in this case, that is already the key. Okay, which is a coincidence. It could have also been something else. You may have written down A, B flat, C, D, E, F, G, A. Okay, and then you would have to figure out which key is that. It's in the key of F. Okay, so use the skills that I taught you in the skills area to figure out these skills. As soon as you know that this song is an A major, you will now have to figure out the chords, okay, if it's a song like this with a natural chord progression with 4 chords. And usually if it's in an A major, the A major chord will be in there, okay? So that's one chord. You start to listen to it, and then you go, is it the first? That's not really A major. And then the second one, no. And then the third one, the third chord is A major. So you take your piece of paper, you write down 1, 2, 3, 4, third chord, A major. You can hear chords very easily if you know which chord you have to play. You play A major, you just keep playing that along, like this with the song, until the song matches the chord, and you will have found exactly where that chord is being played. Okay, so listen to the song. You can also do what I do, which is put one of these in your ear, an earphone, and one of them not. So you hear the chord in the right ear, for instance, and the music in the left, and then you can match that. Okay, so if it's 16 counts before it turns around, you can just keep playing this for 16 times, and all of a sudden it will make sense. Okay, you will hear something like this. Okay, and then you will hear that it's matching, and you will have found that chord. So we've got the key down, which is A major. We got the A major chord. We found that on the 3rd position. And now we have to find the rest. That's very easy to do because we only have a couple of chords that are possible in the A major scale, and it's these right here. If we go for the regular major and minor chords, okay? Okay, these are all of the chords, so it has to be one of them. How do I know that? I simply move every note to the right. So I start on A major, I move my thumb to the right, I move my finger to the right, and I move this one to the right, but the F is not in the A major scale, so I go to F sharp. Okay, so this chord, is it in there? No, it doesn't really sound like it. Okay, now I move my thumb again to the right. C isn't in there, so I have to go to C sharp. D sharp isn't in there, so I have to go to E, and G isn't in there, so I have to go to G sharp. Okay, this chord is also not in there. Okay, you can hear that, you can figure that out by doing the same thing. Try if you can match it. It's not really in there. Do the same thing. Move to D. From E, we move to F sharp, because again F isn't in there. And from G sharp, we move to A. This chord actually does sound like it's in there. Okay, you can also hear that because the song has 3 major chords, so there will be a couple of major chords in there. You can hear that. You can clearly hear the difference between minor and major. Again, maybe not the first time you try this, but if you try it a couple of times, you will get better and better and better at it. So now we find the next one. D sharp again wasn't in there, so I have to play E. G isn't in there, so I have to play G sharp. B flat or A sharp isn't in there, so I have to play B. And this one also sounds like it's in there. Okay, F isn't in there, F sharp is, then A, and C isn't in there, so but C sharp is, so I play that, and I found my F sharp minor. Okay, so if I keep on doing that a little bit, I will find these chords eventually, because they're all hidden in the scale. Here, these are the only chords I can pick from. Because I found that key or scale, I already know that there's only 7 chords I can play, 7 of the basic chords. Then of course there's all types of variations, but let's keep it simple. I already know that probably if the scale's A major, the A major chord will be in there. So there's only 3 more chords to be found, and there's only 6 more chords left. So all you have to do is cross out 3 and you're left with the 3 that you need, or simply stumble across the 3 that you need. Now that you found the chords, make sure you put them in the right order. Okay, that's really easy. If you find the chords and you listen to the song, it's really easy to get the order right. As soon as you've got that, you can play them in root position. But it's not going to sound so nice. It's usually not going to match the song. So try some inversions, okay? See if you drop this to here, if it sounds better. Or maybe even lower. Play around with the inversions a little bit until you kind of get the feel for the song. I know this takes very long for me to explain, but actually when I do this in real life, it takes about 3-4 minutes, and then I'm already at this stage where I've got the correct chords in the correct inversions. Okay, so then I will be playing right here, and I can basically already play that song, okay? Hoping that the chord progression will not change later on, because then I have to do it again. But if the chord progression changes, at least let the key stay the same, so I don't have to do that again. So now you know that if the chord progression would change, you might be able to get something like this. Okay, because these chords are all part of this key. Or you could go from here to or whatever. Usually if the key stays the same, we can simply pick from all of these chords. So what you can do if you want to, and you know that the chord progression is going to change, is simply write down those 7 chords that are part of the A major scale, tick off the ones that you're using in the first, let's say in the verse or in the intro, and then when the chorus comes up and you notice that the chords change, then you have those 3 chords that you can pick from and easily find them as well. So now that we have the chord progression in there with the correct inversions, all we have to do is find the melody line in the right hand, and that is basically the easiest thing in the world. It's really easy because the notes on the top of the song are really easy to identify, and you can simply find them. And you can really easily identify them because you have the structure of the song. You already know which notes to pick from now because you've got this skill, and it's really not that hard to identify between these notes because you cannot go wrong on the half steps, okay, because you already know which notes you can pick from. So adding that melody line in there is actually going to be the easiest bit. However, the melody line is constantly changing. The vocals are constantly changing. So that's why you're going to probably need the most practice. The other stuff is quite easy, but the vocals and the melody line is constantly changing. And that's why you're going to need some practice to be able to keep up with that and to be able to remember that, okay? So I want you to use all of the other skills that I taught you in the course so far to remember the melody. But eventually that melody is going to either be stored in your muscle memory, or if you're pretty good, you can actually play those chords and in real time sync your right hand with whatever you're hearing either in your head or in the song in order to play that. That will take a little bit of time to practice that, but I'm starting to get up to that level where I can actually just in real time improvise with my right hand however I want these notes to go. Okay, not trying to brag here, but I'm just saying, like, I don't know, I've been doing this for quite a long time and I'm still sometimes having issues to do that because I'm not really practicing my play-by-ear skills that much, but yet I've already been able to make quite some progress in that area. So it's really cool, and in the beginning it might be a little bit intimidating, but really start doing it and it's going to be so much more fun later on. But for now I want to head over to lesson 7.5 where I'm going to teach you some tips and tricks to practice your playing by ear skills. Hi guys, welcome to lesson 7.5. I want to give you some quick tips and tricks, nothing too extensive right here, to learn and improve your playing by ear skills, okay? So first of all, the very most basic thing you can do is to teach your hearing. So one of the things you can do is work in couples. You can allow somebody to, when you have your eyes closed, play any note, like a random note, right there. They remove their finger, you open your eyes, and you have to try and... I think it was that one. I don't know because I wasn't looking. That's why I need to do this in couples. But you can try and figure out that note like that. Okay, so somebody plays something and you have to then try and figure out which note that was. Okay, that's one of the things you can do. And in couples, it's actually quite fun to do that. But it's a bit boring in the way that it's just like practicing notes. Something cooler is somebody's playing a note like this one right here, and then you would have to say which one it is. In this case it would be the D. Okay, so somebody plays this, you're not watching the piano, you say that's a D. That's really hard to do. I cannot do that, but it's a good thing to practice. Okay, and if you do that 5 minutes a day, then within a month you'll see big progress right there. Another thing you can do, which is really fun, is listen to a cappella songs, okay, and try to sing along with the vocal line of the artist. Try to play along with that. I mean, not sing along. Play along with the vocal line of the artist. That is really cool to do as well. Another thing you can do is figure out a song by yourself, by ear, and then make sure it's a song for which you have the sheet music or a good lesson that's really short and easy. It can be long, just take a little part. Figure it out by yourself, write it down what you got, and check and see if you actually managed to get it right or not, or where you went wrong. Okay, but most importantly, what I would suggest you to do is I would do the thing with the couples, okay, or I would just record a couple of random notes on my phone and then try and match that. Okay, I would really try and do that if you're having trouble to figure out which note is being played, and it's fun to do. It only takes 5 minutes a day, and that will be fun. But apart from that, I would really only play by ear on stuff that you really want to learn or that's really fun to you. And one of the things you can also do is simply look up the chords in one of my easy lessons, for instance, and then on yourself try and find that vocal line or the melody line to it. Okay, that will already give you some structure, some sense of security, and then you can add that vocal line on top. So there's a lot of stuff you can do, But what I want to implore is make sure that whatever you do is fun to you, because this can get very frustrating very soon, because it's not easy. It's just really difficult to do. But on the other hand, the learning curve is steep. So as soon as you start learning this, you'll get better and better and better really quick. So I want to thank you so much for watching this chapter 7. I know it's a bit different than the other ones. It's a little bit more vague, but it's really hard for me to explain something specific. I can also not play music back all the time because of the copyright and stuff like that. So it's really hard for me to explain something specific on a topic that's not really an exact science. So I still hope you enjoyed it. For now, you can move on to the next chapter, which is chapter 8. I hope to see you there. Hi guys, welcome to chapter 8 of the Ultimate Piano course. Right now I'm going to be telling you about how to compose songs, but it's always good to watch this chapter even if you don't want to compose songs, because I'm going over some of the stuff that we did before. I'm also teaching you some new stuff, and basically I'm going to teach you how to compose songs, but it's also a really good practical application of the stuff that we've done before. And basically this section is kind of the same as the play by ear section, but it's the other way around. So where you normally listen to a song and then try to replicate it, right now we're going to build a song up from nothing. But these steps are pretty much the same, even in the same order, but yet to me it's like a little bit different, because you're not trying to recreate something, you're trying to create something. But I want you to keep in mind that composing a song is really creating something, but it's not from scratch, because we've already got the ingredients. Think about a good chef. A good chef can create an amazing dish with existing ingredients by just maybe preparing them in a different way, or using them in a different combination, or changing their structure. Okay, we can do that in music as well. Okay, but it's also going to be creative. So I can tell you this is a potato, this is a carrot, and you can do something with it. But if you're going to replicate me, then it's just going to be the same as what I do, and then you're basically stealing all my dishes, and then people would eat in your restaurant and go like, yeah, but I can get the same over at Mark's. So I want you to start to think about creating something yourself. But first I'm going to explain you how to do that, giving you the building blocks in the whole of chapter 8. So to sum up, chapter 8 is going to be very informative to you if you want to be able to write your own songs, but it will also be very nice to see how other artists actually write their song. And maybe there's a band that you really like, or an artist, and you want to figure out what they do, and you may actually find out that they always use the same kind of chord progression, or they write a lot in the same key. That's possible, because a lot of these artists, every song kind of sounds like, ooh, that sounds like Coldplay, doesn't it? And you can already kind of know that it's Coldplay just from the music, because they might use the same chords. I'm just giving an example. Maybe you don't find that at all. To me personally, Ed Sheeran is one of those artists that continuously comes up with new stuff, like completely new, and still it's a little bit Ed Sheeran-ish, if you will. But it's not really recognizable in the way that I wouldn't say like, ooh, 100% that's Ed Sheeran. Whereas the Red Hot Chili Peppers always go like, that sounds like the Red Hot Chili Peppers. And then it usually is. So I want you to start experimenting with that yourself. I know it's very annoying when someone like me in a course tells you, hey, I know how this works, but I want you to find it out yourself. But just trust me, I've been thinking about this, and it's better if you discover some of this stuff yourself without me actually telling you, because then you're not going to be able to grasp the whole thing. Some things you have to experience yourself. So for now, we're going to start with a very short lesson, 8.2, picking a scale. Hey guys, welcome to lesson 8.2 of the Ultimate Piano course. Right now, we're going to be picking a scale for your song. If you want to compose a song, you want to start with a scale. Is that true? I don't know. Maybe you want to start with something else. Maybe you want to start with a melody line and find out if it fits to a scale. But I like to start by picking a scale. It gives me some structure. Okay, so this is the way I like to do it. So, scales. We know the major scales and the minor scales, and it doesn't really matter that much, because in your major scale you may have minor chords, and in your minor scale you may have major chords. So it's not necessarily true that if you want to write a sad song that you have to pick a minor scale. Okay, you could also pick a major scale, and as you know, with the major scales also comes a minor scale that are a brother and sister, right? I mainly want to focus on major scales for now. People say that the most easy scale to start with is the C major scale, and yes, it could be. It could very well be. I just don't like the sound of it. I'm sorry guys, I just don't. And sometimes if you use a really good chord progression, then it's okay. but to me it always sounds a little bit plain. That's completely personal preference, okay? You may say, I love sweet potato fries, and somebody else might... Who doesn't love sweet potato fries? Let's be honest here. But with a lot of stuff, you could say, oh, I love sushi, and somebody else might hate sushi, okay? I'm just not a big fan of the C major scale. So I am a big fan of the A flat major scale. This one right here. So I want to pick that one for this lesson because, hey, I get to make the lesson, I get to pick the scale. But I want to be sure you understand this. When I say pick a scale or a key in which you want to play the song, you are now going to determine which notes are going to be present in your song and which notes aren't. And just to clarify, when you pick a key or a scale, but for now I'm going to say key, when you pick a key, it doesn't mean that you're not allowed to step out of that key now and then, or to change the key later on in the song, which sometimes happens as well. It just means you have a basic structure, and on that you can build chords or a melody line, okay? And I want you to keep in mind that I'm starting from the bottom right here. This is the basic information, okay? And these are not fixed rules. It's up to you. You can do whatever you want because you are the composer. I'm just giving you some basic structure to start. And then once you have those basics under your belt, then you could say like, you know what? I like this Mark guy, but screw him with his standard 1-4-5 chord progression. I'm going to do something else. And that's cool. That's what I want you to do. I will encourage you to do that. I want to encourage you to break my rules because my rules aren't fixed. My rules are there just to take you by the hand, take you up to this level where you can actually play some really basic stuff. And then I want you to go nuts. I want you to go creative, and I want you to really make something unique. Okay, but we're going to start with the basics. Okay, so basically, if we're talking about the major scales, you've got 12 options, okay? C, C sharp, D, D sharp, E, F, F sharp, G, G sharp, A sharp, and B. Or, of course, D flat, E flat, G flat, A flat, B flat. That's up to you, okay? Basically, what that means, we're going to pick a key, and if you pick the C key, you're only going to be able to play the white notes in your song as a basic structure, okay? If you want to step out, again, you can do that. Let's just make this clear for one time and for all right now. For the whole chapter, whenever I say you're only allowed to do this, you're only allowed to do that, I'm talking if you want to follow the basic rules, and you don't want to follow the basic rules, but you need that as a little guide, okay? You need that as a little guide to get up to a certain level, okay? If you would choose C sharp right here, then you have to play these keys. So pick any scale you like, doesn't matter. I'm going to use A flat as an example. Let's head over to lesson 8.3 and take your scale with you. Hey, now we ended up in lesson 8.3. I hope you brought your key with you. Set it aside for a bit. I'm going to have a look at the C major scale to explain something to you, and then I'm going to show you what that means in my personal favorite key, the A flat major key. Okay, I want to talk to you about numbering chords. Every major key has 7 chords to it, chords that you can choose from. I have said this before in the playing by ear section, but right now I want to talk to you again about it from a different kind of view. I want to start this composing song series by teaching you how to play some chords, because if you have the chords, we have the structure of a song, and then we can add a melody line or vocals to it, and then we can actually build that song out. Of course, you can go as crazy as you want with the chords. You know, you can do a C sharp major 7 or an augmented or a B flat augmented, or it doesn't really matter what. But let's just take it easy because I want you to experiment later. Start right now with the basic stuff and then build up. So first of all, what I want you to do is I want you to find all the chords that are belonging to the C major scale. Now, what do I mean with that? Let's have a look at the piano. The first chord is, of course, the C major chord right here. Yes? How do you find the first chord of your scale? That's very easy. If this is a C major scale, right here, then the first chord, and we're actually going to call that the first chord, chord number 1, will be a C chord, the name of the key, okay, the name of the scale. So C major scale, the first chord, chord number 1, has to be a C chord. Is it major or minor? I don't know yet, but I do know that if I have to choose between major and minor, right here, these two are my options, okay? Now I have to pick the chord that belongs in the scale, and I can only use notes from the scale. Since I only have white notes in this scale, that's relatively easy because look, this one has a black one, so it cannot be that one. It has to be this one. Okay, so I'm gonna count 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. That makes it a major chord, C major. So what I want you to do is I want you to take a piece of paper like this right here. Yes, of course, this is a piece of paper and a pencil. And I want you to write down C, D, E, F, G, A, B. Why are we gonna write that down? Because we start on C in the C major scale. C, D, E, F, G, A, B. And behind the C, I want you to write C, E, G. Those are the notes. And then if you want to, you can also write C major. Okay, because that's the name of the chord. We found the first one, now we have 6 left, so let's do that. So the second chord is going to be a D because that's the next note in our scale. So we have 2 options, D major or D minor. Now, D major has a black note in it, so it cannot be that one, it has to be D minor. Now of course this is very easy in the C major scale because all the notes have to be white, right? So I only have to look, if there's a black key in it, that's not the right chord. We will see later on when I translate it to the A flat key that it's a little bit different. But for now, D major is not going to work. It has a black key in it, so I'm not allowed to play that. It has to be D minor. Okay, so on your piece of paper, write down D minor, D, F, A. Now we found C and D, we have 5 chords left, which is E, F, G, A, and B. So for E, we have E major. Well, again, it's black, so we cannot do that. We play E minor. Then we have F, major, and minor. The minor one has black, so we cannot do that. It will be F major, F, A, C. Then for G, minor, major. Minor has a black one in it, so I cannot play that. G major. Okay, A major, A minor. A major has a black one in it, so I cannot play that. I have to play A minor. And then B major, a B diminished right here. Okay, that is the only one that I can find that has the 3 white notes in it. Okay, major, minor, diminished. So B diminished is actually a part of the C major scale. So write that down as well. So now we have these chords to choose from. And then again, right here. And we're going to name these chords 1 through 7. We're simply going to start on the left on the note of the key, which is C. Okay? C major is chord number 1. D minor is chord number 2. E minor is chord number 3. F major is chord number 4. G major is chord number 5. A minor is chord number 6. And B diminished is chord number 7. Now, I didn't make this stuff up. Okay, this has been around for years and years and years and years. And it's actually very useful, as we will see later, that we have this. Because we can simply say a 1, 6, 2. And then you know you have to play 1, 6, 2. Okay? Like, that's how easy it's going to be. But I'll explain that a bit slower later on. Okay, so now we know that in the C major scale we have 7 chords available and we know the name of the chords. Okay, of course they have their own name, but they also carry their key name, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. That means, and I know I'm getting ahead of myself here, but just for you to understand, that if I want to play a 1, 4, 5, 4 pattern, I can simply play these chords because I know this one is 1 and then 2, 3. This one is going to be 4, 5, 4, and 1. And therefore I can easily make chord progressions in any key that sound like this. Okay? If I translate that here, 1, 4, 5, 4, 1. It's the same as... You hear that? Okay, or it's all the same, 1, 4, 5, 4. Okay, but I'll tell you a little bit more about that in lesson 8.5. Okay, welcome to lesson 8.4. I kind of already did this lesson a little bit in the previous lesson, but it's gonna be a lot harder in this one because we started with the easiest key. all the notes are white in the C major scale. And right now I'm going to pick two keys, which is D major and A flat major, in order to find all of the chords in that key. Okay, we're going to do A flat major together because that's my favorite key, and then D major you're going to do all by yourself at the end of the lesson to make sure that you're actually able to do that. So I want you to understand that whatever we just did in the C major scale, we can do that in any scale, and we will do it right now. So first of all, find these notes, okay? A flat major scale. How do you do that? Well, actually the way I do it, but I'm very auditorily, is I just try to find this sound. Okay, that doesn't sound right, so that's correct, right? I start to wiggle about a bit and I'll find it really soon. Or you can do what I discussed in the scale section, okay, to find the major scales. Anyway, I know that A flat, B flat, C, D flat, E flat, F, G, and A flat are part of my scale. So now what I have to do is I have to find these chords. Now for the C major scale, I don't really have to do anything because I know it's all white. But for this one, I like to write down my notes. So I write down A flat, B flat, C, D flat, E flat, F, G, and A flat. Here we go, ain't that pretty? Okay, so I've written these down and I put them on my piano, and now I can really easily find my chords. I will start on my one chord, okay, starting with the A flat. Now I have to choose between A flat major and A flat minor. Okay, so I'm gonna look, what is the difference? Well, we only have to look at the middle note because the final note, like the highest note, is always going to be the same. So just look at the middle one. Is it C or B? I'll look at my little cheat sheet. There's no B, but there is a C. Okay, so it's going to be C. It's that easy. So I write down A flat, C, E flat. I don't know if you can see that or not, but that's what I write down here. A flat, C, and E flat. Cool. So I got my first chord in. Boom. That's my one chord. And then I have to find a B flat. Is it going to be minor or major? Okay. Well, let's have a look. B flat. The F is going to be the same anyway. Okay. So now all I have to know is it minor, is it D or D flat? Well, there's no D in my scale, so it has to be the D flat. And therefore this is B flat minor. Okay, so I'm simply going to move on. C minor, and then D flat major, E flat major, F minor, and then for G, it's not major, it's not minor, it's diminished again. Okay, so I know that went a little quick, but I want you to try and find these yourself. I'll go over all of them once more right now. So find them yourself first, pause the video, write them all down like I just did, and then check if you got it right, okay? So here we go. Wait, are you ready? Pause the video now and only come back once you've written them down, okay? Here we go. 3, 2, 1. A flat major, B flat minor, C minor, D flat major, E flat major, F minor, and G diminished. Okay, cool. So these are the chords we can pick from. And of course, this will be the 1 chord, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, so I want you to write that down as well. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. And now I want you to find the chords for the D major scale yourself right now. So I want you to pause the video again, find all the chords for the D major scale, write them down, don't cheat. You only get to do this once because once you see the answers, you already know it. Pause the video right now and only come back after you've done them. Okay, so I trust you've written them down. Of course you did, right? Really? Okay, that's really good. So first of all, the D major scale. Right here, right? Okay, so now let's run through the chords. D major, E minor, check if you got them right, F sharp minor, G major, A major, a B minor, and C sharp diminished. I hope you got them all right. If you didn't, make sure to check this lesson again and find them out. But for now, I want to move on to lesson 8.5, basic chord progressions when composing songs. Hi guys, welcome to lesson 8.5 basic chord progressions. In this lesson I'm going to teach you some chord progressions with that numbering. You remember the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 and 7 that you can apply when composing a song. So this is where we're really starting to build up the song. That's enough theory, like plain theory. Right now we're going to put it to use. So basically the idea is that there's a couple of these chord progressions like the 1, 4, 5 that are really commonly used because they sound really nice. Because if you simply do a chord progression like this, then that's not really the best sounding song in the world, is it? Okay, because you're playing a 1, 2, 3, 4. Now if you play a 1, 4, 2, 3, then it already sounds a little better, probably. If you do a 1, 3, 2, 4, then maybe that sounds even better, but it's still a little boring. So maybe if you play a 1, a 4, a 6, and a 5, you actually get something that sounds pretty nice. Okay, and then again, you don't have to start on a 1. You could also start on a 5. Go back to 2, 6, and 4. Why not? Okay, this is all up to you. You can improvise with that, but I just want to give you 10 really basic chord progressions. Okay, so I didn't get these chord progressions myself. I actually got them from playguitar.com. There's a video on YouTube from playguitar.com in which he explains these 10 chord progressions. So all credit to him, but also he didn't make them up himself. They're used by everybody in the music world. All of these chord progressions are being used thousands and thousands of times. What I also want to do after I explain to you these 10 is I want to show you how you can decipher the beautiful chord progression from Hello by Adele. Okay, it's a really nice chord progression. I really like it, and we can decipher it. What is it? Is it a 1, 2, 3, 4? Or is it something more complicated? We're going to see that at the end of this video. For now, I'm going to share with you these 10 basic chord progressions. Okay, so the first one we can do is a 1, 4, 5. And I'm going to play all of these in the C major scale. Okay, so 1, 4, 5. And you come back to 1, 4, 5. And as you will see in lesson 8.6, you don't always have to have the same duration on these chords. You could play one of these chords twice, because right now we only have 3 chords, and usually there's 4. Not always, but usually there's 4 chords going on. So we could play one of them twice. So 1, 4, 5. Or what we can do is play 1, 1, 4, 5. 1, 1, 4, 5. Or we can play chord 4 for 2 times. Then you would get 1, 4, 4, 5. 1, 4, 4, 5. We can also play chord 5 for twice as long. 1, 4, 5, 5. Okay? Now I'm also playing a rhythm, right? 1, 2, and 1, 2. But you can also do this. Where you just play them straight after each other. Okay, so you can do all kind of stuff. Don't think that what I'm doing is the only thing you can do. You can make it all up. You can also just play the chord once and then hold that one for a bit longer and like that. Okay, I want you to keep in mind that again these chord progressions are going round and round and round, so you can keep on playing them. Now I'm going to go through all of them, and I may apply some patterns of playing, but basically I'm just showing you these chords, okay? So don't really pay attention to if I played once or twice, that doesn't really matter. I just want to show you the chord progressions, and I want you to write them down, okay? Because it's really cool to have these. Usually you notate chords in the Roman style, so a little I for 1, and then for instance for 4 it will be an I and then a V, but I really don't like that. I just put 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Which is what I like. First chord progression for you to remember is 1, 4, 5. The next one is a little bit more recognizable. I like it a little better. 1, 4, 5, 4. Okay, like that. You can also play like this. Okay, 1, 4, 5, 4, 1. Just like that. Okay, the next chord progression is 1, 5, 6, 4. 5, 6, 4. Okay, so let me play a little inversion right here. Okay, I'm a bit cheeky, but let me play the inversion. 1, 5, 6, 4. Like that. It already sounds a lot nicer than when we do root position. But I'll teach you a little bit more about that in 8.7. Anyway, that's 1, 5, 6, 4. We can also do 1, 6, 5, 4, and that will sound like this. Okay? Like that. You can also do 1, 6, 4, 5. Which is quite familiar as well. 1, 6, 2, 5 right here. And again, I want you to keep in mind, you can apply these chords to other chord progressions as well. So in the A flat major scale, it would sound like this. I want to move on to a couple more. Keep your pen and paper ready. 1, 3, 4, 5. 1, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Or with inversions, 1, 3, 4, 5. You already start to notice why inversions are really important, right? So we did 1, 3, 4, 5. Not really my favorite. I don't really like it, but if you like it, use it, okay, or adapt it. 1, 3, 6, 4. We have a weird one right now coming up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, let's listen to that. Like that. I wouldn't play that straight. I would play like 3 chords for 4 counts and 2 chords for 2 counts. So you could get this. For instance, okay? Or maybe... Okay, definitely not my favorite. I don't really like it, but it's an option. Toy around with it, see what you can do. 4, 5, 1, 6. Here we go. This is one of these examples where you don't have to start on the ground note. Why should you always want to have to start on the 1? Okay, well, let's do the 4, 5, 1, 6 right now. 4, 5, 1, 6. Okay, so what I want you to keep in mind here is that the counting doesn't start on the first chord you play. It has to do with the scale, with the key, and the key is C. So therefore 1 will always be the C major chord. Okay, 1, as long as we're in the C major scale. But that doesn't mean we have to start there. We can start on 4, which is F, like we just did, and move to 5, go down to 1, and 6. That's possible. And you can have so many more combinations. Honestly, I haven't listened to or figured out yet Hello by Adele, so I'm going to be surprised what we get. So let's have a look. First of all, what we have to do is, and I know I went through this all a little bit quick, but I hope you wrote all of them down and play all of them on your own time. I don't want to make these videos too long. But for now, I want to have a look at Adele's Hello. So we play this. Such a powerful chord progression. I don't yet understand why, but if you want to know how to write a powerful chord progression like that, let's figure out what they actually played and in which key. So we do that the way that I did it in the play by ear section. Okay, so we got, and then 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 we've got these chords. So F, A flat, C, A flat, C, E flat, G, B flat, E flat, and then F, A flat, D flat. So these are the notes that are in there. Now, surprise, surprise, which key is this? Whoo, it's my favorite key, the A flat major key. Okay, so yeah, I really like this key, and that's maybe why I really like this song as well. Now, the A flat major key starts with a 1 chord on A flat major. However, when we play this song, we start on F minor, so we don't start on the 1. So let me write down where we start. We start on F minor. I'm just gonna put that up here, and then we do A major, and then we play E flat major, and then we play D flat. Is it major? Yeah. Okay, so the chords are F minor, A flat, E flat, and D. Now we have to figure out what are the names of these chords. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, now I can put a 1 below the A. I already know that. That's easy peasy. And all I have to do is start on A flat and count. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so D flat is the 4. 5, so E flat is the 5. 6, so F minor is the 6. So I don't know if that went too quick for you, but if it did, I want you to keep in mind that what I just did is I figured out the scale first, then the chords, and then the chord progression in numbers. Okay, and the progression starts on a 6. It doesn't start on a 1. So the progression is 6, 1, 5, 4, and you get this. Okay, I know that probably went really quick, but that's how quick you can actually do it if you watch through the entire course and practice a little bit. Okay, remember, I do this for my work. I do this every single day, so it's no surprise that I do this quickly. Okay, if you're having a bit more trouble, rewind. But basically all we're doing is figuring out the scale, then which notes are in the scale, then the chords, and then the position of the chords. Now I have the secret code for Hello by Adele. So now I can transform that to any other scale. So maybe I want to play it in the C major scale, and that would then sound like this. Yeah, makes sense, right? Okay, so that means that now you also know how to transpose a song really easily by finding out the position of the chord. Hello, it's me. Now, we may want to play it in, let's say, D major. Okay, are we going to start on D major? No, because we start on the 6th chord, okay? 6th chord of D major is B minor, okay? So you would start right here, then go to D, okay? And then you go to the 5th chord, which is A, and then you drop down to the 4th chord, which is G, okay? So again, we have Hello by Adele right here. Also had it here, or here on the original chords. Okay, so I hope that makes sense to you. The order of the chords is the same, the key is just different, so the starting point is a little different, but then the rest is going to be the same. Okay, for now let's move on to lesson 8.6. Hi guys, welcome to lesson 8.6 of the Ultimate Piano course. We've been learning a lot about composing songs already. We've been doing some really cool stuff with chords, and you now know that there are basic chord progressions. So you actually get to pick a chord progression, and then maybe that's even better sometimes, to be fair. You know, you pick a chord progression, like let's say we pick the 1, 6, 2, 5, 1, 6, 2, 5, and you play that in C. Right here. What was it? 2, 5, 2, 5, and then you figure out what it would sound like in a D scale. Right here. Maybe you like that better, or you could do the A flat scale. Right there, maybe you like that better. Okay, so you could also find a chord progression first, and then see if you can match a scale that you like the sound of that scale. Anyway, and I want to talk to you about, if you've done that, you got your scale and your chord progression, how long should you play each chord? Now, you can choose from a lot of basic stuff. every chord 1 time, every chord 2 times, every chord 3 times, or every chord 4 times, okay? Let me get an example right here with the 1, 6, 2, 5. Every chord 1 time, okay, like that. Every chord 2 times. Every chord 4 times. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. But how about if we play the first chord 4 counts, the second chord 2 counts, and then 1, 1? Then you will get this. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 1, 1. Okay. Sounds a little bit weird, but I'm just making stuff up, okay? How about if we play the first chord 2 counts, the second chord 2 counts, and the last 2 4 counts? You get this. So I want you to think about that. Like, what would I like to do with these chords? Okay, and do I want to play them in a simple 2-2-2-2-2 pattern, or do I want to do 2-2-3-1? Okay, usually you want to try to make 8 or 4 or 16, you know, like multiples of 4. That will sound the best. But again, don't stick to my rules. Do whatever you want. This is a creative process, so you can do whatever you want there. I just wanted to show you that you can use your duration to actually influence the song, okay? You can also use rhythm. When we look at Hello by Adele, it's not this. That's not how you play it, okay? You play this. You wait a bit, and then the other ones. Okay, so you don't always have to go. Sometimes you can wait a little bit. Okay, for now I want to move on to lesson 8.7. Hi guys, welcome to lesson 8.7 of the Ultimate Piano course. Right now I want to talk to you about composing songs and using inversions and leading tones. Okay, now again I want to make sure that you understand this. You do not have to do this. I'm just giving you a guideline here, but you're more than welcome to diverse, okay, to do something else. But I quickly want to talk to you about inversions. Hopefully you know a lot about them because you've been seeing the rest of the course. But if you didn't, let me quickly refresh your brain. So let's say we have a basic chord progression. Let's say this one right here. Okay, I'm now playing inversions on the piano. If I would play these same chords in root position, you would get this. Okay, and you can already hear that it sounds really different. Now these chords are kind of together, so it's not that bad. But personally, I don't really like it when chords jump all over the piano. It seems a bit too far stretched. Sometimes you want to get that sound, and then it's a good thing, of course, so keep that in mind. For instance, if we listen again to Adele with Hello, if we would take these chords and play them in root position, then we would get this. Okay, and it doesn't really sound together. It's like boom, boom, bing, bing, right? And you want to kind of have it in the same area. So how do we do that? We simply invert the chords, okay? So instead of playing the ground notes in the bottom, like here in the root position, we are going to, actually these two chords are in root position, we're going to take this chord, release the top one, and put it on the bottom, and then do that again, release the top one, and put that on the bottom. And the other one right here, release that, put it on the bottom, and then release that and put that on the bottom. Okay, that is basic inversions. But now I want to tell you why we do it like this. If we don't do it, we jump from here all the way up to here. Okay, so we have a reach this big. If we don't do that, if we do the way that it's being played in Adele's Hello, we only have a reach this big. So it all sounds really nice together, a little bit compact, if you will. So listen to the difference. And Completely different song in my opinion, especially with the bass notes. That to me sounds completely different than this, whereas the chords are the same. Okay, so to me this sounds way more closed, a little bit protected, whereas this is really uplifting, and the chords are the same. So it's not always major, minor chords, doesn't always have to mean that it will sound happy or sad. It also depends on which inversion you use. So I want you to keep that in mind. If you play melody lines, these chords may be 5 chords. And then I want you to keep in mind that, do you play them up here or do you choose to go there, right? So if you want to do it L, do you then do this? Or would you play it right here? I think that sounds a bit more cool. You can also choose to let go of some notes if you think it would be too high or too low. So you could, for instance, go here and then just do that to not play that top note, okay? So that's all kind of stuff. That's of course not really an inversion, it's just getting rid of a note. But basically managing where your top and your low notes are in the chords, whether you're playing them in the left hand or in the right hand, okay? Now there's also such a thing as a leading note. A leading note basically means it's a note in the scale that is really close to the ground note. So for instance, with this song, if I stop right there, you want to have that last note after, right? I cannot stop and then just go home, because people go like, hey, wait, whatever happened to that scale? So you want to resolve the note in the final note, in the ground note of the scale. So that means that this is the leading note. In this case, for instance, we play a D flat F A flat, so we're not really resolving. But if you would write your own chord progression, so let's say we take that chord progression from Hello, which is an A flat right here, okay? What we do, let's switch out the first 2 chords and the last 2 chords. So we're not going to start on F, we're going to start on A flat, okay? So we do this. Okay. Now that sounds quite nice. However, if we do something like this, where we play the ground note up top, okay, so it's the A flat major scale, and we play that A flat on the top. We could also play it here. Let's do this, it's a little bit easier. So right here, then you could do this. Okay, now what that will do is this chord, because of that G, that's really, it's anticipating, right? This G is anticipating the A flat, because you can kind of hear this. Okay, that means that we are using the leading tone. Okay, so what we do in this example is we put that leading tone on the top of the chord, and that's why we use the inversion. Whereas usually the B flat would be on the top. Right now we put the G on the top, so it can actually resolve right there, okay? Also in the first chord, this chord right here, instead of playing it in root position right here, then the E flat will be on the top. Right now the A flat is on the top. Okay, you can also do it with 2 notes right here. So then you will get this. And that resolves really nicely, because you build the tension right here and release it right there. Okay, that's all I wanted to say about that. So what I want you to keep in mind is that you can use these inversions to give your song a completely different flavor, a completely different sound to them, by simply using the same chord but putting the notes in a different spot. Okay, so you don't always have to go major minor. You could do little jumps like that as well, and you can make some very cool different kind of effects in your songs to do that. So I want you to keep in mind that inversions can be very important when writing a song. So just experiment a little bit with it and see how that works for you. For now, I want to move on to lesson 8.8, where I'm going to be talking to you about the song structure. Hi guys, welcome to lesson 8.8 of the Ultimate Piano course. I just quickly want to talk to you about song structure, okay? Basically, it's the kind of stuff: intro, verse, pre-chorus, chorus, bridge, outro, that kind of stuff, okay? And I don't want to spend too much time on it, but if you're writing a song, it may be good to, if you have lyrics, or if you have a kind of idea of how the song is going to be like, to write down that structure and then try and fit chords or music to the different sections, okay? The idea is that you don't have to have different chords or a different kind of music throughout the entire thing. I mean, it could be the same. Okay, so for instance, if we have a look at Adele, we start here. And then later we get hello from the outside. Okay, and what happens is we switch. Look, we went from F to A flat, E flat, D flat. I'm just gonna do left. F, A flat, E flat, D flat. Then we went to hello from the outside, which is different. Look, F, D flat, A flat, E flat. The D flat used to be at the end, remember? So that means that the chord progression has changed for the chorus right there, okay? So basically, song structure, not very important in the way that you have to know about it, because you could just do whatever you want, but it's really nice if you have an idea and you want to have a couple of verses maybe and a chorus, to have the chorus match up and to have the verses match up. So here's what that kind of means. A usual structure for a song is you start with or without an intro, and an intro is usually just music only, okay? You have a little intro right there. Okay, so you could have something like this. That could be an intro, maybe a little bit longer, and then the song would start. Okay, with a bit more of a generic sound, okay? That usually happens in pop music, where you have a really nice piano intro, and then I think, that's a cool song to put on piano, I want to put that on YouTube. And then the rest of the song is just a lot of drumming and basses, and I go like, I don't know if this really sounds so nice on piano, right? But the intro is usually music only, and it's kind of preparing you, it's setting you up with the skill of the song, okay? It would be very weird if I play this. And then continue the song. That doesn't make any sense, okay? So usually the intro is kind of setting you up with the scale or the keys, so the ears can get used to which notes you're going to be using and which notes you're not going to be using, right? Okay, so then we get into the verse. The verse is kind of the story, okay? It's kind of telling what is happening or what has happened or what you're thinking about or whatever you want to say in the song, right? If you're talking about lyrics. And you can get quite detailed right there, okay? And then later on we'll see the chorus, and that's more general. But again, this is just me explaining the structure of a song. You don't have to do it like that, but usually that's what happens. You could tell a story in 3 little parts. You could say first this happened, and then this happened, and then that happened. You could go verse 1, verse 2, verse 3. But I have to explain the chorus to you as well first in order for you to get that. But in the verse you can basically do a lot, and it's nice to have a different kind of chord progression for the verse as you do for the chorus, okay? Don't have to do that, but it makes the distinction a little bit clearer, okay? Then we have the pre-chorus. It's not always there, but it's kind of building up to the chorus, and then the chorus is the main part of the song that's usually recognizable because it repeats over and over again. A chorus has to at least repeat once, otherwise it's not a chorus, okay? So for instance with hello, we start with 2 verses, right? You start with, hello, it's me. I was wondering if after all these years you'd like to meet, blah, blah, blah. And then you go again, hello, can you hear me? I'm in California dreaming about who we used to be. Then there's a pre-chorus, there's such a difference between us and a million miles. And then we get the chorus, hello from the other side. You get through the whole chorus, and then there's another verse again. Okay, hello, how are you? It's so typical of me to talk about myself. I'm sorry, I hope that you're well. Did you ever make it out of town where nothing ever happened? Pre-chorus again. It's no secret that the both of us are running out of time. Now, the pre-chorus here is different than the first pre-chorus, okay? But it's just a little build-up. It's no secret that the both of us are running out of time. And then, boom, that chorus hits you, okay? Chorus again. And then we have the possibility to get a bridge Okay, a bridge is not a verse, it's not a chorus, it's not even a pre-chorus because it's not necessarily building up, it's just something else. In a lot of cases, you see that the bridge has different chords. Sometimes they even switch key right there, and it's basically just it's not really a tension generator in the way that the pre-chorus is building up to the chorus, but it can take the heat out of the song, right? It can kind of calm you down before boom we go in again. That's a lot of the stuff that I see happening in the bridge. And then we could either have another chorus or even another verse, and then the outro. In the outro, there's usually no new changes that will be applied in the song. It's basically just repeating either the chords from the chorus or from one of the verses, and then slowly fading usually. Okay, so the whole idea is to give you this structure is twofold, right? It can really help with the lyrics because you want to write some lyrics for the verse, and then for the chorus you have to remember that you're gonna have to repeat that later on when you do the chorus again, so that has to make sense in the song. And then for the music, it can either be the same throughout the whole song, or you can have, like, you can say, okay, all of the verses I'm gonna use this chord progression, and for all of the choruses I'm gonna use this, and then for the bridge I'm gonna do something completely new. And you know what, I'm gonna make my intro match the chorus, for instance. Okay, that's something you could do, and you can experiment a little bit with that. And again, it's not an exact science, so you kind of have to see what you want to do with that. Okay, but that is the basic structure of a song. For now, I want to move on to the final lesson of composing songs, lesson 8.9. Hi guys, welcome to lesson 8.9 of the ultimate piano course. Right now I want to talk to you about melodies, and I don't want to spend too much time on this because again, I don't want to put my melodies in your head. I want you to figure out your own melodies. There's a couple of things that I want to tell you, okay? First of all, there's tension and resolve. Usually when you start composing songs, you want to fill in all the gaps with little notes. So for instance, if we have these chords, you'll probably do something like this. I don't know, something like that, okay? The issue with that is that it's not necessarily bad or something, but it just sounds a little bit, why do you keep on playing all these notes, okay? So sometimes it's better to use spaces. So you might, for instance, slow this one down and add a little pattern. And now instead of doing something like this, which could also be cool, okay, depending on what kind of notes you pick, you may want to choose for a bit of spacing and tempo. Okay, sometimes less notes can be more pretty, and sometimes not. I mean, sometimes it's cool. Another thing that's really cool to do is repetition. For instance, if you do want to play these notes, you could do this. Okay, where you repeat the same pattern. Or for instance, okay, I'm repeating something. That's always nice. It's recognizable. We'll come back. You can repeat the same pattern somewhere else. So you can, for instance, do this. Etc. Okay, so repetition can be very cool. So keep that in mind. Spacing. So keep gaps. Do something like this. Okay, keep little gaps, and you will actually be able to build the tension. Okay, now what you can also do if you want to write lyrics, and for instance you have Hello by Adele again, what you could do is you could actually embrace these lyrics in the chords. So you could, for instance, do something like this. And that usually really works when you put the top note of the chord, and that is the lyric. Okay, if this is it, and I have to play this chord anyway, I could do this. Hello, it's me. I've been wondering if... Right? Okay, so you could get, I've been wondering if after all these years, right? And then you'd like to meet. So you can kind of put these lyrics in the chords, which can make it sound a lot cooler than just, you know. But sometimes you do want to get that drive feeling, so that's all up to you. You can do so much stuff. With the melody, I just want to say that it's really nice if you can get some spacing in your time and also in your notes. So you don't always want to just walk up that scale, okay? But try and find gaps. Okay, you want to find gaps in between notes as well. Keep in mind that sometimes the notes will be together only half a note apart, and sometimes they'll be a full note apart. So that is really important now and then in order to make sure that it doesn't sound dissonant when you don't want it to sound dissonant. But basically with the melody, you want to do whatever you feel is right. And you can play notes within the chord, which will make it very easy. Okay, you're just playing the notes from the chord. You could also just do that with your right hand, so you could get... Okay, this one was out of the chord, right? The F right here, because it's not part of the E flat major chord. But what you're doing when you're playing notes in the chord is you're just playing these chords and you're playing the notes that are already in there. So in the beginning you would play F, A flat and C, and you can play any kind of pattern. And you can do all kind of stuff you want to do, right? You don't have to stick to your chord, you can run up, right? You don't have to stick in that region of the chord, but you can play notes in the chord. You can also play notes outside of the chord, so right here, for instance, which will kind of pull the chord, right, to this chord right here. So you can play notes outside the chord and get a completely different feel, or even outside the key. Okay, that's also possible. So you can experiment with that a little bit. Chords inside, notes inside the chord are gonna sound a little bit more mundane, I would say. Like, it's kind of predictable. When you get outside the chord, it gets a little bit more interesting. You can create some tension right there, which is really nice. And I want you to just go out there and experiment, and also listen. Maybe write out some of the melodies that you hear on the radio, or you could get some sheet music and see what is it that they're actually doing. Are they playing notes in the chord? Are they playing notes out the chord? How is the spacing? Do they play them evenly, like ta 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 ta, or is it ta 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 ta, right? It could be anything. And listen to songs that you really like. If you want, get the sheet music. In the next session, I'll show you how to do that, and I'll also explain where to get it. What you want to do is you want to make sure that you have a lot of experience with this, because by doing it more and more and more and more, you will only get better at it, okay? You now have the music theory from the rest of the chords already to start writing your own songs. Now it's a matter of you putting your music skills to the test, your talent, your improvisation, your ideas, your melodies that come up in your mind. Put them to the test. Play them on your piano and write them down. One of the most important things, guys. Write the melodies down. Write the music down, because you may not think you're going to forget them, but you are if you don't write them down. So write the music down, okay? If you find something really cool, write it down. And if you find something really, really cool, play it and put it on YouTube somewhere so nobody else can steal it from you. Okay, for now I want to move on to section 9 where I'm going to teach you how to read sheet music. Hi guys, welcome to this lesson which is going to be how to read sheet music. Now I know this view is a little bit different than what you're used of me. I'm going to be taking shape of you as an example. This is just an example page and I'm going to teach you how to read sheet music of a page like this. Now I want to be very clear here, I am not a really big fan of sheet music. I know how to decipher it basically, I know how to read this kind of stuff and I can write that down. But I'm not really that fluent, so I couldn't put this on the piano and just play it like that. Some people really like to use sheet music and just don't know all of the rules yet. And some people don't know how to read sheet music yet, or just a little bit, but they like the tangibility of it. And I can really understand that as well. So whether you know how to read sheet music yet, or just want to get into it, or don't know if you want to get into it, just want to try and figure that out, this lesson is going to be for you. So basically, this is sheet music. You will usually see the title at the top, then the artist or the composers right here we have Kevin Briggs, Candy Burris, Tamika Cottle and Ed Sheeran, and then right here you have the actual sheet music. Okay, now we're going to be dividing this into 3 sections. So right here, this is 1, this is 2, and this will be number 3 right there. Okay, number 3 right here. Now this is not always the case. Sometimes there's more of these bars, as I will call them for now. Sometimes there's less. Sometimes we have 4 sections on a page, sometimes only 2, sometimes only 1. Okay, but basically this is how we want to divide it. So now I want to quickly tell you where to get your sheet music, and then we're going to get really into what is all of this stuff and what does it all mean. So now let's move on to where to get your sheet music in the next lesson. So I want to quickly show you where you can find sheet music. You simply go to pgnpiano.com/sheet music. And when you do that, you're going to end up on musicnotes.com. I have all of my sheet music up there. You can see the newest sheet music that I put up. You can also scroll down, see my most popular sheet music, and then you can browse all of my sheet music as well. All you have to do is simply click on a piece of sheet music and you can play it back. And when you download sheet music from musicnotes.com, you can also get the app and get the sheet music in the app for your computer or other devices. You have to check if your device is working with the sheet music, and then you can play it back and you can rewind and you can print it and you can get it in different keys sometimes as well. So make sure to check that out if you like sheet music. And for now, let's be moving on to lesson 9.3. Hi guys, welcome to lesson 3 in the how to read sheet music section. Right now we're going to be getting into the actual sheet music. So I want to zoom in a little bit. You see these 3 big bars right here, and I'm going to zoom into this one. Okay, so I hope that's still in focus. I think it is. And this is what we call a staff. So we have a staff right here. Okay, I missed one of them, but anyway, there is 5 lines right here. And each of those lines and each of those spaces represent a different letter, a different note. So basically what we're going to be seeing is that you can place a note on a line like this right here, that's on the line, or you can place it in between a line like this. Okay, now it's in between a line and that's a different note. Now which note that is, we'll see that later, can vary a little bit, which is one of the things why sheet music can be challenging to learn, okay? But for now it's important for you to understand that we have the staff, we have 5 lines right there, and we can put notes on the line or between lines, and that will be a different note, okay? That's all you have to remember from this lesson. So for now I want to be moving on to the treble clef in lesson 4. Let's head over there right now. Hi guys, welcome to lesson 4 in the section of how to read sheet music. In the previous section I talked about the staff, the 5 lines right here, and as you can see we've got 3 of these staffs right here, and then if I zoom out a little bit further, look, remember when we divided this into different sections? Okay, so we have 3 staffs right here, another 3 right here, and then another 3 right here. And if we have a look at this section right here, we notice a couple things. Okay, so let's zoom in there. here we go. Okay, so there's a couple of symbols. These two are the same, and this one is a little bit different. That is because this is what we call a treble clef, and this is what we call a bass clef, okay? A bass clef. Now, if I move the sheet music up a little bit, you can see that this staff is actually representing the words, okay? We have right here, we've got the, okay, so the, and then right here it continues. Club isn't the best place to find a lover, so the bar is where I go. And that is being represented right here on this staff, on the top staff, okay? So this staff, the top staff, is actually for the vocal line. And then these two are for the piano, okay? Sometimes you have two staffs for the vocal line. Usually you only have one in sheet music like this. And there's also a lot of sheet music where you only have these two. You only have the staffs for the piano. Now I want to disregard the top one for a little bit. So let's have a look at the bottom two and just focus on that, okay? So we have the treble clef right here and the bass clef right here, okay? And there's different rules that apply to them. Now normally what we do is we play this top one in the right hand and we play the bottom one, the bottom staff, in the left hand, okay? That's why there's no hands left to do the vocals in this case, which is why when I play vocals in the piano, I usually blend these two together in a sort of mix if I can, or I just play the bass or just play that one and then add the vocal line on top, okay? But for now, I'm going to show you the treble clef and what the notes are on the treble clef. And I want to apologize for my drawing skills because they're not that good. So here we go, and let's take a deeper dive into the treble clef. Okay, so here we go. We've got a very, very big treble clef right here. Now, don't be confused. We have two of them right here, but this is basically a really big sheet of paper with just a lot of these, okay? Basically, we're going to be looking at this thing right here, you know, that thing. And whenever you see this, the rules for this lesson will apply, okay? Whenever you see the other one, the one right here, yes, we will see that later. The other rules will apply. So as you can see, this is a regular staff with 5 lines, and I'm just going to place a couple of dots on there, okay? So I'm going to put one here. Let's put one here in between. Here in between and here in between, okay? So we have 4 dots in between. Now this is basically a piano on its side, okay? So if we have a look at this dot right here, that is actually an F, okay? This dot right here is an A, this one is a C, and this one is an E, face. So there's actually some dots missing in between, as you may have guessed, right here, and right here. So we have a G, a B, and a D. And right now we have all of the notes already. F, G, A, B, C, D, and E. Okay, now you may be wondering, what is this one right here? Oh well, we just keep on counting. So after E, we'll get F, and then if we place one on the top right there, we'll get a G. Now here, you would say this is the end. No, it's not, because sometimes in sheet music they just draw that line again right there and you would have your A. Okay, you can see that quite often. Sometimes you can actually see that they draw another line. So for instance with the C, they might draw another line and put a C up top, or they might even draw 3 lines now and then to put an E up top. Okay, so basically they're continuing the line. You can also do that on the way down. So on the way down, right here, draw a little line, and you have your C. Then this will be your D. This will be your E. And here's the F. And then I will just keep on continuing. Okay? So basically, and I want to apologize again for my drawing because it's a bit crooked, but this is basically how the notes are laid out. F, G, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, A, etc. going up. We have a C right there, an E right there, and you can place them in between for the B and the D. And on the down bit, we would drop and we would have a C, a D, an E, and an F. Okay? It's also possible to have multiple notes at the same time. So we could, for instance, have this, which would then be F, A, and C. and since we place them above each other, we would have to play them at the same time. And sometimes you see something like this, which might be a little bit confusing. But the truth of the matter is that you cannot get this note in between there. It just wouldn't fit because they're all little balls. So now you would have F, G, and A, which you would all have to play together, even though this one is notated a little bit further. Okay, now I'll talk to you later about when to play which note, when to play them together, and all that kind of stuff, because this is not really the time for it. For now, what's important to understand for you is that if we have this kind of symbol in front of it, and pay attention, because sometimes you will see this symbol twice, so both for the right hand and the left hand. Usually you will see this symbol for the right hand and the other symbol for the left hand, and sometimes you just see the other symbol for both hands, and it might even change during the song. Okay, so that's a little bit annoying now and then. So let's have a look right here. In this song it doesn't happen. We simply have these two symbols here and then the other one, but it may sometimes happen that you all of a sudden get this kind of thing going on where they just put that in, boom, and then all of a sudden, as of here, they might also put it here just to clarify, you know, but then all of a sudden, as of here, you would have to play a bass clef in the top as well. Okay, so that's quite annoying. Now, if we have a look back at this, this C right here is going to be the middle C on the piano. Okay, so this C right here will be the middle C on the piano, and then we go all the way up. Okay. So just go all the way up, continue up, up, and up there as well. Okay? So that's basically how it goes. Now I want to move on to the next lesson where I'm going to demonstrate to you the bass clef. Hi guys, welcome to this lesson which is on the bass clef. Now, unfortunately, my printer died, of course, when I'm recording this lesson. So this one will have to use the same sheet of paper right here. Now, here are going to be my drawing skills. So let's copy this thing. Starting right here, and then... Okay, well, that of course looks horrific, but you know what I mean, right? So, if it's a bass clef, the same rules do not apply as with the treble clef, okay? So that's different rules. Basically, I always like to pick this note as a reference point. So I'm going to draw that right here for you. And that note is the F. Okay, so you can already see that the same note in the treble clef was a D right here. So basically, all of the notes drop two notes, like two little lines. So in between and then down. So if we look at the bass clef right here, go up to G and A, let's take it until there. Okay, and then maybe start right here, draw it all the way up, right up until there. Okay, so we have F right here. I'm gonna go down E, D, C, B, A, G. Okay, so if we start right here where this line intersects, we have the F, go up G, go up A, and down here on the bottom line we start on a G, A, B, C, D, E, all the way up like that. Again, if we compare that to the other one, then for instance the E would be right here and the C would be right there. Now if we go back up to this, the E is one line lower and the C is also one line lower. Okay, so basically if your notes would be here and here on a treble clef, they would be here and here on a bass clef. Okay, now this F right here is positioned below the middle C on the piano, which was this C right here. Okay, that means that if we continue to go up with a B and then right here a C, that this C is going to be exactly the same as this C right here. These C's are the same note. Okay, let's see if I can get them both into frame. Yeah, here we go. So this this would continue on. So you go F, G, A, B, C, D, E, F. You could simply continue on into the treble clef right there. Now again, most of the time we would have a piano sheet music like this with the treble clef and the bass, and the bass clef would be played in the left hand, the treble in the right. Okay, so that's why sometimes you might see a note up here, which would be the E, okay, and instead of it being right here in the treble clef, it might be positioned in the bass clef because it is supposed to be played in that left hand. Okay, so once more, start right here, F, G, A, B, C, or right here at the bottom, G, A, B, C, D, E, all the way up. That is how you read the bass clef. And now we want to continue on with the next lesson, which is about dots and ties. Okay guys, welcome to lesson 9.6, where I'm going to be talking to you about the notes on the sheet music. So we have the notes right here. We have what we call the note head, that's the little ball, and then we have the stem, okay, that's the stick basically. So I'm going to draw a nice little note right here, right there. And yeah, we basically got the head. I want to talk about the head first. So basically we have 3 different types of notes. We got an open note, we've got just an open circle without a stem, and then we've got a closed one. Okay, now basically this means that the value of the note is different. This is a whole note, this is half a note, and this is a quarter of a note. Okay, so that means that if you want to write it out, basically we would need 4 quarter notes right here, 1, 2, 3, 4, for the same duration as 2 half notes. Okay, and I know I'm not drawing the best here, but anyway, or 1 whole note. Okay, 4 quarters is the same as 2 halves is the same as a whole note. Now basically these stems are being written on the right if it's going up, and on the left if it's going down. And it doesn't really matter whether it's going up or down, it's just a matter of how easy it is to read, and it will basically not affect the value of the note. Okay, quarter note right there, half note, whole note. Now here come my amazing drawing skills again. You can also have a little flag. There we go, a little flag on the side of the note. We actually got a couple right here. I saw a couple. Here we go. Here there's a flag, okay? And that actually shortens the note even further, okay? So basically you will need 8 of these, 4 of these, 2 of these, and 1 of these. So 8 of the ones with the flags. You can also have a double flag. That means it shortens the note even further, which would make it a 16th. Okay, so 1 divided by 16 for a double flag. Okay, so now you know all of the values of the notes. Let's draw them right here. 1, half, quarter, and then an 18th, an 8th, of course, and a 16th. Okay, 1, half, quarter, 8th, 16th. Okay, that's the value of the notes. So now I want to move on to the next lesson, where I'm going to be talking to you about dots and ties. Hi guys, welcome to this lesson where I'm going to be teaching you about the dots and ties. As you can see right here, we've got a note with a dot behind it, just like that one. Okay, you see it more often with an open note. So let me draw you one right here with a dot behind it. That means, the dot means we're going to take the value of this note and add half of the value to it. Okay, so therefore this note used to be a half, now it's 3/4 of a note. Okay, that means it's the same as a half note plus a quarter note. Okay, so a half and a quarter. If you add them together, that would be 3/4 as well. Okay, so note with a dot, it basically adds half of the value of the note. If you have this one, just an open circle, put a dot behind it, that means the value of that note is the same as a half note and a whole note together. Okay, like that, and that would make 1.5 note. This is also 1.5 note because that dot is basically putting half the value of the note. Okay, might make it easier if we just use bigger numbers. So let's say we would have a 6. If you put a dot behind it, that 6 will take half of the 6, which is a 3. Therefore, it's a 9. Okay, if you have a 4, you put a dot behind it, it would become a 6. If you have a 2, you put a dot behind it, it will become a 3. Okay, hope that makes sense to you. Now I want to have a look at the ties. So what we see now and then is that notes are being tied together like this, okay, with a little tie. So let's have a look right here. You can see the ties here and here. Maybe zoom in a little bit for you guys. Okay, so when we're zoomed in, you can see a tie right here. There's also one right here, here and here, okay? And what these ties do is basically it combines these two notes. You have to hold them this entire time, okay? And a lot of times the notes are the same. So this note is the same as that. That means you're not going to play the note twice, okay? You're just going to play that note one time, but the time that you have to play the note is going to be the combination of the value of these notes, okay? So therefore, let's say these two notes were tied together and they're quarter notes. That means that it would have to be half a note, okay? It's easier when it's the same note. So let's say right here, we have two notes, same note, they're being tied together. Then you shouldn't play the note twice, you only play the note once, okay? But it's being held twice as long. Since these are quarter notes, you're gonna hold them for half a note. So now let's move on to the next lesson, which is about flags and beams. Hi guys, welcome to the next lesson, which is about flags and beams. Unfortunately, my printer is still broken and I really have to get these lessons out. So I'm going to be showing you on this piece of paper where I drew my own stuff. So basically flags, we've already been talking about that. It's when you have a note like this and there's a little flag, okay? That has to do with the duration of the note. Basically that flag cuts the note in half. A double flag cuts it in half again, okay? The reason I bring that up again is because beaming is kind of doing the same kind of thing. It affects the length of the notes. What we do with a beam is exactly the same as with a flag, okay? So if we tie two notes together with a beam, and we can either do that up, or we could do it down, okay? But then do it at the same time like I'm doing right now. So either up or down. What that does is it will cut the value of the note in half. Okay, if we see it like this, 4 quarter notes, they'll be connected by a double beam right here. Okay, so double beam, and that means the value is divided by 4. Okay, so therefore I want to list all of them again for you right here. We've got a whole note, we've got a half note, we've got a quarter note, okay, let's move them up a little bit, and now we've got an eighth, actually we've got 2/8, okay, and now right here we've got 4/16 notes right there, okay, 4/16. Okay, so the beams, let's draw them again like this. This would be the same as this. Okay, so note, 2 notes with the flags, and then right here, this will be the same as this with a double flag, of course. Okay, so that is the same. Now, this is usually a lot easier to read than this, especially when the notes get really close together, which is why I prefer this. Hi guys, welcome to this lesson where we're going to be talking about the time signature. That is this thing right here, okay? Basically, it's 2 numbers above each other. In this case, it's a 2 and a 2. One of the more common ones are 4 and 4 or 3 and 4, okay? The top one is indicating to how many beats there are, let me show you that right here, how many beats there are per measure. Okay, what is a measure? Between two of these bars, that is a measure. And then the bottom one, the 4, the 2, and the 4 in this case, will represent which note actually count as a beat. So if you have a 4, it means that a quarter note will count as a beat. If you have a 2, it means that a half note will count as a beat. Okay, so basically if you have a 4, you will need 4 of these quarter notes for all of the beats, because you need 4 beats. Okay, if you have a 2, it means you only need 2 half notes for those beats. Okay, so this would be a 4, this would be a 2 at the bottom. Okay, so once again, the top one is showing you how many beats in a measure, and the bottom one is showing you which note counts as one beat. So if you have a 2 and a 2, it means you have 2 beats in a measure, and half note will count as one beat. Therefore, you have the length of 2 half tones per measure. Makes sense, right? Hi guys, welcome to this lesson, which is about note values and rest values. I'm also going to be putting in the notes because then basically you get an idea of what it looks like. Okay, let me zoom out just a little bit. So notes and rest. Now we're going to do the rests. So a little bar and a block at the bottom represents a whole rest. A little bar and a little block. The block is going to be about the same, just a little bit tinier, is half a rest. Then we have this one right here, which is yet another one of my amazing drawings, which is going to be a quarter of a rest. Then this one is going to be an eighth of a rest, and this one is going to be a 16th of a rest. Now let's see if we got a couple of these in the shape of U sheet music. Okay, so if we look at the shape of U, we've got one of these symbols right here and one of these symbols right here. We got a quarter rest and an eighth rest for you right there. Okay, it's this one, quarter and an eighth. This is what they look like in real life without me drawing them horrifically. Quarter and an eighth, okay? Hi guys, welcome to the final lesson about sheet music. Right now I just want to have a look, let me shift it up until here, at the key signature. Okay, the key signature. Basically we're looking at this thing right here, where in this song it's showing sharps. Okay, now these sharps are actually placed on the line. So if we have a look at this one right here, you could for instance see a sharp here, and then a sharp here, and then a sharp there, and that would mean that these notes have to be sharped. Okay, so if you draw that on, you would see that we actually don't have a G right here, but a G would have to be sharped, a C would have to be sharped, and an E would have to be sharped. Okay, that's a little bit weird, but that's what it would be. In shape of U, we have them right here. So you can see the C has to be sharped, the D has to be sharped, the F has to be sharped, and the G has to be sharped. And then if you have a look right here at the bottom thing, you see the F and the G and the C and the D. Okay, so they also need to be sharped. Now sometimes the sharp or the flat, because this could also be flat of course, is not written here, but it's actually written in front of the notes. So you could see a little sharp right here. Okay, and that would mean that as of here until the rest of this measure, because it only counts for one measure, so the period between the two bars right here, that note would have to be sharped. Okay, let me show you that in the other view. Okay, I can show that to you right here. Let me draw a couple of notes. I've got one right here, I've got one right here, and I've got one right there. Okay, now maybe let me use another color. Of course normally this will all be in black, but maybe this is where you see the sharp sign. Okay, and maybe this is all in one measure like that. Okay, that means that the rest of the measure you're gonna have to sharp that C. Okay, so this will become a C sharp, C sharp, C sharp. Now sometimes you see this little sign. Okay, I didn't draw that correctly. It's like this, 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 and that. Okay, that is the reset sign. If you see that sign, it means go back to the way it was. So right here, you would sharp it, sharp, sharp, you see the reset sign, which looks like that, and you unsharp that note, so there will be a regular C. So that's what happens when you got them right there. Now it could also be flats. Okay, you have a little flat right there, a little flat right there, and a little flat right there, and then you could have the same kind of thing. You could maybe flat that note right there, and then it could be reset right there. Okay, so you could have a C sharp, a C flat, and then reset to regular C. That sometimes happens as well. Okay, so therefore it's always important to, when you read sheet music, pay attention right here which notes will have to be flattened or sharped. And then when you're actually reading through, pay attention to especially that sign, and of course the flat and the sharp sign, because sometimes notes will have to be sharpened or flattened in the middle of measures as well. Okay, keep in mind this rule always applies until the end of the measure. Okay, so when the measure has ended, that rule is going to disappear, so you don't need a reset sign, but often people actually do put a reset sign in the next measure. Okay, so then you would find the reset sign right about here, where it's being resetted to the normal note, but this is actually redundant. You don't really need that because the measure bar is already resetting everything to what is being shown at the beginning. Okay, so every measure bar will reset all of this stuff going on in between to whatever is being shown here at the beginning.